train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Star Development Plan. The next morning, Feiyang had just sat down in the company's office when he received a call from Donald Trump. Trump was very smart and did not mention the Soros introduction last night. He just discussed with Feiyang about cooperating in real estate development. Feiyang was still very optimistic about the US real estate industry, especially in the year 2000. The US real estate industry would pick up. Moreover, Trump was also an expert in this field and had many connections in the US real estate industry. Therefore, Feiyang called Ders, who had just been promoted to vice president, and asked him to contact Trump for cooperation. Ders was definitely a rare talent. Feiyang originally planned to put him in the position of publicity director to check it out, but found that doing so would only limit his personal ability, so he directly promoted him to vice president of Dream Pictures, responsible for managing all the company's businesses. Ders' achievements during this period were obvious to all, especially the success of the two big dramas Saw and How to Dance were all his contributions. Therefore, everyone was convinced by his promotion. Ders is an American and is very knowledgeable about the real estate industry. If he is allowed to negotiate with Trump, Feiyang can stay out of the matter and be a hands-off boss. Of course, the funds Feiyang gives Ders to invest in real estate are also limited to $100 million. After all, the company started with movies, and it is impossible to invest all the money in the real estate field. Moreover, the reason why Trump wants to cooperate with Feiyang's company is not because of how much money he can invest, but because of Feiyang's star effect and the current popularity of Dream Pictures. In addition, Feiyang will also cooperate with Hilton Hotels to develop Asia, especially the Chinese market, and the business will be handed over to Ders. The investment amount is also $100 million. As the saying goes, the Hilton family is not short of money. What they value is Feiyang's Chinese identity and his super fame. So, fame and fortune. With fame, there will be benefits. As long as you are famous enough, those benefits will roll in. Feiyang can ignore Ders' investment negotiations, but there is one thing he must do personally, that is, Trump's beloved daughter Ivanka is here. 9 o'clock, on time. As for Ivanka, Feiyang didn't expect this rich girl to be so faithful to her promise, so after meeting, Feiyang's first question was, "Don't you regret it?" "What?" Ivanka looked at him and asked. "Being a star is very hard, especially for someone like you. Even if you are not a star, you will be very famous." Feiyang spread his hands and said, "Depending on my father's fame, or the fame of my family? Both. But I don't want to rely on these. You have ambition. I'm beginning to like you." Feiyang asked the female secretary to bring a document. "Here, take a look. There are some professional guidance and training plans for you. If there is no problem, you can sign it." Ivanka took it and looked at it, and her eyebrows frowned. Feiyang seemed to have expected it. "If you refuse, you can also not sign. The door is open. You can walk out at any time." "Yes, I will call ****''s father to explain everything." Ivanka was stimulated by Feiyang and picked up the pen, but stopped when signing. "I have a question to ask. Has Paris Hilton signed such a document?" Ivanka suddenly asked. "No." Feiyang folded his hands and answered very straightforwardly. "Then why are you so harsh on me?" Ivanka was a little annoyed. The document clearly stated how many hours of training she had to receive every day, what she had to do, and what she couldn't do. It was simply a torture. "Because she is different from you," Feiyang said calmly. "She is at most a star, and you will be a big star, a superstar in the future. I must be responsible for your father." Feiyang's words made Ivanka speechless. Looking at Ivanka, who was silent, Feiyang said another sentence. "We Chinese have a saying that only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Since you have taken this step, you must be prepared to endure hardships. Sometimes, the effort and the reward are proportional. You don't have to say it, I'll sign it." Ivanka didn't hesitate anymore, picked up the pen, and signed the document. Snap. Yi Feiyang saw her finish signing and applauded. Very good. Now, come with me, and I will introduce your friend to you. In the spacious training center, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton were talking and laughing. During this period, the three of them were very popular in Hollywood. The three beauties who had just tasted the taste of fame had their own feelings. At this moment, they were talking about the interesting things they had encountered with each other. For example, Jessica said that a male fan pursued her madly, and he laid a huge heart with red roses downstairs where she lived, and played the violin very romantically. Paz said that he met a crazy fan who always called her in the middle of the night to harass her, so she had to call the police. Finally, the police found out that the man was a 14-year-old middle school student. As for Anne Hathaway, she said that she had a terrible time. In order to avoid fans, she had to move from the old building, where she lived, to a new apartment. There was a security guard downstairs in the apartment. Although it was very safe, she was not used to this kind of life, where she had to check her identity when entering and leaving the door. Not as asterisk as before. This is the common voice of the three girls. Just as the three girls were talking, Yi Feiyang led Ivanka in. Hello, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Ivanka Trump, who will join your team soon. Yi Feiyang introduced. Welcome, Ivanka. Annie said. Glad that you joined. Jessica said. Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out that you are the daughter of that upstart. Pa's tone was very wrong. The originally harmonious atmosphere was broken by Pa's words. Ivanka smiled, but her cheeks turned cold. I know you. Pa's from the Hilton family? Of course it's me. I'm so popular. It's not surprising that I know me. It's not surprising, but I'm curious, how can a spoiled daughter like you be here? What do you mean? Nothing. I just can't stand someone's arrogant look. Seeing the two rich daughters talking fiercely and tit for tat, Yi Feiyang felt helpless. In fact, as two princesses of the American rich family, Paz and Ivanka are often compared by the media. After comparing them, the two who had no hatred originally also had a gap. Moreover, both of them were unwilling to admit defeat, so they would argue like this when they met. Okay, be quiet, Yi Feiyang had to say. I don't care what you were like before. Now you are a group. You must live in harmony and work together. Anne, Jessica, Paz, and Ivanka, I will invite a very good teacher to teach you in the near future. I hope you can study hard at that time. Especially Anne, you three, don't think that you are great just because you have become famous. You must be humble. Okay, Anne, you help Ivanka first. Teach her more about what she doesn't understand. Yi Feiyang left after he finished speaking, leaving the four beauties dumbfounded. Invite a mentor! Exclamation mark. Let me ask, who in Hollywood can teach them? Not to mention that Anne and the other three are already famous enough. Even a rich lady like Ivanka is not something that ordinary people can teach. At that moment, the four girls were confused. Who could this teacher be? Back in the office, Yi Feiyang sat in the boss chair, thought for a while, and then made a phone call. Hi, hello, I'm Yi Feiyang. Are you free? I want to talk to you about being a teacher. Haha, dear Yi, I thought you were joking. Yes, Mike has already told me. As his friend, how can I refuse? A crisp female voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you so much, Miss Madonna. To be honest, I really don't know how to thank you. Yi Feiyang smiled. That's right, the teacher Yi Feiyang invited was Madonna. In the whole Hollywood, there is no one who can be as famous as Mike and be called the king and queen of pop music, except Madonna. In fact, only a heavyweight superstar like Madonna can suppress Annie and others who have just become popular. Moreover, according to Madonna's experience in the entertainment industry for so many years, she must have many special skills that she can pass on to Annie and others. When Annie and the others became famous, Yi Feiyang's first feeling was that these three beauties were too young. Such a sudden popularity might not be a good thing for them, especially at their age. It was easy for them to lose themselves, get into many scandals, and have unnecessary troubles. Britney Spears in her previous life was a living example. So Yi Feiyang considered finding a good teacher to give them new training, especially to share the experience of being a star, so that they could become more mature and stable. After considering this matter, Feiyang's first thought was to invite Madonna. First of all, Feiyang and Madonna had worked together before, and Madonna's guest appearance in Dancing on the Floor left a deep impression on Feiyang. Secondly, Madonna's status as a queen was there, and inviting her to be a teacher was definitely worth the money. Thirdly, and most importantly, Madonna's star journey was bumpy, and Annie and the others would definitely be able to learn a lot of useful things from her. After having this plan, Feiyang tried to contact Madonna, but before that, Feiyang had ulterior motives, and asked Mike to say hello to Madonna first. As expected, Mike was very helpful and Madonna was obviously happy to accept Feiyang's invitation. To be continued, chapter 227. Superstar. That afternoon, Feiyang met the Queen of Pop Madonna at the meeting place on time. You know, as a big Hollywood star, Madonna doesn't have much private time. Especially for someone like Feiyang. If she wants to be a training teacher for the company, Madonna must understand the actual situation of the training to see if she can do it, so that she can arrange it with her schedule. Of course, there is another very important reason. In the United States, time is money, and the precious time of stars is priceless gold. Generally, Hollywood stars need to charge high labor fees for catwalks, tailoring, or even showing up for a commercial event. What's more, being a teacher requires a clear price tag. Sometimes Feiyang is not used to the American way of talking about money. It is because Chinese people have always been good at face, and they use money as a thing. Even when talking about money, they say that you are full of money and vulgar. But it's different in the United States. Whether it's friends or relatives, when it comes to money, they are clearly divided. For example, now Feiyang and Madonna are bargaining for tutor fees. Of course, as a big star, Madonna would not negotiate the price directly with Feiyang. This was not her job, nor was it something she was good at. The one who negotiated the price with Feiyang was Madonna's agent, a bald old man. The old man was very good at negotiating the price. In Feiyang's opinion, he had already reached the level of walking on snow without leaving any traces, and flying flowers hurting people. So Feiyang and him entangled for a long time before the price was negotiated. Then, the two sides reached an agreement that Madonna, as a star consultant of Dream Pictures, would take out 3 hours a week to provide guidance on acting, singing, stage walking, experience, packaging, image design, and other aspects according to the specific situation of the female artist. For this reason, Dream Company gave a guidance fee of $1.5 million, indicating that it was a friendly price, but it must be settled clearly every week, without arrears or IOUs. In other words, Feiyang spent $1.5 million to buy Madonna's 3 hours of guidance time every week to teach the girls. On average, it costs $500,000 per hour. Such a price is incredible to outsiders, and is definitely a lion's mouth. But in Feiyang's opinion, it can be said to be worth the money. After all, in many commercial activities, it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to let Madonna come out to cut the ribbon. Since the price has been agreed, the bald old man has retired. It is Madonna's turn to talk about other things with Feiyang, such as the training of Annie and others, and the cultivation of Hollywood star culture. It must be said that this Madonna is definitely worthy of the title of star mentor. During the conversation, Feiyang has a deeper understanding of her. Many times, Madonna will explain some of her training concepts from her own experience and opinions, which has benefited Feiyang a lot. After all, he is also half a star, and it is rare to hear such experience. The most important thing is that Feiyang feels that his money is not wasted. After a detailed conversation of more than half an hour, the two agreed on when the class would officially start. Then Madonna put on her sunglasses and left in a hurry. It was said that she had another commercial to shoot at the beach. Feiyang lay on the leisure chair a little tiredly, took a sip of light bitter coffee, and suddenly felt very tired. He closed his eyes and thought, wondering if Annie and the others could understand his good intentions. It must be said that Madonna is definitely a very dedicated teacher. After signing the contract with Dream Pictures, Madonna took time out to come to Dream Company the next day. In the training room, Annie, Jessica, Pause. And Ivanka, this is the American pop queen Miss Madonna. In the next week, she will teach you the most important lesson in your entire acting career. Feiyang did not beat around the bush and directly introduced Madonna to Annie and the others. Anne Hathaway and the others were surprised that the mentor Feiyang invited was actually Madonna. In fact, even if Feiyang did not introduce her much, they knew Madonna very well. As the pop queen of the 1990s in the United States, although the rising stars are like a tide, her fame has declined a little now, and she is not as glorious as before, but the shadow of the tree is the shadow of the person. Madonna still sits firmly on the throne of the top sister in the entire North American pop music scene. In terms of net worth, unlike Michael Jackson's arrogance and investment, Madonna is a real super rich woman in the entertainment industry. She has done a lot in real estate speculation, brand building, and company opening. Therefore, not to mention that Anne and Jessica admire her very much, even Paz and Ivanka, two rich daughters, are convinced by Madonna. In fact, Madonna once made a guest appearance in Dancing Floor starring Anne and others. It's just a pity that Madonna almost rushed to participate in the guest appearance during the filming, so she and Anne and others did not socialize, but they can be said to have worked together before. After Feiyang introduced her, they immediately became familiar with each other. Hi, teacher Madonna, I'm Jessica Alba. You're even more sexy in person than in the movies. Jessica is a smart person and she's also good at talking. Hello, I'm Anne Hathaway. Anne was born simple, and she fell deeply in love with this famous teacher at the first sight of Madonna. I'm Paz Hilton. Nice to meet you. Paz has seen many celebrities, and she was very casual when she spoke. I'm Ivanka Trump. Please give me more advice in the future. Okay, beauties, nice to meet you. Madonna clapped her hands and said, in the future, I hope we can cooperate well and bring your aesthetics to a new level. My goal is very simple, that is, under the supervision of Mr. Feiyang, I will train you to become real big stars. Yes, this is my duty and mission. Now let's start. Quick and neat. Take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. After the courtesy, Madonna started the class formally. First, I want to ask you a few questions. First, what do you think is the meaning of superstars in the world? Jessica answered without even thinking. To make a lot of money. This answer made Feiyang feel so embarrassed that he almost felt ashamed to look at Madonna again. Anne, Paz, and Ivanka felt that Jessica's answer was very realistic. Yes, if you don't want to make money, why do you become a superstar? Is it just for fame? Exclamation mark. No. Madonna shook her right index finger. The significance of superstars is not only economic. The more important reason for their existence is that fewer and fewer people have faith in this era. They are lonely, have no trust in others, and live a hard, boring and uninteresting life. They need a perfect person to provide them with the ultimate emotional support. And this person is a real superstar. Superstars not only exist in literary and artistic works, but also in real life. They carry a strong social function. His words and deeds can affect his fans and even the whole society. So as a superstar, the first thing is the spirit of fraternity and a solid sense of social responsibility. Do you have this? I don't. Jessica answered truthfully. Annie and the other three also shook their heads, saying that they were the same as Jessica. That won't work. You have to have it. Then how can we have it? It's very simple. Imagine that all your fans are cancer patients. They may die at any time, and their only wish is to see your performance. Madonna said. Even Feiyang had to admit that this assumption was really heavy. After hearing this analogy, Jessica's face immediately became serious. I have a little feeling. Then do you know what a superstar is? Something that can make a lot of money. Jessica answered quickly again, and Feiyang almost fainted again. No. Madonna shook her finger again. Superstar is a dream. This dream does not belong to her, but to the entire society. The public likes to be paralyzed and deceived, so you have to know how to cater to their interests from time to time. Otherwise they will forget your dream and look for new dreams that make them feel happy. But the public is also ignorant and does not know what they really need. So while your dream caters to them, you can't completely follow their ideas, because if you do, they will lose patience with you because they lack novelty in you. Madonna began to impart her own views and opinions on what a superstar is. It must be said that this concept is really novel to Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba and others. So much so that everyone listened with relish. After a while, Madonna asked again, Annie, Jessica and Paz, you three have acted in movies and are very well known, so do you think you are famous enough now? Anne said, not bad. Jessica shrugged, it would be better if I could be more famous. Paz replied, God, I'm very famous, those reporters are always chasing me. Madonna smiled, so do you think you are a superstar? Anne shook her head, no, I'm not. Jessica, there should be a distance. Paz, in the future, I will definitely be a superstar. After listening to their answers, Madonna said, then I can tell you now, if you ask who will be a superstar in the future, I would rather choose her. After that, Madonna pointed her finger at Ivanka Trump who had been silent. Is it her? God, are you mistaken? She just entered the industry and has never acted in a movie. Of course, it was Paris Hilton who said this. She didn't understand why Madonna was so optimistic about Ivanka. Damn, is she prettier and more elegant than herself? Exclamation mark. Not to mention Annie and the others, even Feiyang, who was listening with his arms folded, was curious as to why Madonna would say that. To be continued, chapter 228. Master of praising people. Madonna pointed at Ivanka and said that she might become a superstar in the future, which puzzled everyone. Seeing everyone's puzzled faces, Madonna smiled and said, the reason is very simple. Ivanka is like a blank sheet of paper. She will follow my outline and achieve her own superstar style. But you already have your own model. For example, Anne, your image is fixed as a lady, Jessica, your image is fixed as a hot girl, and Paz, your fixed image is a socialite. But under my training, Ivanka will become a queen of change. Those fans, those audiences, are all fickle animals. They can't love you the same way and love you for the rest of their lives. They like new things and hate old things. They like to hunt for novelties. Only if you constantly cater to their aesthetics and give them a fresh and exciting feeling will they continue to support you. Superstars are made by people. Without people to support you, you are nothing. Anne Hathaway and others couldn't help but think deeply after hearing what Madonna said. Ivanka, who was favored by Madonna, had made up her mind before coming here to work hard and humbly accept the ultra high intensity training of more than 14 hours a day. But now when she heard Madonna's explanation, she was a little confused for the first time. Being a superstar is so difficult. So, my dear girls, it is too easy to be fleeting in the sky, but to become a star that hangs in the sky forever, you need great enthusiasm that can melt the North Pole and a solid foundation like the Rocky Mountains. If you are not mentally prepared for this, you'd better quit as soon as possible. Otherwise you will only pay a lot and get nothing. I want to remind you as a person who has been through it, what you have in your hands now is your own life, and you have to take it seriously. No matter who you are in this world, if you want to succeed, you must do your best. You will get nothing if you hold a playful attitude. The faces of Annie and others gradually became solemn. They sat opposite Madonna and pondered silently, especially Anne, Jessica and Paz, who thought they were already famous enough and had become stars, but now they know that there is still such a big gap between them and real stars. The little bit of pride in their hearts disappeared instantly. As for Ivanka, she felt more than Anne and the others, because she promised her father that she would follow the path of stardom, but she didn't expect that there are so many levels and forks in stardom. She was not sure whether she could become a real star, and even more unsure whether she could stick to it. Okay, the first day of class ends here. Next, it's time for you to think about it. I will come here to see you tomorrow. I want to know what you think about being a superstar and becoming a female star standing at the top of Hollywood. Especially you, Ivanka. You started late and haven't experienced the turmoil in the entertainment industry. You don't know how difficult this road is, so I hope to get your perfect answer by then. After Madonna finished speaking, she took a deep look at Ivanka and the others and walked out of the classroom. Feiyang looked at Anne Hathaway and the others, then quickly chased after them. Hey, dear Madonna, why are you saying this to them, especially since Ivanka has just joined? What if she really backs out? Madonna smiled and said confidently, "No, she won't back out." "Oh, really? You seem very sure." "Of course I'm sure." "Hey, what makes you so sure?" Madonna turned sideways, stopped, and said to Yi Feiyang with a smile, "Relying on a woman's intuition about another woman. This feeling is impossible for even a smart man like you to understand." The facts were exactly as Yi Feiyang expected. The next day, Anne Hathaway and the others seemed to be completely different from before, especially Ivanka, who had just joined. She said to Madonna very seriously, "I want to be a real superstar, and I hope you can help me." Seeing Ivanka's serious look, Yi Feiyang couldn't believe his own look. This little girl would actually be so serious. Looking at the others, Anne, Jessica, and Paz also looked very serious. They were all brainwashed. After class that day, Yi Feiyang asked Madonna curiously, "Hey, what is the reason that Annie and the others suddenly became so serious after hearing what you said, especially Ivanka? She came to Dreamland just to please her father, but now, the change is so great." Madonna said, "It's very simple, actually. I knew the first time I saw Ivanka that she was born for the stage. Because as you said, she has a huge talent for acting. Although she may have other reasons for joining Dreamland, I can see that she likes such a career. In fact, there is no girl who doesn't like to be a star. Now, the only thing to adjust is her mentality. Either tell her that success is not so easy to get, the time for games is over, and now it's class time. Do you understand?" Yi Feiyang suddenly realized, "Your analysis is really insightful. According to you, Ivanka really has the talent to be a superstar? It depends on how you, the master of promoting people, promote her." Madonna smiled and said to Yi Feiyang, "Don't forget, Annie and the others were also promoted by you. I hope to see new miracles." Madonna's words made Yi Feiyang laugh and cry. When did he get a nickname called Master of Praising People? However, Madonna's words still made Yi Feiyang start planning how to promote Ivanka. In Yi Feiyang's opinion, the best training for being a star is to go through the stage of acting, to understand the role and life from the movie. And what Yi Feiyang is good at is to tailor the script for people. At this moment, Yi Feiyang is thinking about what kind of script to write to promote Ivanka, the rising star of Dream Pictures. Of course, the script must be consistent with Ivanka's image, and it is impossible to let her be the heroine in the first play. To put it bluntly, it is to promote her as a supporting role first, and then slowly promote her. Yi Feiyang thought hard, but he had no clue. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Anne Hathaway standing outside. "Hi, Yi, are you okay?" Anne asked him with a smile. Yi Feiyang nodded. "Actually, I care about you. How is it? Are you tired from the training?" Although the relationship between Yi Feiyang and Annie was no secret in the company, they still kept their distance in front of outsiders. Only when they were alone together did they feel much more relaxed. "It's okay. It's much easier here than in the dance school." Annie shrugged. Yi Feiyang slapped his forehead. "Look at me. I almost forgot that you are going to New York to study formally in August, right?" "Yes, I may not be able to see you then. Sorry, Annie, I have delayed you for so long." "No, I'm happy to film with you. Annie, you are so nice." So corny. The corny part is still to come. Yi Feiyang wanted to kiss Anne Hathaway, but Hathaway dodged with a smile. "Okay, I came to you to have lunch together. How about it, big director? Will you give me a favor?" Yi Feiyang pretended to ponder and said, "I'm not such a casual person. You can invite me to dinner, but," pointing to his lips, "kiss me first." "Bad guy." Annie rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Feiyang, then stood on tiptoe, tapped his lips like a chicken, then looked at him charmingly with her eyes rolling, and said, "How is it?" Yi Feiyang smiled. "Of course not. Come on, baby, let me teach you how to kiss." As he spoke, Yi Feiyang hugged Anne Hathaway and pressed his lips hard against hers. Yingning. A certain beauty moaned in happiness that she had done nothing wrong. After lunch, the two walked side by side on the road. Yi Feiyang put on a pair of exaggerated frog eyeglasses and even changed his clothes. He looked very strange, but this kind of dress made it easiest for people to not notice that he was a star director. "Why are you so exaggerated?" Hathaway didn't dress up at all and looked at Yi Feiyang in surprise. "Be careful of the paparazzi. They are everywhere." Yi Feiyang looked around cautiously, and it seemed that there were no paparazzi following him. Paparazzi? What are you afraid of? It's okay for the two of us to walk like this. Just take pictures, and it can also increase your exposure rate. Hathaway said, puzzled. You don't know how powerful the paparazzi are. Last time, the fat guy Gao Jiabao got drunk, and I carried him home. The paparazzi took a picture of us. The next day, the newspaper said that he and I were gay. Yi Feiyang said seriously, but found that Hathaway was laughing so hard that she squatted on the ground holding her stomach. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Are you gay? You're really wronged. If you are really gay, you should find a handsome guy like Leonardo. Why is it that obscene fat guy Gao Jiabao? Hathaway finally stopped laughing and said intermittently. Even if it's Leonardo, I don't like it. I like women, but I'm a real man. Yi Feiyang was speechless for a long time, and then he pretended to show off his biceps like a muscular man. Hathaway, who had stopped laughing, saw Yi Feiyang's funny expression and couldn't help laughing like a silver bell again. To be honest, she hasn't laughed so happily with Yi Feiyang for a long time. Especially when Yi Feiyang went further and further, his status and position rose, and he gradually stood at the top of the Hollywood director circle and even the entertainment industry. Hathaway felt more and more alienated from him. He was like a man from the stars, fascinating you, but out of your reach. Chapter 229. Super movie fan. Seeing Hathaway laughing so hard, Yi Feiyang reluctantly changed the subject and said, okay, dear Annie, stop laughing. Tell me, how is your training going now? Although Yi Feiyang didn't want to talk about work, he couldn't help asking. Well, it's really good that you ask Madonna to be your teacher. The lectures are first rate, yes, great, and we are all very focused and hardworking. What about Ivanka? How is she? Can she keep up with you? Huh? Originally I thought she was a delicate young lady who couldn't bear this kind of hardship, but I was wrong. She really worked hard, yes, even harder than the three of us. It's just. Annie hesitated. Just what? Yi Feiyang asked. It's just that her relationship with Paz is very tense, or very bad. Annie sighed. I really don't understand. They are both from wealthy families. Why do they treat each other like enemies when they see each other? Yi Feiyang shrugged. Do you want to know the reason? Yes, I want to know. It's very simple. They are two peacocks locked together. They are at the same height and in the same position. Of course, they will compete with each other for beauty. But, you said that we should unite together. Unity is necessary, but competition is also necessary. Ha, you are really treacherous. Anne Hathaway laughed. Alas, there is no way. In my position, sometimes I have to be a little treacherous. I understand. Hathaway suddenly held Yi Feiyang's hand. Yi Feiyang felt very happy to be understood by others. By the way, Anne, I've actually been thinking about writing a script recently. It would be best if you could be the heroine and then let Ivanka be the supporting actress so that she can be promoted to the top. Yi Feiyang did not hide his thoughts at all and said to Anne Hathaway, but I've been thinking about it for a long time and my head is about to explode, but I don't know what kind of story to write. It's a headache, isn't it? Of course. If I hadn't come out with you, I would probably feel even worse. Then do you need my help? If possible, I'd like to know if you have any good ideas or creativity. I don't know much about scripts, but I know that a good story must be liked by many people. And stories come from life. As long as you think about it carefully, you will be able to think of it. You're right. Maybe I'm too impatient. Yi Feiyang said, and suddenly said, Annie, let's not talk about my problem first. Let's talk about yourself. Myself? What's wrong with me? Hathaway asked curiously. Don't you feel out of date? I mean, your dress and the bag in your hand are not suitable for your status? Yi Feiyang said with a smile. Anne Hathaway looked at her simple clothes and said, I think it's good. It's comfortable to wear like this. Yi Feiyang shook his head. The problem is, it's not about whether you are comfortable or not. You must pay attention to your image, especially in fashion. You must be ahead of the trend. What is a star? It's a trendy weathervane, not an old antique like you. What did you say? Are you saying I'm an old antique? Damn it. Hathaway glared at Yi Feiyang in pretended anger. Yi Feiyang shrugged, then pointed to a Prada luxury store not far ahead and said, okay, to show your mistake, go there and I'll buy you a set of clothes. The Prada brand is definitely synonymous with the world's top luxury goods, especially their slogan is, Prada, women's favorite. In Yi Feiyang's opinion, as long as you are a woman, it is estimated that no one can resist the temptation of Prada. But this time, he was wrong. No, let's save the money. Those clothes are very expensive. Hathaway hesitated and glanced at the Prada brand store. Why don't we go over there for coffee? You treat us. Drink coffee? Yi Feiyang was stunned for a moment. He really couldn't understand Hathaway's simple mentality. Logically speaking, don't those female stars like to go shopping for clothes and dress up with jewels? In a moment, Yi Feiyang and Annie came to a coffee shop in the leisure area of the fashion pedestrian street. This coffee shop is decorated very specially. There are many movie posters and star posters posted around it. It is a movie-themed coffee shop. On the wall directly opposite this coffee shop, there is a photo of Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton in dancing on the floor. The three of them are wearing sexy dance dresses and dancing. The music played on the speakers of the coffee shop is also the dance song Nobody created by Yi Feiyang himself. The shop owner obviously has a great passion for music. The sound equipment he selected would cost no less than $10,000. The sound coming out is very delicate and rich in texture. This quality will constantly attract people to appreciate the delicate and exquisite beauty. The two people standing in the shop did not look for a seat to sit down for a while, but stood quietly in place, appreciating it carefully. It must be said that the unique decoration design, the film-like cultural atmosphere, and the beautiful and pleasant film and television interludes make the whole cafe present a fashionable, trendy, and cultural atmosphere. At the end of the song, the two people's eyes could not help but extend to the bar of the cafe, but found that the bar was not like other cafes, where various drinks were placed, but instead there were many DVDs and records. Yes, the place where the drinks were originally placed was filled with this kind of things, which can be said to be a collection of movie discs and music discs. This was not the most surprising thing for Yi Feiyang. What surprised Yi Feiyang was that on the wall behind the bar, there were posters of the same person. The girl on the poster was elegant and noble, beautiful, frowning and thought, melancholy and elegant, or youthful and beautiful. Yi Feiyang looked at the posters, and then looked at Anne Hathaway beside him, showing an extremely surprised look, because the girls on those posters were all the same person, and there was a line of handwritten words on them, the only Hathaway. In fact, Anne Hathaway's debut was not too long, and she didn't act in too many dramas. In addition to Paranormal Activity, it was this dancing floor, and the rest occasionally made guest appearances in dramas. But even so, she actually captured such a superfan. You say, how can this not make Yi Feiyang amazed? Exclamation mark. It seems that this shop owner is not only a movie enthusiast, the coolest coffee shop owner in the United States, but also a superfan of yours. Yi Feiyang looked at the wall with at least 100 Hathaway movie posters, opened his mouth in surprise, and whispered to Hathaway who was silent beside him. Well. Hathaway nodded, but her heart was full of curiosity. My fan. I really want to know who this superfan is. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? A guest is coming. Hathaway shouted loudly, and pressed the bell on the table hard. Ding ding ding. The bell sounded light and bright. Obviously it was just bought not long ago, and it seems that this shop has also been newly opened not long ago. What do you two want to drink? Excuse me, I'm repairing the juicer in the back. Got, the new one is broken. A man's voice came from the back kitchen. I want to drink. No, we are not here to drink, we are just curious about your posters, especially the ones about Anne Hathaway. Can you sell me one? Hathaway smiled cunningly at Yi Feiyang, and then said loudly, oh, you really know what you are talking about. I spent a lot of effort to collect them from various movie theaters. But, they are not for sale. The man in the kitchen was obviously struggling with the juicer. The juicer was buzzing, and he didn't come out for a long time. Don't be so stingy. Look, you have so many posters. It won't be a loss to sell one to me. Don't worry, I will pay a high price. Hathaway continued to laugh. I'm a member of the Hathaway fan club. There are many people who like her like me, so I have collected so many posters about her. Most of them are collected by other members, not all of them are mine. So I won't sell them, no matter how much money you pay. Fan club? That's really cool. I'm also a fan of Hathaway. There are many duplicate posters here. Just give me one. As I said, the price is negotiable. Hathaway suddenly heard that she had a fan club. She opened her eyes wide, looked at Zhao Xiaoming in disbelief, and then asked hesitantly, "No, we have already ordered it, based on the number of people. If I give you one, the person who is short will definitely scold me to death." As he was speaking, there was a bang in the kitchen, and then the man came out, his face full of freshly squeezed jam, and it seemed that the juicer was completely scrapped. "Damn it, fake and inferior products. I will complain to them," the man said angrily, picking up a towel to wipe his face. But before he wiped his face clean, he was stunned and stared at Anne Hathaway stupidly. "Oh my god, am I dreaming? Yes, I must be dreaming." The man blinked hard and then pinched the flesh on his face with his hands. "Oh, it hurts. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. You are Anne Hathaway?" The man was extremely surprised and excited and nodded. "Yes, I'm Hathaway. Haha, I'm so happy. I met Anne. I met her in person." The man looked crazy. Seeing the man's excitement, Feiyang was afraid that he would faint from excitement, so he had to remind him, "Hey, man, can you stop yelling and give us a cup of coffee?" "Of course, and it's free." The man's face flushed with excitement, and then he looked at Hathaway. I don't know what kind of coffee you like." He couldn't speak, stuttering and trembling for a long time, and couldn't say a complete sentence. "Cappuccino will do." Anne Hathaway smiled. "Cappuccino? Ahem, that's my best. You wait, it will be soon." The man rubbed his hands excitedly and ran to the back kitchen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Sudden Inspiration. Soon, 2 cups of steaming cappuccino were placed in front of Feiyang and Anne Hathaway. "Ahem, Miss Hathaway. Can I call you that? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself." The man rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "My name is Andrew, and I'm your superfan. Yes, I like you very much." "Hello, Andrew, nice to meet you. And thank you for the coffee." Hathaway stretched out her hand and said friendly, "Hello. Hello." After shaking hands with Hathaway and touching the goddess fingertips, Andrew felt that he was about to faint from happiness. "Oh god, I actually met the goddess in my mind. I'm not dreaming. This is all real." At that moment, Andrew wanted to slap his face to verify whether this was true. The atmosphere in the cafe was very harmonious. As a superfan of Anne Hathaway, Andrew abandoned his excitement, haste, and anxiety, and became particularly humorous. He kept expressing his admiration for Anne. His true feelings were revealed in his conversation. It can be seen that he really likes Anne. Feiyang, who was sitting next to him, felt very bored. He didn't expect this man to be so infatuated, even more infatuated than his real boyfriend. But then again, when a man sees another man constantly expressing his disgusting affection for his girlfriend, it would be strange if this man didn't get jealous. Therefore, Feiyang felt sour in his heart at this moment, like a cut lemon, sour to the heart. After talking for a while, the superfan Andrew suddenly said, "Dear Anne, can I give you an opinion?" "Oh, what opinion? Tell me." Anne was very curious. Andrew hesitated for a moment and said, "It's like this. In the hearts of us fans, you are so perfect. Yes, no one is more beautiful than you. But many people who envy you say that you don't understand fashion." Feiyang, who was drinking coffee, puffed and almost spit out the coffee. Hathaway certainly understood what Feiyang meant and secretly pinched someone's thigh with her hand. Someone grimaced, "Miserable. Indeed, I don't like that kind of luxury," and blushed. "Yes, I knew it. Haha, you are not that kind of gold digger, but I think if you are willing to wear fashionable clothes like Prada, Fendi, and Armani, or wear some very classic accessories, you will definitely be able to fascinate everyone. Andrew said embarrassedly. Unfortunately, I'm not that kind of fashion queen. Anne laughed. No, you will always be the queen in my heart. So disgusting. So disgusting. Do you still take me, your legitimate boyfriend, seriously? Exclamation mark. Feiyang almost couldn't listen anymore, but suddenly he had an idea. Prada, the queen of fashion? Exclamation mark. Then a movie popped up in Feiyang's mind, that is, The Devil Wears Prada. Yes, it was this play. In the previous life, this play was also called The Devil Wears Prada. It was adapted from the best-selling novel of the same name. The original author Lauren Weiss largely told her own personal experience in this novel. It is said that after graduating from college, this female writer also joined the editorial department of the famous American fashion magazine Vogue as an assistant editor-in-chief. After a year of work hardening, she resigned. Then she wrote this novel about her work experience. In the book, she described the various unfair treatments she had received without reservation, and the image of the boss who was called from hell in the book was also directly referring to the former editor-in-chief of Vogue Anna Vita in real life. In fact, ordinary people always have a curiosity about the luxurious life of celebrities and rich people. Therefore, this book caused quite a stir as soon as it was launched on the market and achieved unprecedented hot sales. It has been on the New York Times bestseller list for 15 consecutive weeks. Later, this book became a classic subject that was adapted into a Hollywood movie. For this movie, Fox Film had high hopes for its good box office performance, predicting that the first box office would be $100 million and the total box office would exceed the $70 million mark. But in fact, this movie, which was invested $35 million, finally broke the $300 million mark at the box office. It created a new myth of Hollywood comedy sketches. However, some fashion executives think that the author is too exaggerated and ungrateful. The former editor-in-chief of Harper's Bazaar accused the author of not understanding the pressure her boss was under and the influence on women all over the world. Interestingly, the editor-in-chief of Vogue, who was implied, warned fashion celebrities not to participate in the movie, but she actually wore Prada to watch the movie. Of course, all of the above is not the point. The point is that one of the leading actors of The Devil Wears Prada is Anne Hathaway herself. In this play, Hathaway plays a fresh girl who has just entered the workplace, a simple rookie. By chance, she comes to the top fashion magazine to be an assistant to the queen. She grows up in an extremely harsh environment, but finds that she actually doesn't like this kind of work rhythm. In the end, she left the queen and returned to love and family affection. But her hard work also earned the queen's personal recommendation letter. In this play, Hathaway fully demonstrated her acting skills and portrayed the huge changes of the heroine before and after vividly. With the superb acting skills, Hathaway has truly become one of the first-line actors in Hollywood and has won great praise from professionals. Unconsciously, Feiyang quickly recalled the story and classic clips of this play in his mind, so that Anne Hathaway stretched out her hand and shook it in front of his eyes for a long time before he woke up. "What's wrong with you, Yi?" "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly got an inspiration about the script," Feiyang said happily. "Oh, really? It scared me," Anne said with concern. "Why don't we go back now?" Feiyang said suddenly. "Well, I'm quite tired today," Hathaway said. Before leaving the cafe, Hathaway met the request of Andrew, a fan, and signed 10 photos for him and promised to patronize this small shop more often in the future. Andrew was so excited that he stood at the door and smiled foolishly long after Hathaway and Feiyang left. In the car, Feiyang was in a very happy mood and kept smiling, which made Hathaway confused. What kind of script made Yi so happy? Seeing her suspicious face, Feiyang couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Anne, you gave me inspiration." "Yes, it's great. This script is tailor-made for you. Of course, Ivanka can also appear in the play." "Well, what role should she be given?" "By the way, it's that female assistant. It's a test of her acting skills. You have to support her more when the time comes, and don't let her mess it up." Feiyang talked to himself, which made Hathaway even more confused. "You mean, I'm the heroine in this play?" Hathaway asked. "Who else but you?" You are a guarantee of box office success now. Haha, Annie, I really love you. Hathaway blushed when Yi Feiyang said this. Looking at Hathaway's charming appearance, Yi Feiyang knew that she had misunderstood. However, facing such a beauty, Yi Feiyang had no time to explain. He actually drove the car to the side of the road and then held Hathaway's pretty face and kissed her passionately without hesitation. Hathaway never thought that Yi Feiyang would be so bold as to do such a shameful thing on the side of the road. For a moment, she was frozen, but under Yi Feiyang's passionate kiss, her stiff body immediately became soft as mud. The two were young people, passionate, and being in the car, the indescribable excitement made people crazy, so that soon, Hathaway was panting, and Yi Feiyang also fell into a passionate state that he could not extricate himself. No, we can't be here. Yes, we can't. Hathaway tried to sober herself up and said in a weak voice. It doesn't matter, the car window is closed, no one can see. Yi Feiyang couldn't hold back any longer. But just when Yi Feiyang wanted to take a step further, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. And Hathaway was shocked and hurriedly pushed Yi Feiyang away from her. At a glance, it turned out to be a black homeless man, holding a rag in his hand and helping them wipe the car window in front. Yi Feiyang was speechless. He didn't expect such a person to appear at the critical moment. The black man wiped it very quickly and skillfully, and he looked very professional. After a moment, after he finished wiping, he knocked on the car window. Yi Feiyang had to open the car window and handed over a $1 and said, "Thank you. You're welcome, buddy. Have a nice night." The black man took the money and left happily. A pleasant night. It should have been pleasant, but you ruined it. Yi Feiyang closed the car window again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then said to Hathaway, "Hold on tight, let's go back." "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Annie asked while combing her hair that Yi Feiyang had messed up. "No, I'm not unhappy. And you said your face is almost as black as a black man's." Alas, a hungry bull could have eaten the hearty meal of grass, but was interrupted by a sudden chimpanzee. "Do you think he can be happy? Do you really want to eat grass that much?" "Yes, I'm very hungry. What's wrong?" Then, Hathaway leaned close to Yi Feiyang's ear and whispered, "Let's go to your house. I'll let you eat." Gulp. Yi Feiyang swallowed his saliva. "Are you serious? God, you are so good to me." Oh. Someone screamed and stepped on the accelerator. To be continued. Chapter 231. Transformation into Queen. Aha, we are finally home. By the way, don't worry, Fatty is not at home, so it's just the two of us. Now, we can live alone. Yi Feiyang said with a smile, and hugged Hathaway into his arms. Looking at Yi Feiyang's passionate eyes, it seemed to penetrate into Hathaway's heart, making her whole body feel hot. With a soft moan, she raised her head. With her eyes slightly closed, the two warm red lips gently touched Yi Feiyang's lips. Two clusters of red clouds immediately covered Hathaway's cheeks, like a ripe persimmon, so tender that it seemed to squeeze out water. Looking at Hathaway's nose trembling slightly because of nervousness, Yi Feiyang became more emotional and kissed her back passionately. The tip of his tongue gently pushed open Hathaway's two rows of white teeth like woven shells, capturing her smooth and tender 3-inch cloves. Hathaway's breathing became more and more rapid. The orchid-like and musky fragrance was full of passion. Sprayed on Yi Feiyang's cheek, it was like strong liquor, and a ball of hot flames rose from his lower abdomen. Sensing Yi Feiyang's changes, Hathaway's body couldn't help but tremble, and she moaned softly. Her body pressed even more closely against Yi Feiyang, as if she wanted to merge with him. The sparks of asterisk spread from their entangled tongues to their hearts, as if all the cells in their bodies were active. Yi Feiyang and Hathaway twisted their bodies from time to time, but it was still difficult to dispel the unspeakable desire. "Annie." Yi Feiyang released Hathaway's red lips, called softly, suddenly picked her up, and walked into the bedroom. On the soft bed, as Yi Feiyang's fingers slid, Hathaway's clothes fell one by one, and in the blink of an eye, her beautiful body was completely displayed in front of Yi Feiyang. Hathaway's eyes were confused, and there was a strong spring feeling floating between her eyebrows. Not only her cheeks were already red, but even her swan-like beautiful jade neck also floated a faint crimson, as if she was smeared with a layer of rouge, looking delicate and tempting. Feiyang quickly stripped off his clothes, pulled up Hathaway's round and plump buttocks with both hands, and slowly moved his strong body towards this flawless body. Don't. Feiyang was about to attack, but Hathaway gasped and whispered, closed her jade legs tightly, and stretched out her hands to cover her delicate body. Feiyang looked up at Hathaway in astonishment. Don't worry, I'll go take a shower first. Hathaway blinked her beautiful eyes and said something seductively. Without waiting for Feiyang to answer, she got out from under him, walked out of the bed barefoot, and walked out of the bedroom with graceful steps. Her hips, breasts, and spring were all in sight. When she reached the door, Hathaway suddenly turned back and smiled sweetly at Feiyang. Her smile seemed to heat up the whole room. Feiyang didn't come back to his senses until Hathaway's figure disappeared. He felt depressed. This girl really knows how to tease people. Anyway, she still needs to take a shower later. Why does she have to do it at this critical moment? Feiyang smiled bitterly and lay on his back on the bed, looking at the bright ceiling and thinking about it. Not long after, a sound of splashing water floated in from outside. Feiyang's mind flashed Hathaway's smooth and slippery body, and a ripple of excitement spread from his heart. He couldn't help but quietly came to the outside of the bathroom. The door is not closed. Did this girl deliberately lure me here? Feiyang smiled gently, suddenly opened the door, and walked in on tiptoe. A few minutes later, he heard a dreamy moan coming from inside. Annie. Lying quietly in the bathtub, Feiyang felt like a spring breeze, and his heart was full of joy. Hathaway closed her eyes slightly, and lay softly on Feiyang, as if she was exhausted. Her plump breasts pressed against Feiyang's chest tightly. There was a layer of afterglow after the lingering between her cheeks. There were crystal dots on her smooth back, which exuded a bright luster under the reflection of the light, but it was hard to tell whether it was water or sweat. Hearing Feiyang's call, Hathaway's head, which was hanging on Feiyang's shoulder, slightly raised, but her eyes were still closed and did not open. Only the slender and beautiful eyelashes trembled a few times. Annie. Feiyang held Hathaway's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand slowly wandered on her plump and round buttocks, and called out softly, Hathaway's weak and boneless body moved slightly, and suddenly said coquettishly, "Why do you keep calling me like this?" several times. Hathaway slowly raised her head, her eyes lazily narrowed a pinhole-like gap, and turned back and forth on Feiyang's cheek, and two pools of tender spring water overflowed. "I just want to call you, baby." Feiyang smiled slightly, and kissed Hathaway on the forehead like a dragonfly touching the water. Hathaway glanced at Feiyang with a look of both anger and joy, and a deep smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Although she enjoyed the intense lingering of love-making, she still preferred the warm feeling of hugging each other with this beloved man. Even if she didn't say anything, as long as she could feel the two hearts close together, she would be satisfied. Gently stroking Hathaway's creamy and smooth skin, Feiyang smiled suddenly and said, "Annie, when do you think we should let the people in the company know about our relationship?" Originally, at the last premiere, I wanted to go all out and let them laugh at most, but then no one mentioned it again. I was embarrassed to say it. Hathaway rubbed her cheek against Feiyang's chest slowly for a few times, and sighed softly. "It's exactly what I thought." Feiyang muttered to himself. "Well, let's talk about it later." Hathaway pursed her red lips with a slight blush, and said unhappily, I don't know why I fell in love with you. If it was someone else, there wouldn't be so much trouble. I guess you owed me something in your previous life, so God punished you to use this life to compensate me." Feiyang smiled and pinched Hathaway's nose. "Go." Hathaway opened Feiyang's palm, and rolled her eyes immediately. Looking at the beauty's charming face, Feiyang couldn't help but feel moved and hugged her tightly in his arms. After a moment, "Hey, can you tell me your story?" After lying quietly in Feiyang's arms for a while, Hathaway suddenly raised her head and asked Feiyang. Feiyang pretended to be confused and said, "What story is that?" Hathaway frowned and said, "It's the story that I suddenly said I had an inspiration for, and you also said that you want me to be the heroine." The voice became lower and lower as she went on. In fact, Hathaway, who was originally calm, has become a little different from before under the encouragement of Madonna, and has vaguely competed with Jessica and others, so being able to be the heroine is a victory for her. Feiyang said in surprise, "Huh? Really? Did I really say that? How could I forget it?" Hathaway snorted, "I just know that you are a bad guy. You don't keep your words." "I'm a bad guy, and you don't keep your words?" Feiyang was shocked. He was really afraid that Hathaway would misunderstand him. Puchy. Seeing Feiyang's eyes wide open, Hathaway couldn't help laughing. "Oh my god, I was just kidding you." "Are you kidding?" "Haha, I was just kidding you too." Feiyang shrugged. "Okay, dear, I will tell you this story now, but after listening to this story, you must agree to one condition of mine." "What condition?" "Well, let's talk after you finish listening to the story." Feiyang pondered for a moment, and then began to tell the story of the play The Devil Wears Prada in his previous life. It is said that a female college graduate named Andy came to New York to find a job. She applied for the editorial department of a top fashion magazine, and met a female devil boss, Miranda. The ruthlessness and difficulties of her superiors made Andy, who had just entered the society, want to quit. However, with the help of her friends, she gradually got better and better, and even won the appreciation of Miranda, and became her most trusted personal assistant. Then, when her career was booming, Andy found that her values began to change, and all this made the people who originally loved her gradually go away. The choice between career and family affection became Andy's most important issue now. The end of the story is that Andy heard that the top management wanted to replace Miranda, so she hurriedly tried to inform Miranda. Unexpectedly, Miranda cleverly arranged the person who was going to replace her to another high-paying position, thus saving her position. However, doing so sacrificed her right-hand assistant Nawen. Andy was very conflicted. On the one hand, she was sad for her friend, and on the other hand, she was terrified by Miranda's scheming. She felt that she had no choice to become Miranda's right-hand assistant, and her interest was not in magazines but in writing. But Miranda said that the current result was Andy's own choice. Miranda's words prompted Andy to make up her mind. When they opened the car door to welcome the ocean of flashlights, the two women walked in completely opposite directions. Andy threw away her work phone and Miranda, and walked back to her own life. When Hathaway first listened to Feiyang's story, she was still immersed in the hot entanglement just now, and didn't have much time to listen. However, as Feiyang's story became more and more exciting, Hathaway couldn't help but fall into the plot, and turned herself into the heroine Andy in it, experiencing all her experiences. Gradually, Hathaway smiled, was sad, frowned, and smiled. In short, as Feiyang finished the whole story, Hathaway was immersed in the dreamlike plot, with tears on her face, looking like dementia. "Hey, Annie, what's wrong with you? Why don't you talk?" Feiyang shook Hathaway, who was nestled in his arms with tears on her cheeks, and asked with concern. "No, nothing. It's just that your story is so touching. I feel I'm the poor Andy." Hathaway wiped the tears from her cheeks awkwardly with the back of her hand. Feiyang was so emotional that he couldn't help but hug her in his arms, and said with a smile, "Silly girl, this is just a story, not true. Besides, Andy is not pitiful. Didn't she find her happy life in the end?" And burst into laughter. "You are right, I'm too emotional. God, look at you, you made me cry, so annoying." Feiyang was speechless. "Is this my fault?" Exclamation mark. "But I can tell you, I will play this role. Yes, I must play the role of Andy." Anne Hathaway suddenly said very strongly. Feiyang was stunned. This was different from the Annie he had in mind. In his impression, Annie acted half-heartedly, as if she was willing to sacrifice everything for love. But now, she actually knew how to blackmail him. "Ahem, I told you, this role was originally prepared for you, but before you act, you must agree to one condition of mine," Feiyang said, touching his nose. "What condition?" Annie remembered what Feiyang had said before. "That is, you must go to a fashion magazine for an internship for a month. Ah. Annie was stunned. Don't look at me with such surprise. I just hope that you can play the role of Andy more fully and perfectly, so you must experience life. Feiyang directly said the plan in his mind. Experience life. Anne was slightly stunned, then looked at Feiyang deeply. Don't you have confidence in me? Feiyang did not deny. Yes, Anne, I'm sorry. No, you are not wrong. Anne kissed Feiyang gently on the corner of his mouth and laughed. Even if you don't say that, I will agree to you, because I like this role very much. At that moment, Anne Hathaway, who has always been at peace with the world, had a blazing light in her beautiful eyes, which was a fanatical love for the role. I want to transform from Cinderella to the Queen wearing Prada, Hathaway secretly said to herself. To be continued, chapter 232. Creation stuck. Feiyang is definitely a dollar. After deciding to write the script for The Devil Wears Prada, he held a meeting. At the meeting, Feiyang asked for everyone's opinions on his script. As the vice president, Ders was the first to give his opinion. He thought the audience of this play was too narrow. Yes, this play is a comedy, telling a story about the fashion industry, but the protagonists are almost all female. That is to say, the audience group of this play is also female, and they are females who are interested in fashion. In this way, we have given up the vast male audience, and there will be great pressure on the box office. Ders' words were very concise, and the meaning was also very simple. That is, the audience group of this play was too single. Rabbit Bill raised his hand to oppose Ders' view. Bill said, it is true that the audience of The Devil Wears Prada is relatively single, but don't forget that the Jews have a classic saying that there are two kinds of people whose money is easiest to make in this world, and that is children and women. I believe that, as long as we invest in this movie for female audiences, it will definitely be warmly welcomed by them. In a word, we will definitely make a lot of money from their pockets. The different opinions of Bill and Ders triggered everyone's discussion. Then the fat man Gao Jiabao made a suggestion, saying, if you want to guarantee the box office, you must achieve low investment and high returns. Although I don't know as much about movies as you do, I know one thing very well. Comedy films have always had the potential to cut down big trees with a small knife. For example, the Christmas movie The Fake Dad in last year's Christmas season stunned everyone. With a budget of less than $10 million, it got more than $200 million in global box office, which was better than several blockbusters with investments of over $100 million. Therefore, I firmly believe that comedy films are the hotbed of miracles, and this The Devil Wears Prada is very popular. Gao Pangzi's words made everyone look at him with new eyes. For a long time, Pangzi gave people the impression of being vulgar and greedy. Especially as the chief financial officer, he controlled the money bag of the entire company, and it can be said that he controlled it tightly. Even the toilet paper in the toilet, how much each person should tear at a time is clearly stipulated. In Feiyang's words, Pangzi is a very good housekeeper, but sometimes he is too stingy. But what Pangzi said just now was refreshing. Yes, with the understanding of Pangzi, no one thought that he would say such powerful words. Seeing that everyone was shocked by the fat man Gao Jiabao's words, Feiyang knocked on the table and said, okay, I understand what everyone means, but just like what Gao said, comedy films have always had the potential to become dark horses, and the play I created, I'm not bragging about myself, the story is absolutely wonderful. Well, words are not enough. How about this? After I write the script, everyone can review it together, and it won't be too late to make a decision then. Feiyang made the final decision, temporarily approving the plan for the play The Devil Wears Prada. Then, Feiyang approved another very special play, which continued to follow the song and dance route, High School Musical. High School Musical was proposed by the fat man Jack Black. Fatty Jack is very good at remaking leftovers, or following trends. After Feiyang's High School Musical became a hit, he began to plan to shoot a musical film. He conceived a very good story and gave it to Feiyang for review. Feiyang made some suggestions and opinions. After 3 revisions, Feiyang finally named it High School Musical and confirmed it. Of course, this High School Musical is absolutely different from the previous one. It just borrowed the name. However, after Feiyang finished revising it, the whole story was even more exciting than the previous one. For Fatty Jack's play, almost everyone raised their hands to pass it in the whole meeting. The reasons for this are as follows. First, the name High School Musical sounds very cool. Second, with the previous High School Musical as a big backer, the box office will definitely not be bad. Third, the cast is also very powerful, with Jessica and Paz leading the starring roles, and Gyllenhaal as the male lead. Fourth, the budget is super low, only $8 million in total. Fifth, and most importantly, Michael Jackson agreed to appear in the film as an Easter egg at the end of the film. Based on the above 5 reasons, no matter how dumb you are, you know that this film has great money prospects. In order to share more dividends in the future, and for Dream to sweep the box office again, this film has become the dark horse in the next schedule. Fatty Jack is very proud and happy about his own ability. Since he followed the boss Feiyang, although there are many opportunities to film, he often acts as a supervisor, producer, or assistant director. Compared with Bill the Rabbit, who joined Dream with him, that guy is working with the great director Gore to create Pirates of the Caribbean. As for himself, he has already finished filming Saw 2 with James Wan, and now he has nothing to do, so he can't fall behind. So Jack thought hard and started to follow suit. After all, the boss's play must be right, and filming a musical must be a good idea. Facts have proved that his decision is wise and correct. Now, he can take charge of everything and be the director of the play High School Musical. Of course, there is one last hurdle, which is to get the budget from the stingy fat man Gao Jiabao. Why should a fat man embarrass another fat man? Exclamation mark. In Jack Black's opinion, as long as he is sincere enough, he will be able to impress this fat man. Compared with Jack Black's upcoming filming, Feiyang has to face a fact, that is, to write the script. By the way, writing scripts has always been Feiyang's strong point. No matter what kind of script it is, as long as he has an idea in his mind, he can write it down like a god. But this time is different. The reason is that he is stuck. That's right, he is stuck in the creation. Feiyang has never encountered a bottleneck or a stuck in the creation of scripts. He can write any script in one go. But now, he really can't write anymore. It's not because he can't make up a story. On the contrary, he can't write a story with a full mind. Why is this? The reason is that this play involves many fashion terms. Yes, it was these hateful heart-wrenching fashion words that left Feiyang at a loss. He himself was not the kind of person who was particularly fashionable and chasing trends. Shame on him. He even laughed at Anne Hathaway for being too rustic for this. Now he knows that he is also very unfashionable. Fashion is a taste, a philosophy of life, not just what clothes to wear or what brand names to wear. Feiyang has always been used to dressing up as he pleases, as long as he is comfortable. He also wears a decent brand name suit on formal occasions. But this does not mean that he is proficient in topics such as fashion. In his previous life, The Devil Wears Prada was adapted from a novel, but the novel has not been published yet, and Feiyang has nowhere to learn from it. As for some fashion academic terms and fashion topics required in the script, he is really poor. He has never encountered a situation where he could not write a script because it was not fashionable enough, and Feiyang has a headache about this. But soon, Feiyang thought of a way. Since he didn't know fashion, he could ask others for advice. The first person he thought of was Michael Jackson. Since he was crowned as the king of pop by the public, he must be very familiar with these fashion coordinates. He called and it seemed that Mike was being a horse for his baby daughter Paris, and he was lying on the ground panting. After understanding Feiyang's intention, Mike almost laughed to death. Oh my god, this can't be true. Dear Yi, you don't even know what's popular now? Feiyang was not polite. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I could do it, I wouldn't call you for advice. Oh, sorry, dear Yi. To be honest, I'm not very sensitive to fashion. As for why I look so trendy, I have to thank my personal image designer. Every time I go out, he will design the most fashionable image for me. Without him, I would be embarrassed to go out. In fact, dear Yi, I said it a long time ago that as a star, you have to design your image, but you refuse to listen. Do you want me to lend him to you now? Forget it, you need him too, don't you? How can I keep you from going out for my own sake? Feiyang refused. I'd better call someone else for advice. Well, I wish you happiness, and tell little Paris for me that Uncle Yi loves her. She is the most beautiful little princess. Feiyang hung up the phone and wondered who to call next. Madonna? She should be the most suitable one, but when he thought of Madonna, who was still helping Annie and the others with their classes and was busy enough, Feiyang gave up the idea of bothering her. Besides the king and queen of Hollywood, who else can be called the world-class fashion king? Feiyang tapped the table with his fingers and thought. Suddenly, a person appeared in his mind, an old man, to be precise, a white-haired old man with a ponytail behind his head. That's right, it's Karl Lagerfeld, who is known as the Caesar of the fashion world. Yes, it's him. The last time Feiyang was invited to the Christmas dinner hosted by the Hilton family, he met this fashion industry's old man at the banquet, and the two of them had a good conversation. To be precise, the old man kept nagging in Feiyang's ear, and Feiyang could only smile. I didn't expect that now I have to bother him to nag about some fashion. Thinking of this, Feiyang couldn't help laughing. To be continued, chapter 233. Fashion Emperor. In the American fashion industry, there are many outstanding fashion designers or fashion gurus emerging every year, but no matter how great they are, they can't resist the words of a German old man. You can do it, or you can't do it. Just one sentence can directly send you to heaven or hell. Don't underestimate the power of this old man. In the fashion industry, his words are equivalent to imperial decrees, and no one can resist them. That's right, anyone who knows a little about fashion knows that this German guy is the fashion emperor, Karl Lagerfeld. As a superstar in the fashion industry, Lagerfeld flies around in Germany, France, Italy, and the United States almost every year like a trapeze artist. But it is obvious that he stayed in the United States a little longer this year because he has a new design brand to be released in the United States, especially in Hollywood, a place where people are drunk and glamorous. Oh no, it should be said that stars shine. It can be said that the fashion industry is a deep water and ordinary people will be drowned or choked to death if they enter it. Especially those fashion gurus who dream of creating their own brands in their daydreams, or regard Hollywood as their testing ground, because it has all the element of fashion brand releases, media, stars, parties, and fashion weeks every week. As the undisputed emperor of the fashion industry, Lagerfeld deeply knows how much publicity magic the star effect will bring to his brand. Therefore, he firmly grasps the star-studded place of Hollywood to release his new works. So yesterday, at the invitation of Los Angeles Mayor Whitman, he wore a yellow fluorescent coat over a black suit, his favorite black fingerless gloves, and black sunglasses with his signature surname. The slogan of this campaign is, "It is yellow, it is ugly, it doesn't match anything, but it can protect your life." He also appeared on the cover of this issue of Time magazine. Since Lagerfeld is in Los Angeles, Feiyang will certainly not miss the opportunity to visit him. This afternoon, Feiyang finally found a free time and brought the fat man Gao Jiabao to Lagerfeld's workplace. This is a tall building with a very special appearance. It was originally an abandoned warehouse with 2 floors underground and 3 floors above ground. After being renovated, it was hailed as the new fashion coordinate of Hollywood and the headquarters of Lagerfeld's fashion empire. From the outside, this fashion empire does not show any fashionable or artistic atmosphere, but when Feiyang and Gao Jiabao entered the building, they were dumbfounded. The first thing that caught the eye was the large and colorful hand-painted mural on the wall. This mural was completely painted with watercolor pens. Even if you don't know a little about the history of painting, you can recognize that this mural is Leonardo da Vinci's masterpiece Mona Lisa. However, unlike the original version, this Mona Lisa has a light veil on her face, which makes her look more mysterious and has a bit of the flavor of an Arab woman in Europe in the 19th century. Looking at this improved version of the masterpiece, Feiyang really didn't know whether to admire the imagination of the person who painted this picture or to shake his head and sigh at his spoof ability. This painting is very good. The tall fat man, who had no artistic talent at all, touched his chin and admired it. If this woman had a gun in her hand, she would be a replica of 007. Feiyang was almost choked to death by this sentence. He thought to himself, the ignorant are fearless and the ignorant are innocent. Just forgive the fat man's low level of appreciation. After passing through a long corridor with various famous paintings of different styles on both sides of the corridor, Feiyang and the fat man finally came to a spacious hall. Feiyang and Gao Jiabao looked at each other, and the first feeling in their hearts was grandeur, unparalleled grandeur. Fatty Gao Jiabao asked the blonde beauty at the front desk service area. Yes, this is Lagerfeld's fashion world, and it is also this guy's home in Los Angeles, USA. Pick. Selling clothes is so profitable now. My dad asked me to set up a stall in Hong Kong to sell jeans for a purpose. It's a pity that I followed you to the United States by mistake. Otherwise, I might have built such a big company now. The tall fat man said with saliva. Gao Jiabao's surprised expression fell into the eyes of the blonde at the service desk and turned into a faint smile. Almost everyone who came here for the first time had this expression, only the other one seemed to have rich social experience. He had the same smile from the time he came in until now. He was neither humble nor arrogant and had the taste of a mature man. He was really a bit charming. The blonde looked at Feiyang and smiled faintly again. Hi, hello, beautiful lady. We want to see Mr. Lagerfeld. Can you, who is as beautiful as a flower and as charming as a beauties, help inform him? The fat man Gao Jiabao smiled a self-proclaimed cool smile and said gently to the blonde. The blonde's favorability towards the fat man instantly increased. Ah, what a keen observation. You can tell at once that I'm a beautiful woman with good looks and grace, not like those blind guys at all. Damn, this is called a mature man. Look at his appearance. Although a little fat, he is full of naivety. However, the blonde girl was still very responsible and immediately woke up from her reverie. I'm sorry, Mr. Lagerfeld said that he can't see guests when he is working. In Feiyang's eyes, the fat man with a completely lustful look continued to display his masculine charm and said, ha, beauty, rules are dead, people are alive. What's more, rules are made by people. We really have something very important to find, Mr. Lagerfeld. How about this? I'll accompany you here to register and let your friend go in first, okay? This? The blonde girl hesitated. Don't talk about this and that. To be honest, my friend is very familiar with your Mr. Lagerfeld. Yes, they are very familiar with each other and have even had drinks together, so you don't have to worry. As long as we meet, we will explain everything and won't cause you any trouble. Come, let's register first. My name is Gao Jiabao, and my English name is Darling. You can also call me Honey. Oh, God, isn't my name sweet? You see, I have already told you my name. Can you tell me your name? If you don't tell me, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep when I go back. You don't want to see me tossing and turning in bed, do you? God, you are such a kind and beautiful woman. You will definitely not be so cruel. The blonde girl's cheeks immediately blushed after hearing this. Hi, my name is Catherine. Catherine? What a beautiful name. Such a beautiful name matches your temperament very well. Oh, Catherine, do you know, seeing you reminds people of the vibrant spring. Come on, Catherine, I'll tell you a joke about landing on the moon. This joke is so funny. Feiyang felt sick to his stomach. He was simply full of admiration for the fat man. Fatty had always been a mean and lewd person, but he kept it a secret and regarded himself as a gentleman and a pure man. But as Fatty's position and power in the company became bigger and bigger, and he had money in his hands, how did the saying go? Women become bad when they have money, and men become bad when they have money. Fatty was no exception. Besides, people who are close to people are red, and people who are close to people are black. He had scum like Bill the Rabbit and Jack the Fatty around him. Under their careful teaching and cultivation, Fatty had already degenerated and became an absolute expert in picking up girls. According to Fatty's own words, the reason why he worked so hard to learn the skills of picking up girls was to promote the prestige of our country and let American girls know how powerful Chinese men are. Feiyang used to sneer at this, but now, Feiyang never thought that Fatty's skills in picking up girls could be comparable to Zhang Wuji's 9 Yang magic skills that reached the 9th level. At this time, the American girl named Catherine had a dazed look in her eyes and was full of passion. She was completely controlled by the fat man. Gao Jiabao took the opportunity to wave his hand to the back, and Feiyang smiled and walked in. Behind him, the fat man continued to use his girl-chasing skills to tell jokes to Catherine. It is said that Armstrong, the first astronaut to land on the moon, said a world-famous sentence, "One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." When he returned to the landing module, he said something inexplicable. "Good luck, Mr. Gorski." Most people in NASA thought that this sentence had no deep meaning and might refer to a Soviet astronaut. But after checking, there was no such person in the Soviet Union or NASA. After that, many people asked Armstrong every year what the sentence "Good luck, Mr. Gorski" meant, and he just smiled and didn't answer. More than 20 years later, a reporter brought up this question that had been asked for 26 years, and this time Armstrong finally spoke. Mr. Gorski died not long ago, and Armstrong felt that he could answer it. When he was a child, one day, he and his friends were playing baseball in the yard. His friend hit the ball under the window of the neighbor Gorski couple. When Armstrong bent down to pick up the ball, he heard the couple arguing. Mrs. Gorski shouted, "You want to have sex with me? Don't. Unless the neighbor's child lands on the moon." It must be said that the fat man's joke was very successful, making Catherine in front of him laugh so hard that she fell backwards and her pretty face was shining. The tall fat man liked to see women laughing like this, so he leaned forward, supported his hands on the counter, and continued to look at the other person with his charming eyes, and said softly, "Now we are friends, so can you tell me your phone number?" "Of course, why not?" Catherine shrugged and said to the fat man with a smile, her eyes flowing. The fat man said to himself, asterisk asterisk. But I like it. To be continued. Chapter 234. Big transformation of country bitch. Let's talk about this side. In a spacious and bright fashion hall, there are all kinds of mannequins around, as well as various brands of gorgeous and luxurious clothes, bags, etc. Looking around, it looks like a super luxurious hypermarket, not like a clothing design company. Feiyang believes that such a place will make all women crazy. Yes, when you see the numerous luxury goods around you, you will be attracted and seduced by everything in front of you, and then put yourself in it, blinded, seduced and dominated by fashion. This is a very dangerous place. Feiyang said to himself, especially for women, it can be said that there is no limit to seducing, and all will be killed without mercy. Feiyang remembered that The Devil Wears Prada he wrote. The reason why the heroine Andy slowly changed is also because she was in such a place. Feiyang had a personal experience of his script for the first time. At this moment, in the fashion hall, Lagerfeld, the boss of the company and the Caesar of the fashion industry, was wearing a tight suit and a ponytail with white hair. He was holding a meeting with his subordinates. Lagerfeld waved his fist and said, "What is fashion? It's not how expensive this brand is, or how good that brand is, but an attitude of surpassing the people in front of you, and leading the trend. Yes, do you think that being in my company now means you have truly entered the fashion industry? No. No. You are just some tadpoles. Little ants. You have never seen what the elephants and whales in the fashion industry are. Now that you have one foot in here, I have the obligation to tell you to get ready quickly, or you will be eliminated and abandoned. Or you can chase the highest peak and stand on the top of the world like me. Children, you are still young and can experience many things, but you only have a superficial understanding of fashion and have not taken it to heart at all. I understand your mentality, but I still want to warn you how cruel and brutal the fashion industry is. As an art and a philosophy, the entire concept of fashion will be promoted by our brand and will sweep across the United States. It has to be said that Lagerfeld's speech was very inspiring. At least veteran speakers like Feiyang couldn't help but get excited. At this time, a male employee stood up and said in a puzzled tone, "Mr. Lagerfeld, I don't quite understand. Since the fashion industry is so cruel, how can you stay at the top for so long? Do you have any secret?" "Secret? You are asking me for the secret, right?" Lagerfeld smiled proudly. "I don't know how you did it, but I will read at least 100 newspapers and 100 magazines tomorrow. My inspiration comes from the information between the lines, such as Harper's Bazaar, Rayleigh, Penthouse, and Harmony. I write down all the news related to fashion here. Lagerfeld pointed to his head and said, because I don't know when I will be able to use these things. Newspapers can expire, magazines can be outdated, but the fashion information they publish will never be out of date. Do you know why? Because fashion is entertainment. Entertainment for you and me. Entertainment for everyone. Is fashion entertainment? Mr. Lagerfeld, why don't I understand? The employee asked, touching his head. Haha, of course you don't understand. Lagerfeld said with a mysterious smile. You know, man, when you finish listening to what I said, you will suddenly understand. Yes, then you will recognize your own value. Fashion and entertainment are twin sisters. If entertainment wants to be at the forefront, it must pay attention to fashion. On the contrary, if fashion wants to lead the trend, it must rely on entertainment. Lagerfeld said solemnly, where is this? Hollywood. What does Hollywood do? It is entertainment. It is fashion. You can open your eyes and take a good look. Which star has no sense of fashion? Which star dares to say that he is not fashionable? Therefore, entertainment and fashion are indispensable. Now that our brand is just starting out, we must rely on those fashion gurus in Hollywood to blow out our fashion style. My slogan is very simple. Baby Elsa, follow me all my life. Elsa is the name of Lagerfeld's new brand. At this moment, hearing the boss say this, everyone raised their fists and vowed, Baby Elsa, follow me all my life. The voices became louder and louder. Seeing such a passionate speech, Feiyang couldn't help but applaud. Lagerfeld saw him and said happily, Yi, why are you here? The staff of the fashion empire around him began to do their own things in an orderly manner. Lagerfeld invited Feiyang to his office. The decoration of the office was very unique, or in other words, the style was weird, especially the huge sculpture that occupied most of the office space. The sculpture was a cow carrying a woman running. This is an ancient Greek story. Zeus the Great fell in love with a beautiful woman in the world, so he turned into a cow, abducted the woman onto his back, and then carried him to Mount Olympus. Lagerfeld saw that Feiyang was looking carefully, so he explained. You know, dear Yi, I admire Zeus, the great god, not because he is authoritative enough, but because he is human enough, willing to become a rogue cow for a woman. Feiyang couldn't help but smile at Lagerfeld's explanation. You're right. The gods in ancient Greece were very human. They could start a war for love, regardless of life and death in the world. Haha, Yi, why do I hear you insulting them? Lagerfeld smiled and poured a glass of beer for Feiyang. This is our Munich beer. It tastes great. Try it. Feiyang looked at Lagerfeld strangely. I thought you only drank the limited red wine in France. Drinking red wine is not the same as being fashionable. On the contrary, drinking this kind of beer makes me feel like a German wandering in a foreign land. A bosom friend is a friend indeed. I'm also wandering in a foreign land. Cheers to this. Feiyang raised his glass and clinked it with Lagerfeld and drank the beer in the glass in one breath. Okay, dear Yi, you are a busy man. You don't have time to come to me for a drink? Lagerfeld asked Feiyang with a smile. Feiyang said directly, yes, I came to you this time, mainly because I need your help with something. Oh, what is it? Tell me. It's like this. Then Feiyang told him about his plan to write the play The Devil Wears Prada. You know, dear Lagerfeld, I'm good at filming, and I've never been stuck in writing scripts, but this time, I really don't know what to do. Yes, it's quite difficult, for a country bumpkin like you. Feiyang sprayed a mouthful of wine on Lagerfeld. Lagerfeld looked at Feiyang speechlessly. I know the word country bumpkin is a big blow to you, but you don't have to react so strongly, right? Feiyang coughed a few times. No, I didn't expect you to call me that. In my eyes, as long as you don't know how to dress, even President Clinton is a big country bumpkin. Lagerfeld said seriously, it's not that I look down on your taste in clothes. On the contrary, I think people with status and position, like you, need to make a major transformation. A director should have the demeanor of a director, and a star should have the airs of a star. The fact that you come to me for advice shows that you trust me enough. So, dear Yi, don't worry, I will transform you well. Lagerfeld said sincerely. Yi Feiyang shook his head hurriedly. Oh no, I'm not here for you to transform me. I just need you to provide some fashion information and data to improve my script. Yes, that's it. Oh god, so that's the case. Look at me. Lagerfeld patted his head and said, look, I thought wrongly. Well, this matter is easier to handle. Why don't you let me be the fashion consultant for your play? Fashion consultant? Yes, I'm willing to take the time to give professional advice on the fashion details of your play. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Yi Feiyang didn't expect Lagerfeld to be so active and couldn't help asking, I don't quite understand. De Lagerfeld, why do you do this? Yi, you are a smart man. You should understand, right? Yi Feiyang smiled. Yes, maybe I already understand. You want to use my play to promote the new brand you founded, right? Yes, that's it. Lagerfeld smiled happily. The old man shook his ponytail and said, this is a win-win plan. I will be your fashion consultant, and you will add my brand to your play when filming. This way, it's good for all of us. Test. I thought that the bad habit of adding advertisements to movies only existed in my previous life, but I didn't expect that I would encounter it myself. Yi Feiyang pondered and didn't answer. He was thinking whether this was good or bad. As a director, no one wants to add messy things as advertisements to their movies. For example, in my previous life, the famous director Feiyang from the mainland was scolded for 3 days and 3 nights because he added too many commercial advertisements when filming Private Taylor, but the miracle was that the box office soared. Seeing that Yi Feiyang was still thinking, Lagerfeld said, have you thought about it, Yi? This is a rare opportunity. I don't easily become a consultant. Also, The Devil Wears Prada is too tacky. Why not change it to The Devil Wears Fendi? Yi Feiyang was speechless. Fendi is a luxury brand created by Lagerfeld. Although it is very well known, it is still not as strong as Prada. Dear Lagerfeld, I understand what you mean and your thoughts, but I really don't want my fashion movie to become a laughing stock in Hollywood. What did you say? You mean that adding advertisements for my brand will make your movie a laughing stock? Don't get so excited, dear friend. You just said that fashion is art and philosophy, and film is also art and philosophy. If someone wants to target your fashion brand and add some messy element, would you be willing? No, I wouldn't. That's right, I'm the same as you. I wouldn't be willing. The brand is your child, and the movie is my child. We don't want it to be hurt, right? You're right, dear Yi. It seems that I was too naive. I haven't done such a childish thing for a long time. Lagerfeld shook his head. Yi Feiyang smiled. In fact, we can still cooperate. How to cooperate? It's very simple. You continue to serve as the fashion art consultant of my play, and I will appropriately add element of your brand to the movie. Please note that it is appropriate, dear friend, not excessive addition. Also, I'm also very interested in your newly established brand, so can I invest in it? Lagerfeld opened his mouth wide. What did you say, dear Yi? You also want to enter the fashion industry? Yi Feiyang didn't expect the old man to react so much. Why, is it not possible? That's not the case. With your joining, our fashion brand will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. If I remember correctly, you have been nominated for this year's Oscars, so we will strike while the iron is hot. At that time, I will use this brand to make a 3-dimensional packaging for you from head to toe. You, my dear buddy, will be our biggest living advertisement. This time it was Yi Feiyang's turn to open his mouth wide. This old man, what a fraud. Originally thought he had taken advantage. It seems that the other party is more shrewd than himself. When Yi Feiyang thought about walking on the red carpet at the Oscars, and the old man packaging himself like a luxury golden pig, he felt a chill. To be continued, chapter 235. Fuddy Brothers. Since its establishment, Dream Pictures has basically been developing in a unitized manner. Until recently, Dream Pictures has joined forces with Hilton Group and Trump Group to develop the hotel industry and real estate industry. Now, Yi Feiyang has to work with Lagerfeld, the Kaiser Lagerfeld of the fashion industry, to develop his new brand. It has to be said that the speed of diversified development is amazing.
So much so that facing these businesses, Das, who is known as the Iron Man, is overwhelmed and exhausted. As for Feiyang, with Lagerfeld as the fashion emperor, the script was written very smoothly. That's not all. With Lagerfeld's introduction, Anne Hathaway, as the leading actress, was introduced to Harper's Bazaar for an internship, so that she could experience life, and play the role of Auntie in the play well. In the blink of an eye, it was March 19, 2000. There are still 3 days before the opening of the Oscars ceremony, which is a carnival for the entire world entertainment industry. During this period, speculation about the various Oscar awards has become a topic of conversation among the people. Major TV stations in the United States and even the world have been reporting on this year's Oscar nomination list and speculating who will be the dark horse, who will be the unlucky one, who will cry on the Oscar, who will laugh while holding the little golden man. But what makes people most curious is that the Wachowski brothers have not given up advertising in newspapers and television, vowing to find the mysterious man mysterious near. In the words of the brothers, if this mysterious man does not show up, then their participation in this year's Oscars will be meaningless. The persistence of the Wachowski brothers has won the applause of all their peers, praising them for being honest and loyal people. And those mainstream media are calling for this mysterious near to show up. Entertainment Weekly, mysterious near is not mysterious, the Wachowski brothers miss you. The Hollywood Times, show your true colors quickly, let us see who you are. Entertainment New Focus, Oscar needs you, the Wachowskis are calling you, mysterious near, show up quickly. In short, Hollywood likes to do some mysterious things the most. Obviously, this mysterious man is just what they like, so much so that all major media reported this as a big news. For a time, mysterious near almost became a synonym for entertainment life, and many people were looking forward to seeing the man who wrote the script of The Matrix 2 at the Oscars. Privately, the Wachowski brothers did not give up using various means to find this benefactor who helped them. They even decided to use private detectives to find this person. However, just when they were about to take action, they received a call from mysterious near. On the phone, this mysterious guy made an appointment with the Wachowski brothers to meet at a Chinese tea house near Chinatown. The Wachowski brothers were a little confused about this strange date. Why in Chinatown? Why in a tea house? Could it be that this mysterious near lived here? In any case, the Wachowski brothers arrived at their destination on time. It was lunchtime when they arrived, and the entire Chinese tea house was very lively. Barbecued pork buns, delicious barbecued pork buns. Shrimp dumplings, delicious shrimp dumplings. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge, delicious, appetizing. The constant shouting in the tea house made the Wachowski brothers feel very novel, especially the Chinese old men around them who came to eat in tang suits and carried bird cages, which made them feel as if they were abroad. Look, second brother, isn't this place weird? Chinese restaurants are like this, with bird cages, lanterns, and cheongsams. That's their tradition. Maybe, but why did the mysterious near ask us to meet here? There may be two reasons. First, he may be Chinese, just like these guys in tang suits, from that mysterious country. Second, he may like Chinese food very much. After all, the deliciousness of Chinese food is well known. Look at me, I'm almost drooling watching the meat buns. Me too, dear brother, why don't we order a plate of shrimp dumplings first? I heard that this thing is worse than pizza. I agree, it would be better to have another serving of barbecued pork buns. In just 10 minutes, more than a dozen plates were placed on the table of the Wachowski brothers, and the shrimp dumplings and barbecued pork buns on the plates were swept away by the two of them. The uncles around looked at the Foodie brothers curiously, secretly admiring each other's appetite. Patting his stomach, the eldest brother said, "I'm full. My god, Chinese food is really great." The second brother said, "Yeah, I used to think that hamburgers were delicious, but I didn't expect them to be even 1/10 as good as barbecued pork buns. Damn, we've fallen in love with these Chinese foods. It looks like we'll have to come here often in the future. That's a must. How about we pack some for supper?" Damn, that's a good idea. Just as the Foodie brothers were studying how to pack Chinese food, a voice sounded beside them. "Sorry, I'm late." Oh my god, the mysterious near finally appeared.
The Wachowski brothers looked back, and their surprised faces froze immediately, because the person standing in front of them was none other than their mortal enemy, China Yi Feiyang. Why is it you? Dude, why are you here? It seems like we didn't invite you. The Wachowski brothers were very surprised, and even a little confused. Yi Feiyang pulled her chair, and sat down rudely, then said to the brothers, "Don't doubt it, I'm the mysterious Nia you are looking for." "You, mysterious Nia? No way, did I hear it wrong?" The Wachowski brothers opened their eyes wide, with an expression of being struck by lightning. "Yes, you heard it right. I'm the one who helped you create the script of Hacker 2. The mysterious Nia is me. I'm him." Yi Feiyang said very confidently. "Impossible. This must be someone's joke. It must be like this. Well, is there anyone around ***? Doing this kind of prank is very childish, you know? Yeah, don't think that we brothers are fools. How could you be the one who helped us? We are mortal enemies. God China Yi, don't think that you can convince us brothers with such despicable means. Yes, don't dream." Yi Feiyang didn't expect that he finally told the truth, but it made the Wachowski brothers react so strongly. It was true that he had been hostile to this pair of funny brothers for a long time. Now that he had rashly come out to admit that he was the mysterious screenwriter who had helped them, everyone would probably react violently. "I know it's hard for you to accept me and this fact all at once, but what I said is true. There's no reason to deceive you. Besides, deceiving you wouldn't do me any good, right?" Yi Feiyang said, spreading his hands. "Oh no, we won't be fooled. Your tricks won't work on us. Yes, they won't work. Unless you can show us evidence. We want evidence, can you?" The two brothers sang in unison, pressing Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang smiled. "You want evidence, right? Well, I'll give you evidence." As he spoke, he took something out of his body. "Here, this is the evidence." "What is this? A pile of waste paper?" "No, if I remember correctly, the script you received was a photocopy, wasn't it? And this is the original manuscript." "What did you say?" The Wachowski brothers were stunned and picked up the manuscript. "You said this is the original manuscript of the script?" "Yes, that's right." "Oh, damn. Oh, God." After confirming this fact, the Wachowski brothers were shocked. "How could this be? How could you be the mysterious Nia? Impossible. You are competing with us. How could you take the initiative to write a script to help us? There must be some conspiracy here." "Yes, a big conspiracy." Faced with the Wachowski brothers chattering and refusal to admit the facts, Yi Feiyang had to shake his head and sigh. "The facts are the facts. The reason why I wrote the script to help you was just to challenge myself. In addition, I admire and respect your directing ability. Only you can shoot a classic science fiction film like The Matrix." "What?" China Yi said he admires us? Did I hear it right? The Wachowski brothers looked at each other. "You don't need to watch it. To be honest, your directing ability is better than mine, and your experience is richer than mine. From the beginning, you have been better than me, so I have never thought of snatching the title of talent. Those media seem to have nothing to do to make news. If I really have any thoughts, it is that I have always wanted to make friends with you." Yi Feiyang's words made the Wachowski brothers feel ashamed. Look at their minds and their temperaments. In comparison, the brothers seem to be petty and narrow-minded. "Hey, Yi, we want to say." The eldest coughed, his tone a little awkward. "Yes, we want to say that you are actually very good. At least, the movies you shoot are all very good, with good reputation and good box office. And thank you for helping us write the script." Mustering up the courage, the brothers finally said what was in their stomachs. In fact, the Wachowski brothers have never been the kind of people who are difficult to get along with or arrogant. They used to provoke Yi Feiyang in front of the camera because they were forced by the media. To survive in Hollywood, you have to hold your chin up a little so that you can appear more classy. Obviously, the Wachowski brothers did not expect to meet Yi Feiyang in this manner at today's meeting, and they did not expect Yi Feiyang to take the initiative to show goodwill and extend an olive branch. Since the beginning of time, heroes have always appreciated each other, not to mention that the Wachowski brothers and Yi Feiyang can be said to have known each other through fighting. After opening their hearts, the previous grievances and hatreds were swept away and replaced by turning hostility into friendship. Since everyone can take it or leave it, the atmosphere will be much more harmonious. To be continued, chapter 236. Fighting for the Oscars. Since they are all directors, they still have to compete with each other. It just so happens that the Wachowski brothers are preparing the script for The Matrix 3. If they follow the trajectory of their previous lives, they will have to polish this movie for another 1 or 2 years. After all, good scripts are hard to come by and inspiration takes time to come. But they are lucky to get along with Feiyang, lucky to be able to chat with Feiyang, and even luckier that Feiyang admires them very much, so he gave them some suggestions for their The Matrix 3 script. If it were an outsider, listening to Feiyang's suggestions would be as difficult to understand as listening to a book of heaven. But the Wachowski brothers are different. They are the creators of the movie The Matrix. Feiyang uses the story of The Matrix 1 and The Matrix 2 to explain his suggestions for The Matrix 3. For them, these are simply golden ideas. In fact, this The Matrix 3, the final battle is not only Neo's final battle, but also the final battle of the director Wachowski. Whether they can create a classic and keep it in film history depends on this last episode. According to Feiyang, the first episode of Hackers mainly explores birth, so it will give people a strong sense of freshness and original appeal. The second episode is about life, so it is complicated and has many clues. The third episode is about death, so it will condense emotions and express tragic grandeur. Whether in Islam or Buddhism, death is not the end of everything, it is another brand new beginning. So Feiyang suggested that this theme be included in the script. Death equals a new beginning. Such a philosophical sentence stirred the minds of the Wachowski brothers. They have always been proud of shooting philosophical science fiction films, rather than simply fighting and killing. Feiyang's suggestion is exactly what they want. Next, Feiyang gave his own opinion on the climax of the ending of this play. If I remember correctly, the final battle of Hackers 3 in the previous life is definitely a classic among classics. The end of the Hackers series is attributed to the final duel between Neo and Smith, and this battle also created the highest level of personal battles ever performed by humans. The duel began on the rainy street. The two sides of the road were lined with copies of Smith, with different expressions, but all staring at Neo fiercely. In addition to the classic welcome speech, Smith also roughly expressed his fearless spirit. "We are here just to watch the show, because we know we will win," and so on. Then the two of them attacked at almost the same speed. Their energy was getting stronger and stronger. Mr. Yuan had to create a shockwave to show the incomparable power of the two. The two fought from the street to 2,500 feet in the sky, composing an aerial ballet with the accompaniment of lightning and thunder. The two guys who were entangled fought inside the skyscraper and went in and out of it to cause a lot of damage. The final battle took place in the huge concrete pit below the ground, caused by the strong shock waves of the two people. A personal duel that shook the entire earth finally ended. Don't blame the plot for being exaggerated. Think about it, the fate of the human and non-human worlds is in those tens of minutes. How can it be fun if it doesn't shake the earth? According to the memory of his previous life, Feiyang took advantage of his high spirits and told the final war part in great detail. Feiyang was very satisfied with what he said, and the Wachowski brothers listened with great interest. Until Feiyang finished talking about the World War, the two brothers were still immersed in the story woven by Feiyang, with blurred eyes and intoxicated. After a moment, they finally woke up from the plot. The Wachowski brothers gave a thumbs up, and the first sentence was, "We are completely convinced by you." Feiyang was surprised at this scene. He didn't expect the Wachowski brothers to react so much. He just had a lot of fun talking and couldn't help playing spoilers, but he didn't expect to be convinced by them. We have to say that from now on we admire you with all our hearts. Yes, you are the real talent in Hollywood, talented and full of knowledge. We are not as good as you." The Wachowski brothers stared at Feiyang and said with a very sincere attitude. Feiyang had never been praised like this in person, and his old face couldn't help but blush. What a genius. I also borrowed it from others. Don't say that. I just casually said some of my own opinions. Feiyang was humble for once. No, your casual talk has already opened our eyes. If you say it seriously, won't we be amazed? Although the brothers are very difficult to deal with, they have obviously begun to admire Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang did not expect this result, so he had to smile and said, well, since we are all friends, we should help each other, right? Haha, you said that, dear Yi, we should help each other, so please help us write the script of Hacker 3. Ah, what? Yi Feiyang was stunned. What is a cocoon? This is it. Don't worry, we will pay you enough, but you have to offer a friendly price. The Wachowski brothers took the opportunity to say. Yi Feiyang was speechless. But they immediately had an idea and said, it's okay to help you write the script, but I don't want any royalties. I want to cooperate with you and invest in this movie together. Ah, cooperate together? This time it was the Wachowski brothers' turn to be troubled. Yes, didn't you say we are friends? Since we are friends, this little thing should be no problem, right? Yi Feiyang looked at them with a smile. But, our first 2 movies were invested and filmed by Warner, and our cooperation with them was very successful. Oh no, you misunderstood me. I didn't ask you to terminate the contract with Warner. I just want to invest a little money in it, and we can work together to make a movie. Oh, so that's the case. You scared us. The Wachowski brothers exhaled and said, this is a small problem. The investment in our movie is estimated to be over 100 million, so Warner will be more than happy for you to invest some. Haha, in that case, then I will invest $30 million. Yi Feiyang knew very well that, although the box office of Matrix 3 in the future would not be as good as the first 2, the total box office would still exceed $400 million. According to the investment coefficient, it would definitely be a profitable business. With an investment of $30 million, at least $10 million can be earned including principal and interest. Yi Feiyang is no longer the ambitious man who wanted to eat a big fat man in one bite. For him, no matter whether it is a big money or a small money, he should seize the opportunity to put it in his pocket. That is why Yi Feiyang has continuously invested in Google, Hilton Hotels, Trump Real Estate, and recently invested in Lagerfeld's fashion brand clothing, as well as the current Hacker 3. Once the matter was made clear, both parties were very happy. Yi Feiyang helped them write the script, and then everyone invested in the filming of the 3rd part together. The previous grievances disappeared in laughter. Since then, Yi Feiyang has gained another pair of good brothers in Hollywood. Time flies. On March 22nd, the annual Oscars will be held. The whole of Hollywood has become a sea of joy. Many American media and foreign media gathered here to pay attention to this exciting awards ceremony. Some people say that the Oscars represent the strongest award combination in the world film industry, which is more important than the Golden Globe Award and the Golden Lion Award. Some people also say that if you are an actor and have not won an Oscar, then you are not a real acting talent. If you are a director and have not won an Oscar, then you are not a real great director. This shows how sacred and important the Oscar is in the minds of the public. Of course, since it is an award ceremony for the whole nation to revel in, of course, the media shouting is indispensable. Oscar, this is the Oscar. A visual feast worthy of 5 stars, USA. Today's star gathering, people's revelry, Los Angeles Times. The Oscars will once again set off the United States tonight. Times. Who will be the winner? The Oscars are about to be unveiled. The New York Times. For a time, all major mainstream media focused on tonight's Oscar awards ceremony. Not to mention the celebrities who participated in the ceremony. The list of Oscar nominees alone was enough for the media to dig out countless revelations. I'm very optimistic about the Green Mile. Yes, it moved me and made me see life and hope. I'm very optimistic about American Beauty. How should I put it? Although the subject matter is very incestuous, the director's starting point is very good. Middle-aged uncles like us, who doesn't have a Lolita complex. Oh, how should I put it? I prefer watching science fiction movies, but science fiction movies have never been popular with the Oscars. Therefore, we can only wait and see whether The Matrix 2 can win an Oscar. At this annual event, I only pay attention to the Oscar winners. Yes, I guess Tom Hanks will win this time. Those old judges like him, don't they? Our friends are very interested in the best screenwriter. Yes, we really want to know who can win the title of best screenwriter at the Oscars. I'm optimistic about China Yi. The stories he writes are great. dancing on the floor. Everyone guesses it will be the dark horse of this year's Oscars. Of course, it's a pity that it only has 4 nominations. The media, the audience, and those superfans all expressed their opinions to the interview camera. The filmmakers who are watched by the audience and fans feel a lot of pressure, but after working so hard for so long, there is hope ahead. This year's 72nd Academy Awards will still be held at the Showland Theatre, and this will be the last time. Starting next year, the Oscars will use the newly built Kodak Theatre. For this reason, the organizers worked very hard this year, and the guests were very considerate. More than 00 invited celebrities and celebrities will attend, and the absence rate is the lowest in history. Therefore, the Star Walk will be unveiled 30 minutes earlier than last year, and the number of people participating in the red carpet show will also be the highest in history. This year's Oscars is extremely grand. Among the absentees, the person who received the most media attention was naturally Leonardo, the hotshot who became famous for Titanic, but this is not a big deal. The Oscars will never lack focus, people who are in the spotlight, and news. It can be said that anyone is just a grain of quicksand in front of 00 superstars and celebrities. The red carpet outside the Zooland Theatre was bustling with people, and there were bright stars in suits and dresses, media reporters holding cameras, video cameras, and staff everywhere. The stars laughed and showed their beautiful side. In the extended Lincoln car moving forward, Tom Hanks in a black suit was looking out the window, with his wife and son sitting next to him. Today should be a happy day. As a candidate for the Best Actor, attending the Oscars with his family is such a great thing, but he is always a little nervous, and so is his family, because the competition for the Oscar nomination this time is too fierce. Kevin Spacey in American Beauty, Sean Penn in Sweet Ass End, and Russell Crowe in The Insider. It can be said that the competitors are too strong. Dad, if you don't win the award this time, will you cry? The neatly dressed and handsome little Tom suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Tom Hanks, and asked with interest, "If it were me, I wouldn't cry. I would ask my mother to make me sweet pumpkin pie. I think eating pumpkin pie is more interesting than winning an award, don't you think?" Tom Hanks and his wife smiled at each other. Although they all knew that children's words should not be taken lightly, the innocent and romantic words of little Tom still made them laugh. Tom Hanks patted his son's shoulder and smiled. "Jude, you're right. If I don't win the award, I'll ask my mom to make a big pumpkin pie, and then you and I can share it. What do you think?" "Cool. That's so cool. Oh God, now I really want to pray that you don't win the award." Little Tom held his hands and prayed. "Silly boy." His wife reached out and patted little Tom's head and held Tom Hanks' hand tightly with the other hand. Tom Hanks certainly understood what his wife meant, and a warm feeling arose from his heart. Yes, the trophy is nothing. Only the happiness of the family is the most worth being happy about. Just thinking about this, the driver, assistant and others in front reminded that it's almost time, and Tom Hanks and his family immediately put their moods in order and happily prepared for the next red carpet show. When the extended Lincoln stopped and the door opened, the Hanks family was greeted by dazzling flashes and clicks. The reporters not far away shouted, and the flashes from their cameras filled the entire avenue of stars. This is just one of the many nominees for the Oscars. In fact, many people are very nervous and excited. However, they seem so dazzling and calm when walking on the Oscar red carpet. The Oscar red carpet has always been a battlefield for beauty. As long as you are a star and have the courage to walk on it and attract everyone's attention, even if you were not famous before, you can become famous overnight. Therefore, as a place of fame and fortune, the Oscar red carpet has become a place for many stars to compete for beauty, especially those female stars who regard this moment as the best time to attract attention and stand out. Stunning backless dresses, sexy lace hollow dresses, and highly transparent dresses that only cover the buttocks and vagina. All kinds of outfits that show beauty and charm are endless. It can be said that this is an extremely erotic event, an event where many fragrances compete for beauty. However, among many female stars, the one who received the most attention was the big-mouthed beauty Julia Roberts. This time, she was nominated for Best Actress for Notting Hill. Judging from her acting skills, she is definitely worthy of praise. But unfortunately, like Tom Hanks, the lineup of actresses competing with her for the Best Actress award is too strong, including Annette Bening in American Beauty and Hilary Swank in Boys Don't Cry. In the words of the media, these women are not easy to deal with. What's more, the role played by Julia Roberts this time is not too difficult. Basically, she is playing herself. It is lucky enough to be nominated. As for winning the award, I'm afraid that everyone is not optimistic about her. However, being unpopular does not mean not paying attention. As one of the most popular female stars in Hollywood today, Julia is definitely very popular. At this moment, on the red carpet of the Oscars, Julia is wearing a black off-shoulder dress, with a faint smile on her face, but her heart is full of empty feelings. She originally thought that this was a day worth remembering, and she would feel happy every time she thought about it, even if she didn't win the Best Actress award. But now, she was mocked by those media with ulterior motives, which made her feel extremely depressed. Julia, some people say that you are playing yourself in Notting Hill. What do you think about this? Some people say that your acting skills have not improved at all. You just grin and laugh. It's amazing to be nominated for an Oscar. What do you think about this? Julia could only respond to these sarcastic interviews with a sweet smile. Yes, she wanted to punch these guys a few times and beat their noses. But whether it was for the sake of her personal image in front of the fans and the Oscar jury, or for the fame of the play Notting Hill, she had to stay here until the end of the award ceremony and Oscar night. It was really annoying. Hello, Julia, we found you. The live interview reporter from the broadcaster Act TV came over with a smile. She was a middle-aged white woman holding a microphone, followed by a photographer carrying a camera. This was not just a behind-the-scenes footage before the evening's live broadcast across the United States, but audiences in more than 100 countries around the world would see it, and this footage would be passed down forever. Julia looked at her and smiled. Hi. The blonde reporter pointed the microphone at her and asked, "How do you feel now?" Julia pulled up her hair and smiled calmly and elegantly. This is not my first time to participate in the Oscars, but this time is definitely the most exciting. But on the other hand, you know that our play is a comedy, and it is not favored by many judges. They are keen on tragedy or biography. Over there, the red carpet was full of superstars. Hollywood golden boy Tom Cruise came out with his girlfriend, drawing rounds of applause, and then there was Keanu Reeves, the new movie star. With the Hacker series, this guy has become the most commercially valuable actor today, and he and Leonardo have squeezed into the million club and become a hot and popular superstar. Look, when Reeves appeared, the waves of voices that were higher than the waves showed how popular he is now. In comparison, the bad boy Johnny Depp walked the red carpet with his friend Nicolas Cage, but their attention was not as strong as Reeves alone. Hey, Depp, don't hold my hand. People will think you and I are gay. Nicholas whispered. It makes us look friendly. It's okay. Having said that, look at the eyes of those reporters. It's obvious that they have misunderstood. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding. You and I are pure. Oh, damn. As many male stars appeared one by one, those female stars who competed for beauty came in like clouds. Brooke Shields, Demi Moore, Angelina Jolie, etc. The spotlights kept flashing. So many beauties were gorgeous in front of the camera, showing their best side. It can be said that the handsome men and beautiful women in this Oscar are not bad roles. All of them are old players in the world of fame and fortune, and they deeply understand the importance of attracting attention and making headlines. In comparison, the big directors who participated in the Oscars seemed much calmer. In terms of appearance, there were few handsome directors. They were either bearded or sloppy. But for them, what is important is not appearance, but temperament and talent. Of course, the most notable among these directors are George Lucas, James Cameron, Steven Spielberg, and Peter Jackson, the four great directors in Hollywood. George Lucas became famous for Star Wars, and is known as the father of Star Wars. James Cameron dominated the box office with Titanic, and is known as the box office king. As for Steven Spielberg, he is famous for Jaws, but he is most proud of war films such as Schindler's List, so he is known as the great historical director. Finally, Peter Jackson is good at shooting dark fantasy films. He became famous for Over the Top, and created the magical masterpiece The Lord of the Rings in the future. It can be said that these four great directors are like the cornerstones of Hollywood, and like the East Evil, West Poison, South Emperor and North Beggar in Chinese martial arts novels. Their appearance on the red carpet can certainly set off the whole audience. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Stunning the audience. It is said that the four major Hollywood directors were sought after by many media reporters on the Oscar red carpet. Hey, George, what are your plans for your next movie? Mr. Spielberg, what do you think of this year's Oscar for Best Director? Hey, James, I like your movies very much. I wonder what the subject of your next movie will be. Oh my god, Jackson, your fantasy movie is really great. Many reporters rushed to interview these four directors as soon as they walked off the red carpet. The other three directors were fine, but Spielberg stuttered and avoided the media as much as possible. However, the media loved to find fault with him, so Spielberg had to answer their questions vaguely. However, those reporters were sharp-tongued and would not let him go. Their questions shifted from movies to his private life, which was what Spielberg hated the most. Especially when the reporter asked whether, as a Jewish director, his movies contained nationalist plots. Spielberg's face turned red. But just when Spielberg was ready to fight these reporters to the end, suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, China Yi is here." Oh my god, is it really him? Hurry up, let's go over there. With the shouting, everyone rushed to the other end of the red carpet. The four directors who were originally surrounded by people were instantly left alone. What's going on? What the hell? Could it be that the Chinese Yi is more newsworthy than us? Ignoring the doubts of the four great directors, let's talk about the red carpet. The long red carpet stretched out, and the media reporters' cameras and guns were all staring at every bright star passing by. Flashes came one after another, bringing more sparks to this ocean of joy. Yi Feiyang, wearing a white straight suit, was sitting in the extended Bentley car, smiling and looking out the window, waving to the fans. When the car stopped, Yi Feiyang first stretched out one foot, and the bright white leather shoes made people feel bright, and then Yi Feiyang came out. In an instant, everyone was dazzled by Yi Feiyang's super cool outfit. Yes, the Yi Feiyang in front of us is definitely different from the past. If the previous Yi Feiyang was the typical unkempt and introverted, then now he is the kind of star-studded star who is the center of attention. Yes, Yi Feiyang was wearing a well-cut white suit with a Babylonian retro pattern and his slightly tilted hairstyle, which gave people a sharp visual impact. Of course, the main reason was that he was tall and straight, and he was born to be a clothes rack, and he was handsome and cool. Otherwise he would not be so eye-catching and mind-catching after such packaging. Of course, all the credit should be attributed to the personal image designer behind Yi Feiyang, the old man Lagerfeld. This fashion industry's old man rarely takes the initiative to do all-round three-dimensional packaging for celebrities, but this time is an exception. First of all, he thinks that Yi Feiyang has a model figure and clothes rack, and it is a pity not to use him. Secondly, he and Yi Feiyang are also partners, and Yi Feiyang's face is equal to his face. Finally, our old man Lagerfeld really wants to know, after his own packaging design, what kind of shock will Yi Feiyang bring to everyone when he walks on the red carpet. Now, it is obvious that Lagerfeld's efforts have not been in vain. As the saying goes, a man is made of clothes, and a horse is made of saddles. As the saying goes, a Buddha needs gold and a man needs clothes. Yi Feiyang shocked the audience with his trendy and cool outfit. It can be said that when it comes to dressing, there are very few male guests tonight who can reach the level of Yi Feiyang. Even Tom Cruise, the hottest star in Hollywood, is probably ashamed of his outfit. That is not bold and novel enough. Of course, this is compared with Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang himself actually thinks that he is dressed too fancy, all white, with embroidered patterns, and this swirling hairstyle. What the hell is he doing, playing in Jim Carrey's Ace Ventura? Therefore, after Lagerfeld packaged him, Yi Feiyang looked in the mirror and immediately objected, saying, "It's too uncomfortable to dress like this." Lagerfeld said, "I'm sorry, dear Yi. The clothes I designed and your image are not to make you feel comfortable, but to make the audience feel amazing." Yi Feiyang didn't quite understand why the word stunning was used to describe himself. It seemed that it was a woman's patent. However, looking at the old man Lagerfeld's eyes, it seemed that he didn't regard him as a man at all. Indeed, in the eyes of fashion experts like Lagerfeld, there is no distinction between men and women, only whether you are a clothes rack or not. If not, just get out. If you are, there is still hope. It must be said that when Yi Feiyang was still wondering whether his outfit was good or bad, the media reporters around him had already started flashing at him. At the same time, reporters from many fashion newspapers were already writing articles in their stomachs. Wild boars have made a big comeback. China Yi has become a fashionable man. Shocking and exciting. Super cool, super handsome, super awesome director. Yi Feiyang had no idea that his appearance had struck everyone like thunder. According to the process of walking the red carpet, a guy as handsome as him cannot walk alone. Of course he must be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Just when all the media, all the reporters, all the fans, and the audience in front of the TV were guessing who would be so lucky to walk the red carpet with China Yi this time, Yi Feiyang opened the car door, and then she came out. Everyone's eyes widened. Widened their eyes. Really widened their eyes. Because it wasn't just one person who got off the car, but 4. That's right, it was 4 people, and they were 4 extremely gorgeous beauties. Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, Paris Hilton, and Ivanka Trump. The 4 beauties were willing to be supporting roles, and they actually accompanied Yi Feiyang on the red carpet. What is the meaning of the moon is supported by many stars? This is it. In front of us, any one of Anne and the other 4 is the most beautiful in the world, not to mention that the 4 of them stood out together, which was simply blinding everyone's eyes. Yi Feiyang stood in the middle, with a rebellious and handsome posture, holding Anne Hathaway and Paris Hilton on the left, and Jessica Alba and Ivanka Trump on the right. The 5 of them walked towards the red carpet hand in hand. All the reporters were crazy, and those who were awake hurriedly pressed the shutter of the camera, while those who were not awake were still stunned. How could this boy have so many beautiful women? Exclamation mark. Crackling, like thousands of lightning, Yi Feiyang and the other 4 became the target of public criticism. Everyone was crazy about them, shouting for them, and screaming for them. Hollywood superstar Tom Hanks saw this scene and shook his head. This is a Chinese Yi who is so popular. Tom Cruise was surprised. Is there really someone more handsome than me in this world? Exclamation mark. Impossible. Johnny Depp and Nicolas Cage sighed. Superstar. This is the style of a superstar. Give me a beauty. No. 5-2. It can be said that the male stars are envious and jealous at this moment. What about the female stars? How do they react? Is this the Chinese director? Wow, so cool. Yes, look at the clothes he is wearing. If I guess correctly, it is a brand designed by Lagerfeld. So handsome. He is definitely the biggest highlight tonight. I don't know if I can seduce him. He is a great man. Yi Feiyang didn't know what everyone was thinking. Although he was used to the flashing of the spotlight, he still felt different today because the flashing of the spotlight was too powerful and wild. It was as if there were 10 suns on his head, scorching. Although the Oscars red carpet is only a dozen meters long, it feels like a century to Yi Feiyang. Compared to Yi Feiyang, the 4 beauties accompanying him have different thoughts. Anne Hathaway was originally in a calm mood, but facing such a scene, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, and she held Yi Feiyang tightly with her hands. Jessica was excited. I can only say that she was very excited. She had dreamed of this scene many times, and it finally came true tonight. Paz and Ivanka's mentality was different. You know, these 2 girls are from wealthy families and have lived in the spotlight since childhood. It can be said that they are immune to this kind of scene surrounded by the media and flashing spotlights. Although immune, they were a little excited. After all, they were walking on the Oscar red carpet, not a business conference, not cutting the ribbon for their own company. Hi, dear Yi, are you confident that you will win the Best Screenplay award this time? Hey, Annie, we are looking forward to your next play. Jessica, Paz, when will the filming of High School Musical starring you be completed? Ivanka, how do you feel about joining Dream Pictures? The media waited until Feiyang and his team finished walking on the red carpet and immediately surrounded them, asking questions. At present, Jessica and Pa's High School Musical is being filmed at full speed. As the director, Fatty Jack Black has also incorporated his most humorous element into the play. Compared with ordinary musicals, this play will definitely be more popular with American teenagers in the future. You know, this is the era when American Pie is rampant, and Fatty Jack is very inspired by American youth campus-themed movies. Don't forget that in his previous life, he was a great actor in light comedies such as School of Rock. As for the script, written by Feiyang, The Devil Wears Prada, it has passed the internal review of the company, and the filming funds are tentatively set at about $10 million US. When Anne Hathaway's internship at Harper's Bazaar magazine is over, the filming can officially start. Of course, before that, as a director, Feiyang must solve a very important problem: who will play the role of the female devil in the play. To be continued, chapter 238. Stars Shining. In the previous life, the actress who played the role of the female devil Miranda in The Devil Wears Prada was a leader in Hollywood acting, known as one-in-a-generation actress, Meryl Streep. This actress has been nominated for Oscars for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress several times, and has starred in super classic films such as The Bridges of Madison County. In this The Devil Wears Prada, she performed even better, contributing another classic screen image, and at the same time, accumulated amazing box office appeal for herself. In view of the above reasons, Feiyang was very interested in inviting this female star to star in his play, but he failed to contact her after several attempts. Her agent said that Meryl's contract had expired and she would not take on new plays from other companies for the time being. Therefore, when these reporters asked Feiyang about the new play, Feiyang did not advertise himself for free as he did before, but said very implicitly that he had no comment for the time being. The more he did this, the more mysterious this play seemed. It made those gossipy reporters more excited and curious about what kind of play it was! Feiyang pushed aside the reporters and entered the Oscar hall. The reporters outside were still roaring. Feiyang smiled and waved with an elegant gesture. Hush! Feiyang let out a breath and finally felt much more relaxed. The stars in the hall were protected. There would be no more reporters, roars, and noises from fans. Feiyang saw some old friends, greeted Annie and walked over. Tom Cruise, Edward Norton, Johnny Depp, and Nicolas Cage were all old friends. Feiyang talked to them cordially for a few words, and then walked towards the director circle. Spielberg, Lucas and others were chatting over there. Feiyang walked over and nodded politely to everyone, and then, "Hi, Steven." Feiyang shook hands with Spielberg. Spielberg raised his eyebrows at him ambiguously. "Lucky, you have 4 beautiful women to accompany you." "Ha, Steven, you have become bad too." Feiyang joked. Feiyang and Steven have a special relationship, both a teacher and a friend. Now Feiyang's cartoon Speedy Snail is still being produced under Steven's company, and it will be officially released in a few days. The two got together and started talking about the editing and release of this cartoon. Just when they were talking excitedly, Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up and saw a brown-haired woman in a sequined dress. "Is that female star Meryl?" Feiyang asked Spielberg. Spielberg looked back and said, "Oh, yes, it's her. Her acting is very good, and I especially appreciate her performance in The Bridges of Madison County." How did I say it? Meryl Streep's performance in that movie is almost perfect. She delicately and tactfully expresses the feeling of the ordinary housewife's inner passion bursting out when facing sudden love, and also interprets the character's painful struggle and difficulty in choosing between love and responsibility very well. Spielberg looked at Meryl not far away and praised her. There are very few people in Hollywood who can be praised by the great director Spielberg. At least Feiyang is so familiar with him, but he rarely hears him praise others generously. "Yes, I think she is very good, and she is beautiful, a rare mature beauty," Feiyang said to Meryl with shining eyes. "Ahem, you are not in love with her, right? Hey, man, you are too promiscuous. Meryl is already 50 years old, and you, a young calf, still want to eat old grass?" Puff, Yi Feiyang almost spit out the champagne that he had just drunk. What did you say? I'm in love with her? God, are you sure? Although I do things in a unique way, I will not like a woman who is more than 30 years older than me. Besides, although Meryl has maintained a good appearance and looks only in her 30s, there is still a distance and generation gap for me, which is difficult to accept. Ahem. Spielberg coughed violently. Why are you coughing? Did I say something wrong? Why, you blinked. What does that mean? Yi Feiyang saw Spielberg's strange expression and suddenly realized that there was someone behind him. Haha, to be honest, Miss Meryl is really beautiful. Although she is not the type of young and beautiful, she is very rich in connotation and has a lot of experience. She can be said to be the best among women. Haha, as a man, I think no one will not be fascinated by her. Yi Feiyang said while turning back. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Yi of China. That's right, the person standing behind Yi Feiyang was the Meryl Streep they were just talking about. Yi Feiyang secretly groaned in his heart, and he didn't know if the other party heard what he just said. Don't thank me, haha, Miss Meryl, I'm just telling the truth. Yi Feiyang tried to make a very calm smile and said, oh, really? So there is a distance and generation gap between us, and you are also telling the truth? Meryl said, holding a champagne glass, looking at Yi Feiyang with a playful look. Yi Feiyang was upset. He had originally wanted to invite her to film a movie, but it looked like it was a no-no this time. Ahem. Sorry, Ms. Meryl, I was a little rude just now. Actually, I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I admire your character and your acting skills, and I was planning to invite you to star in the new movie I wrote, but now it seems that you won't accept it. Yi Feiyang laughed at himself. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that my agent mentioned to me that you were going to shoot a new movie and wanted me to play the leading role, right? Meryl looked at Yi Feiyang and asked. Yi Feiyang didn't know what this woman was up to, so he had to say sincerely, yes, that's true. I even sent you the script, but you returned it. Ah, what? China Yi, you also had your script rejected. Spielberg next to him widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. Indeed, Yi Feiyang is a rare talent in Hollywood. He has profound skills in script writing and has produced many excellent works. Even this time he attended the Oscars because he was nominated for the Oscar Best Screenwriter Award. This shows that everyone recognizes and admires his script writing skills. However, even such a master of script writing, the new script was rejected by Meryl. Do you think Spielberg would not be surprised? You know, Yi Feiyang's script is a treasure that many big stars are vying for. Yi Feiyang ignored Spielberg's fuss and asked Meryl, no matter what happened in the past, if I beg you to give me a chance now and take a look at this script, I wonder what you think? Haha, I'm sorry dear Mr. Yi, I'm a strange person. I usually don't take on the role of someone I'm not familiar with. Just like you said, the distance is too big and there is a generation gap. Meryl smiled at Yi Feiyang, then walked away with a champagne glass. Yi Feiyang was embarrassed. He had never been stood up like this before. Spielberg almost laughed himself into a choke. Oh my god, you are such a kid. You actually have a day to be defeated. This woman. Oh no, this Meryl has a very nice last name. I like it. Yi Feiyang wanted to block the mouth of this stuttering old man, and there were many strange eyes around looking at this side. Fortunately, at this time, someone suddenly came over and greeted Spielberg. Hi, hello, dear director Steven. The person who greeted him was a black man, specifically a handsome black man. Black people generally give people the impression that they are dark and look like they have dug coal in Shanxi, but this black guy in front of him is very handsome and energetic. When people see him at first glance, they have a feeling of the prince has arrived. In fact, it is true. In Hollywood, there is only one person who can be called a handsome black man, and that is the black movie star, Will Smith. That's right, this black guy in front of him who looks like he has dug coal, but in fact, has an elegant and uncommon temperament, is the big star Will Smith. He and Spielberg are not old friends, but fortunately, before the new year, at the end of 1999, Will Smith and other big-name movie stars entered the White House together with Spielberg and President Clinton to celebrate the Millennium Eve. It was at that time that this popular black movie star in Hollywood interacted with this equally popular super director. As for Feiyang, he didn't expect that the person who came over would be Will Smith. In his previous life, Feiyang admired this legendary dark horse prince and thought he was a rare black actor with acting skills and strength. In fact, it is true. Will Smith is equivalent to a box office guarantee in Hollywood. The movies he starred in include Bad Boys for Life, Reading, Men in Black series, The Pursuit of Happiness, I'm Legend and so on. This is a person whose box office for each movie is more than $100 million. In the original world, as of 2009, the total box office of movies starring Will Smith exceeded $5.2 billion. And Will Smith, the Little Superman, was a famous singer before entering Hollywood. The year he graduated from high school, he formed a rap group with his friend Jeff Towns and released 2 platinum records. As one of the most influential figures in the American music rap world, Will Smith has won 4 Grammy Awards, which other musicians regard as the highest award in the music industry. But Will Smith in front of him had sunken eyes and blue stubble, which seemed a bit out of place at this star-studded awards ceremony. He seemed to have lost his energy and was a little decadent. Even when he greeted Spielberg, he was listless. Before that, there were no other filmmakers around him, as if the guy who was most favored by the goddess of luck among black people was finally discovered by the awakened god, and he was unceremoniously knocked off the altar. Everyone was afraid of being implicated and avoided him. It was because of loneliness that Will Smith took the initiative to greet Spielberg. After all, the two knew each other. To be continued, chapter 239. God of Miracles. It was said that when Feiyang was talking to Spielberg, the black movie star Will Smith suddenly came over to greet Spielberg. Nice to meet you, Will, you don't look very well. Spielberg smiled and shook hands with Will Smith. Will Smith shook his head. Not bad, it's very bad, especially recently. You know, those asterisk have a great impact on me. Hey, Will, relax, those people are all powerful villains. You will soon get back on your feet and get out of the shadow of Wild. The Golden Raspberry Awards, which always like to add insult to injury, certainly did not miss this opportunity and gave it 5 major awards including Best Picture and Best Director. However, the judges still let Will Smith off the hook and gave the Worst Actor nomination to Kevin Kline, another leading actor in the film. For such a bad movie, film critics will naturally not be polite. Among the 101 film reviews collected by Rotten Tomatoes, 80 of them are spitting. And some of the comments on this movie are very sharp, such as, what is puzzling is how such a first-class Linoop can go astray. Detroit News, the most empty Hollywood movie recently. Channel 4, faced with such a situation, the miserable Will Smith wanted to slap himself a few times. And this is not the worst. The worst is that he turned down the Wachowski brothers' The Matrix in order to star in this pitiful Wild West. In other words, if Will had not been kicked in the head by a donkey when choosing the film, the person who created the hacker miracle would be him, Will Smith, instead of Keanu Reeves. Anyway, Will Smith was in a slump, but Spielberg, as a great director, certainly would not be so short-sighted, because in his opinion, Will is definitely a very capable actor, and this slump is only temporary, and he will definitely make a comeback in the future. Believe me, Will, you are a good actor. If you can meet a good script, then you will definitely be able to shoot a better movie. Spielberg said, look at me, I have been talking to you, and forgot to introduce you to a good friend. If you can get his help, maybe a miracle will happen. Before Feiyang came back to his senses, Spielberg pulled Will Smith over and said, this is the famous screenwriter and director, Mr. Feiyang, nicknamed Magical Yang, the God of Miracles. Me, the God of Miracles. Feiyang was stunned for a moment. This Spielberg is too boastful. Will Smith was also stunned, but he immediately recognized who Feiyang was. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Besides, Feiyang is now well known in Hollywood. He has shot several movies that have exceeded 100 million yuan each, and has received both box office and word-of-mouth praise. This time, he was nominated for the Best Screenwriter. It can be said that he is well known. How could Will Smith not know him? Director Yi, hello, I'm Will Smith.
Will also put his mood in order and shook hands with Yi Feiyang enthusiastically, with a respectful tone, which made Yi Feiyang quite comfortable. Nice to meet you, Will. I admire your acting skills, especially the movie Reading Power starring you. Yi Feiyang laughed and shook Will's hand vigorously. Haha, you two chat first. I'm going to meet an old friend. Spielberg saw that the two were happy to meet, so he understood and left, letting the two young people chat more. After all, as young people, they must have more common language than an old man like himself. Will and Yi Feiyang both nodded, and Spielberg was refreshed and raised his glass to go to another place. One is a young director who has just become famous, and the other is a well-known black movie star in Hollywood. The intersection of the two has attracted the attention of many people around. Look, man, that China Yi is with Will Smith. Yeah, does that mean that China Yi wants to cooperate with him? That's possible. Will is in a low ebb now, and that China Yi is famous for turning stones into gold. If these two can hook up, there will be a good show to watch. People around are talking about it, but Yi Feiyang ignores it. But Will Smith's dark face is flushed. He doesn't want to be said to be looking for Yi Feiyang to perform on stage for Resurrection. Who is Yi Feiyang? When he saw Will's expression that was more uncomfortable than constipation, he knew that he was thinking too much. So Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, man. Those guys just like to dig up gossip about others. They have big mouths, so let them say whatever they want." Will didn't expect Yi Feiyang to persuade him like this. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You are right. If I take all their words to heart, my life will be too tiring." Haha, to be honest, Will, I really admire you. This is not a compliment, but my true feelings. How should I put it? Your acting skills and your love for movies really touched me. No, you must not say that. In fact, I admire you too. Yes, I also went to the cinema to watch your dancing floor and saw. It is simply unimaginable that the same person would shoot such completely different styles of movies. You surprise me. Actually, it's nothing. I'm like a child who gets bored with the old and loves the new. I feel bored with the same type of movie after shooting too many of them, so I take the initiative to try other types of movies. God bless, it is very successful. Yi Feiyang said with a smile. Oh yes, it was indeed very successful. If I remember correctly, the total box office of your dancing exceeded 700 million, right? I really can't imagine that there is anyone in the world who can make such a wonderful movie with tens of millions of dollars. Will smiled friendly and seemed very sincere. Haha, you are too kind. The global box office of that movie did break 700 million, but it also set a very high threshold for me. I don't know when I can break this data. Yi Feiyang smiled slightly. Although he didn't know when he could break his own record, his extraordinary confidence made him look very unique. In fact, it was true. Yi Feiyang jumped too high this time. The box office of more than 700 million is not so easy to break. For example, in the previous life, a comedy director in China filmed Lost in Thailand, which dominated the Chinese language film box office and reached an incredible 1.2 billion. Such a high box office also put a lot of pressure on the director, so that he was cautious in selecting films and took the initiative to say to the media, "Maybe I will be the first director whose box office is getting less and less." Although it was self-deprecating, it was also a vaccination for the media to prevent everyone from having too high expectations of him and being overpraised in the end. Yi Feiyang was different. Yi Feiyang had an innate advantage, that is, he could see the future, so his words were not his humble words, but a declaration of self-challenge. Will Smith was not a fool. When he heard Yi Feiyang say this and looked at his confident expression, he knew that he was saying the opposite of what he meant. If he said he couldn't break it, it meant he was very confident of breaking it. So Will Smith said, "Maybe you will be able to break this record soon. I heard that the first animated film you are preparing is about to be released. These days, newspapers and TV have been introducing Speedy Snail in a row. Haha, I'm very optimistic about this movie." Will took two cocktails from the waiter who passed by and handed one to Yi Feiyang. The two of them clinked their glasses gently. I'm also looking forward to it. After all, this movie is like my child. It has been in production for almost a year.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to what he looks like and whether people will like him. Well, if nothing goes wrong, it will be officially released next month, to be precise, in 3,000 theaters across the United States at the same time. Feiyang smiled and took a sip of his cocktail, his words full of confidence. Oh, 3,000 theaters at the same time. That's really a big deal. Will was not surprised. The recent publicity campaign of Speedy Snail is unusual, and Raymond, the big boss of Paramount who cooperated with Dream Pictures, seems quite confident, otherwise he wouldn't have released it in 3,000 theaters at the same time. But there will be several blockbusters coming out next month. Yes, you may encounter very strong opponents at that time. Haha, then let the storm come more violently. There is motivation only when there is pressure, right? Feiyang asked back with a raised corner of his mouth. Will nodded with some appreciation. This is the domineering attitude of a great director. The best season in a year is always a few days. If you want to be the best director, you have to pluck teeth from the mouths of those famous directors. Okay, well, to be honest, I really hope to work with you, if there is a chance, but I don't know what you think. Feiyang changed the subject and proposed a cooperation plan. If there is a good script, I think I'm certainly willing to cooperate with you. Will hesitated a little. With the previous experience of being kicked in the head by a donkey, he should be cautious in choosing a film. Feiyang could see Will Smith's concerns. He knew it well, and did not lead the topic to cooperation. Instead, he chatted with Will about some romantic things and interesting things about movies. In just a few minutes, Will Smith's favor for Feiyang increased greatly. The two talked and laughed, and forgot about the surnames of other people. To be continued, chapter 240. Competing for the Oscars. Right square bracket. Feiyang and Will Smith talked for more than 10 minutes. Both of them were reluctant to leave, but the time for the award ceremony was about to come. They could only exchange phone numbers reluctantly, and agreed to find time to chat again in the future. Walking into the auditorium, the place that can accommodate more than 2,000 people was basically full, and Feiyang sat in the 13th row under the guidance of the etiquette lady. The budget for this Oscar ceremony was sufficient, not because the American economy was booming, or the real estate and automobile industries were recovering, but because the United States wanted to establish the authority of the entertainment empire in the world, so that the West and those Eastern cultures that refused to surrender would completely bow down to the authority of their own culture. In fact, the United States has been carrying out Hollywood cultural aggression for a long time. In the past, it was against the Soviet Union. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, this energy was directed at the Third World, such as North Korea, Cuba, and China. What is more interesting is that after China introduced the first Hollywood blockbuster True Lies, it liked this obvious film culture, so that the top leaders of China had to limit the quota of Hollywood blockbusters to prevent Hollywood movies from flooding and making the country lose its country. It can be said that Hollywood movies have done many things that the US government cannot do, and have changed many people's views on the United States. The crazy star chasing has made the United States the most desired entertainment paradise in people's minds. In view of the above reasons, this year's Oscars ceremony has become more grand than before, with only one purpose: to let people all over the world see how prosperous and peaceful the United States is, and how the people live and work in peace and happiness. As we all know, the beginning of each Oscar will be very special and memorable. This year was no exception. At the beginning, on the big screen, the host Steve Martin played a thief who came to the Pyramid Tomb to steal things. He experienced countless traps and disasters, including cold arrows, poisonous scorpions, cobras, and attacks from mummies. Finally, he opened the treasure box and took out the Oscar. But just as he got the award, the earth shook, the sky collapsed, and the entire pyramid collapsed. A spaceship outside released a beam of light and sucked Steve Martin, who was holding the Oscar, up. Then it flew above the earth. The hatch opened, and Martin was pushed down directly by the aliens. With Martin's screams, the screen went black, and he fell onto the stage of the Oscar awards ceremony. At this moment, the auditorium of the Showland Theater, the spacious auditorium, was full. Amid the thunderous applause of the crowd, Steve Martin, dressed in a black suit, walked to the center of the stage, saying, thank you everyone." Behind him stood a huge statue of the Oscar. Steve Martin is a famous American talk show host and an indispensable host of the Oscars. He is humorous and wise, and most importantly, he has a good quick wit, and can deal with many unexpected events. For example, at a certain Oscar, a winner of the Oscars actually raised his middle finger to the live screen when celebrating. Everyone was stunned at the time. The winner, who was overjoyed, also realized what a low-level mistake he had made. But at this embarrassing moment, Steve Martin went up and grabbed the middle finger of the winner and then pretended to be surprised and said, $10,000? We made a bet. If you win the Best Actor, you will donate $10,000 to the Red Cross. Got, you still remember this bet? Afterwards, the winner happily donated $1 million and praised Steve. Of course, he was also praised by people and was hailed as the most conscientious actor. Another time, a white actress nominated for the Best Supporting Actress Oscar, after learning that she lost to a black actress, actually mocked the black actress's skin color in front of the camera. You should know that racial discrimination is a taboo in the United States, especially in the entertainment industry. Although discrimination has always existed, such as black people can only play supporting roles, this is all done secretly. On the surface, everyone is still equal, so when the actress said such a thing, the entire award ceremony immediately fell into embarrassment and awkwardness. At this time, Martin came on stage again and cleverly turned the mocking words of the actress into a humorous joke, which solved the crisis of the Oscars. It can be said that Steve Martin is an indispensable safety bolt in the Oscar awards ceremony. With him hosting such a grand ceremony that is watched by the whole world, the organizers and the Oscars backers are also relieved. We live in a beautiful country. If it were in the war-torn areas of the Middle East, this statue would have been blown up long ago. Steve Martin pointed to the statue behind him and said seriously, and the scene immediately burst into laughter. But for Yi Feiyang, this joke is not funny. What's so funny about it? Sometimes Western humor is not suitable for an Oriental like him. Steve Martin held his hands and continued, in January, they asked me if I wanted to be the host of this party. What I care most about is whether I have enough time to recover after the face scratching. The audience laughed again. Steve Martin made hand gestures and said, anyway, thank you to those ruthless aliens. If they hadn't rescued me from the pyramid, I might be having a barbecue with Egyptian mummies. And if everyone likes to immigrate, I suggest that everyone move to space, because there are no high taxes there. The audience laughed again. Aliens are watching us from 30,000 feet in the sky, and now there are 800 million people around the world watching TV. Everyone has the same idea, that I'm more like a star than those big stars. Of course, this must be after I have plastic surgery. Steve Martin's tone continued to be serious, and the auditorium burst into laughter. After speaking, he said, there are many stars nominated for Oscars this year. They have one thing in common, of course not one mouth or two eyes, but they are all very young, yes, really young, such as Mira Suvari, who plays Angela in American Beauty. She is only 18 years old. At this time, the live camera switched to Mira Suvari, and Mira smiled with her mouth open, looking very happy. On the stage, Steve Martin kept showing off his eloquence and making jokes, making this award ceremony lively and interesting. Then the main show began. The movies nominated for Oscars and the actors began their own joys and sorrows, happiness, and anger. It can be said that in just over half an hour, everyone's mood has been like the waves of the Pacific Ocean, fluctuating. As a veteran, Yi Feiyang has some understanding of this year's Oscars. Apart from other things, the biggest and most aggrieved movie of this year's Oscars is A Green Mile starring Tom Hanks. Since it was nominated, this movie has been nominated for Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Picture. Unfortunately, the old men behind the Oscars don't seem to buy it. They don't buy it for anyone, not Tom Hanks, but Stephen King, the original author of this movie. Why do you say that? Although the Oscars are a commercial film award ceremony, the best movies selected in each session are almost all rich in content, and are not ordinary commercial films. But who is Stephen King? The leader of American popular novels, a commercial writer known as the King of Horror. has made billions of wealth just by writing novels, and is extremely rich. If the Oscar judges give this best movie to his novel, then it is undoubtedly telling everyone that we are all vulgar people, and we are full of money and vulgar. Therefore, the highly anticipated film The Green Mile finally failed, and was completely defeated by the dark horse American Beauty, which had no chance of winning any award. It can be said that the success and failure of this film are due to Ziohe. Stephen King is unlucky. He only has box office luck, but no chance of winning any award. Thinking of this, Feiyang couldn't help but look at the cast of The Green Mile, which was full of confidence. The whole crew, from the director to the actors, sat upright. Especially Stephen King, the original author of this film, sat upright and looked determined to win. Yes, Stephen King really has everything now, except the recognition of the Oscars. He has written novels for so many years, and many of them have been put on the screen and adapted into movies. The box office and word of mouth are almost all good, but every time he is nominated for an Oscar, he is rejected. It's like a student who does very well in exams and gets A in every exam, but fails in the final exam. Don't you think this is infuriating? Exclamation mark. Stephen's creative ability has been declining in recent years. In the past, he worked like crazy to support his family and have milk and bread every day. When he was most creative, he could write 3 or 4 horror stories a month. But now, he has a car and a house, and he is not short of money. He lives a comfortable life without an economic crisis. He is like an old cat nestling by the milk plate. He likes to bask in the sun and take a nap more and more, and no longer works diligently. Laziness is a terrible disease. Once you get infected, it will be difficult to eradicate it in the future. Therefore, Stephen King attaches great importance to this play because he is afraid that he will never be able to write such a masterpiece again after suffering from laziness. Stephen King has high hopes for his Green Mile, but Feiyang knows that his dream will soon be shattered. Of course, what is different from his previous life is that this year's Oscars have The Matrix 2 and his Dancing on the Floor, but according to the aesthetic taste of the Oscar judges, Feiyang believes that poor Stephen King will have his dream come to nothing again. To be continued, Chapter 241. 3 consecutive defeats. Feiyang looked at Stephen King, and Stephen King seemed to have sensed it, and looked over here. When their eyes met, sparks flew. Of course, this was definitely not a spark of love, nor a spark of hatred, but a very subtle opposition. It turned out to be China Yi. Stephen King narrowed his eyes. He remembered the situation 3 years ago, when Feiyang came to him to buy his novel, when he was down and out. Feiyang at that time was definitely a completely different person from now. He had no money, no status, and no popularity. Even if he was thrown into the garbage dump, no one would care. But now, times have changed. Stephen King knew that Feiyang was now a famous young director in Hollywood. Several of his movies had box office revenues of over 100 million yuan, and his popularity, status, and wealth had skyrocketed amazingly. If there was anything more amazing than the horror movies he wrote, it was undoubtedly Feiyang's success. As a person who had suffered, Stephen King couldn't help but feel jealous of Feiyang's success in his heart. When he was his age, he could hardly have enough food and clothing, and couldn't even afford typing paper. This kid was too amazing. The most important thing is that Stephen King has seen Feiyang's downfall. He can't reconcile the Feiyang in front of him with the Feiyang in the past, so he still has some disdain and contempt. Although the distance is far, Feiyang can see Stephen King's eyes and demeanor clearly. After so much experience in the entertainment industry, Feiyang is not a rookie in Hollywood, so of course he can see what the other person's eyes mean. However, he still nodded and smiled at Stephen King calmly, which can be regarded as a polite greeting. Seeing him like this, Stephen King also nodded politely, then turned his head away, snorted in his heart, and stopped looking at Feiyang. The wife sitting next to Stephen King saw him like this, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, dear? Did you see someone familiar?" Stephen King said lightly, "Acquaintance, I guess. Do you still remember the young man who asked me to buy the novel 3 years ago? Are you talking about that Chinese guy?" The scene 3 years ago appeared in his wife's mind. Yes, that's him. Look, there, sitting in the guest seat, looking so proud. I offered him 30,000 yuan at the time, but he still thought it was too little. I didn't expect. Things are unpredictable. This guy actually became a famous director. Stephen King shook his head and said, "Why, do you regret your previous decision?" "No, I never regretted it. I just think it's amazing." "Yes, it's amazing. How did he become famous?" "Maybe he has real skills. Maybe he is also nominated for the best screenwriter at the Oscars this time, which is equivalent to competing with me." "Ah, really? I didn't know that." His wife was surprised. "It's that inexplicable dancing floor. I really don't know what kind of aesthetics the Oscar judges have. Such a play can be nominated." "No, I think the play is quite good and very inspiring. Besides, it's a miracle that a musical can be shot like that." Stephen King was speechless. At the Sherlock Holmes Theater in Los Angeles, the evening party was already halfway through. The awards for Best Art Direction went to The Headless Horseman, Best Costume went to The Best Singer, and Best Visual Effects went to the popular The Matrix 2. Among these technical awards, the Best Editing nominated for The Concert lost to The Matrix 2. It can be said that this sci-fi film won 2 awards in the technical category and became the big winner. The Wachowski brothers were grinning from ear to ear. In contrast, The Concert's other nomination for the Oscar for original score was snatched away by The Red Violin. Feiyang was very disappointed and depressed after losing 2 awards in a row, but it didn't matter because the next award would be the Best Original Song, a special award in the technical category, commonly known as the Oscar Golden Song, and Feiyang took this award very seriously. In fact, the competition for Oscar songs has been fierce over the years. After all, being able to win the Best Original Song award is equivalent to opening a smooth road in the music industry. This is a great opportunity for Feiyang, who is determined to enter the Hollywood music industry. Feiyang has always been ambitious. He is a person who is not satisfied with the status quo, especially since the film industry has developed so smoothly. He has learned from Michael Jackson that the music industry has huge profits, which has made Feiyang covetous for the music industry. Now, the opportunity has come. It depends on whether I can grasp it. If my play really wins the Oscar for Original Song, then there will undoubtedly be unimaginable benefits for me to expand the music market in the future. Feiyang thought so, and the others were not fools either. Therefore, when the urgent music sounded on the scene, indicating that the best Oscar song of this year was about to be announced, everyone's heart almost jumped out, and some nominated singers were even about to suffocate and faint. The films nominated for this competition are all very outstanding, and we have all seen that the original songs of the Oscars have become more and more excellent, more and more beautiful, and more popular in recent years. The guest was a famous American country male singer, and his conversation was very gentlemanly. Of course, it is undeniable that the singers who created these golden songs are all excellent musicians worthy of praise and praise. Yes, without their efforts and rich creations, there would be no Oscar-winning songs today. So, no matter who wins this award, let us thank them first. Thank them for bringing us such beautiful songs. Well, those who are eligible to compete for this award this year are all extremely talented. Of course, I'm also very eager to work with any of them. The male guest said this, and finally opened the post, with a smile in his eyes, and glanced at Feiyang. I know very well that announcing the winner will be a kind of cruelty to the loser. The guest laughed. I have tried the same cruelty before, but, as we know, there must be winners and losers in competition. So, the winner of the 72nd Academy Award for Best Original Song is. Off the stage, Feiyang's heart was lifted. The winner is Tarzan, Phil Collins. Feiyang was stunned for a moment. Best Original Song Tarzan? Exclamation mark. How is it possible? Exclamation mark. Feiyang's mood fluctuated greatly. When Dancing on the Floor was nominated for the Best Editing and Best Soundtrack, Feiyang was very disappointed. However, this kind of disappointment has not reached the point of being discouraged, because in his opinion, he still has the bargaining chip of the Best Original Song, which is relatively certain, but in the end, he lost. Especially when the Best Original Song was announced, Feiyang couldn't believe his ears at all. when he was confident that he could get an Oscar with the original song Nobody that was popular all over the world. The stingy Oscar actually rejected him directly, which made him completely lose confidence. His heart beat wildly several times, and Feiyang's dull eyes stayed for less than a second. If the camera lens swept over him, it would definitely not be able to see the bitterness and disappointment in his eyes. Feiyang suddenly felt that he was too fanciful. If the Oscar was really that easy to win, there wouldn't be so many people cursing at it. Fortunately, Feiyang was strong-willed and soon showed a polite smile. He was nominated for 4 awards, but he had lost 3 in a row. The only remaining Oscar for screenwriter seemed to have little chance of winning. In fact, the chance of failure for this lone seedling was so high that Feiyang didn't even dare to hope for it. Alas, if you fail, then fail. It's not like you haven't failed before. Although he was eager for this award, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away. What's more, it was the same as his memory in his previous life. The original song of Tarzan was really good, and became one of the famous Oscar hits. Thinking of all this, Feiyang's mood soon stabilized. The whole audience immediately burst into applause. In order to be polite, Feiyang had to applaud on the surface even if he lost. It was a very wonderful feeling. Watching others win on the stage, while he, the loser, had to laugh happily after losing. This was really a wonderful feeling. Feiyang now knew what it felt like when he received an award on stage. He also understood why Leonardo, in his previous life kept vomiting blood to apply for the Olympics and was so eager to have an Oscar. He thought it was not just for the title of Best Actor, but more probably to vent his feelings similar to Feiyang's current one. In a vague way, Feiyang had a feeling that, if he failed this time, it might not mean he would fail next time. A failure will lead to future success. Because people can gain experience from failure, and when they have accumulated rich experience, they can start. He was also somewhat fortunate that he lost so badly in his first nomination. Only after a terrible defeat can he be fearless in the future, right? Thinking of this, Feiyang actually felt a sense of self-comfort in his heart. With the awarding of technical and post awards, the entire Oscar ceremony was slowly heating up. The atmosphere and enthusiasm of the entire venue began to heat up, and the nominated candidates began to lose their previous calmness and composure, and began to fidget, as if needles were pierced in their butts. If you are a bystander, you can clearly see the various expressions on the Oscars, as well as the inner world of those nominees. How do you say it? Even the best actor can't hide his guilty conscience at this moment. To be continued. Chapter 242. Millionaire Screenwriter. As time went by, after the awards for technical and post-production categories were presented at the Oscars, the highlight gradually came. The first was the 2 screenwriting awards, Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Original Screenplay. The Best Adapted Screenplay, which was slightly less valuable, was finally won by the inspirational film A Sunshine. Unfortunately, Stephen King's dream of being nominated was shattered. But for him, the blow of not being selected for the Oscars has made him numb. Poor guy. Although he writes horror novels well, he has no chance to win the award. As for the fact that he was often annihilated by the Oscar judges, Stephen King has been used to being annihilated, such as his Days of Danger, his The Shining, and his The Shawshank Redemption. Alas, it is hard to describe Stephen King's history of bidding for the Olympics. He had already expected the current ending, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. His wife, who was most distressed, held Stephen King's hand tightly. Although she didn't say anything, her concerned eyes and expression made it clear. It's okay, husband. We can come again next year. Stephen King patted his wife's hand and smiled casually, but he was very depressed. He might not be able to come next year. You think this is McDonald's? I can come whenever I want when I'm hungry. But at this moment, Stephen King still had a hope in his heart. That is, the best screenwriter of the following method. Yes, this award must not fall to someone. For the first time in his life, Stephen King began to pray in a somewhat despicable way, because he really didn't want to see someone's arrogant look after winning the award. How could it be? Am I thinking too much? Even if that guy's really talented, the Oscar judges will not give such an important award to a Chinese, right? Stephen King thought silently in his heart. Okay, everyone, please be quiet. The award that is about to be presented is a very important award. What is the most important thing about a play? The acting skills of the actors, music, props, and scenery? Or the funds of the investors? Oh, none of them. It's the script. Yes, it's the script. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the script is the basis of a play. It carries the soul of a play and is the foundation of the movie story. So it is very important. Therefore, the award that is about to be presented is also very important. It is the Oscar for Best Screenplay. The host Steve Martin said loudly. Obviously, with Martin's inflammatory words, the candidates nominated for Best Screenplay all began to get excited, and the audience, guests, and fans also felt a hot atmosphere around them. The entire Oscar awards ceremony began to be filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. In fact, among all the Oscar awards, except for a few major awards such as Best Actor and Best Actress, Best Film, etc., the Best Screenplay has the highest gold content and the highest degree of attention. The reason is not unrelated to the industrialization of the Hollywood film industry. You should know that Hollywood movies are different from Hong Kong. They are not workshop-style production, but industrial assembly line production. When a movie starts shooting, from the screenwriter, director, actor, to other members of the crew, every link is very important, and every link must be supervised by professional talents. Why do Hollywood film companies make so much profit every year? It is because they can produce popular and good films. How do good movies come from? To put it bluntly, it is the film industry's pursuit of excellence, strict control, rejection of bad films, and huge bad films. As the most important story of a movie, it must be able to attract people and resonate with the audience. Therefore, a good story must be written by a good screenwriter, and a good screenwriter can produce good benefits. To put it more bluntly, the story written by the screenwriter dominates the final success or failure of a play. Therefore, Hollywood regards screenwriters as very important, and their status is second only to directors, and even higher than actors. Perhaps some people say that this is too exaggerated. Then let's shift our focus and not look at Hollywood, but only at South Korea, the rising film power in Asia in the future. The rapid development of Korean films in the future is recognized by the world, and the popularity of Korean TV series around the world is also obvious to all. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the popular dramas The Man Who Came from the Stars and The Heirs in the past. These two dramas were a huge hit in China. They were so popular. But who knows how powerful the screenwriters of these two dramas were in the entire filming process. With just one word from them, they could replace the actors, and with just one word from them, even the director had to change the filming. Once, a certain female star who was the most popular in South Korea was disrespectful to her screenwriter after she became famous. As a result, she was directly beaten by the screenwriter for many years, and finally had to kneel on the ground to offer tea to the screenwriter. This shows how important the position of screenwriters in TV dramas and movies is. Although Hollywood is not South Korea, Hollywood's attitude towards screenwriters is also the most respectful, especially those gold medal screenwriters, almost all of whom are millionaire screenwriters. The million here does not mean that the box office of the movies they write is 1 million, but that they are paid at least $1 million for each play they write. Yes, it is true. The best screenwriters in the United States can even get paid from $0 to $4 million. This is not a joke, it is a fact. Some screenwriters also participate in the box office dividends. If the box office of that play exceeds 100 million, it is possible to get tens of millions of dollars for the adapted play. Of course, screenwriters in Hollywood, USA, have also come from the bottom and are currently facing a severe situation. Especially after the increase in industrial production, the sacred word screenwriter has been transferred from one person to a team. For example, Charlie's Angels being filmed by Columbia this year. There are 17 screenwriters involved in this play. They wrote the basic story framework, love scenes, action scenes of the film respectively. All dialogues are also divided into love, humor, and action. In this way, screenwriter has actually become a title of a team, so Hollywood is very much looking forward to the emergence of real gold medal screenwriters and $1 million screenwriters. This situation has not been seen for many years. Hollywood has become accustomed to the strength of numbers, and it takes a lot of people to write a script. Oscar is even more difficult, especially when encountering those collectively written scripts. I really don't know which lucky person in the team should be given it. In short, the changes in Hollywood have made the Oscar for Best Screenplay more precious and more important. Audiences, movie fans, and even the CEOs of film companies are calling out in their hearts, "Come out, the best screenwriter." Now, the Oscar for Best Screenplay is about to be announced, and everyone is holding their breath and waiting. Amid thunderous applause, the guest in charge of presenting the award, Angelina Jolie, walked out from the left side of the stage with a white envelope. She smiled and said, "It's an honor to present this award. The screenwriters created the story and the characters, and our acting skills were displayed." In the guest seats below the stage, Stephen King became focused. The Wachowski brothers had a cynical smile on their faces. Feiyang, who was not far away, finally changed his expression, with a calm face without a smile, but he was very nervous in his heart. Although he had long given up any hope for this award. The 5 nominees are Alan Ball, the screenwriter of American Beauty, Night Shyamalan, the screenwriter of The Sixth Sense. As Angelina Jolie read out a name, the big screen would flash the position of the person in the guest seats, and then the spotlight would cleverly shine on that person, becoming the target of everyone's attention. On the stage, Angelina Jolie, who was only dressed in a white suit, continued to read out. There is also Charlie Kaufman, the screenwriter of How to Play, and Feiyang, the screenwriter of How to Dance. The crowd applauded again. Suddenly, oh my god. At the moment when the spotlight hit Feiyang, Angelina, the guest on the stage, suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, then looked at Feiyang in disbelief, and continued to announce, "Oh my god, the last one is the screenwriter of The Matrix 2, and the person is Feiyang." Uproar. Collective uproar. Everyone was stunned by this answer. What is a miracle? This is it. One person was nominated for the Best Screenplay Oscar for 2 plays. If this is not a miracle, what is it? Exclamation mark. Did something go wrong? Aren't the screenwriters of The Matrix to the Wachowski brothers? You don't know, man. That play was written by a man called Mysterious Nia, and the Wachowski brothers spent a lot of money on advertising to find someone. Are you kidding me? The Oscars actually changed the list of candidates halfway through? Yeah, this is unprecedented. Faced with this sudden result, everyone couldn't help but start talking about it. Behind the scenes, those very miserable Oscar judges were helpless, who asked the painful Wachowski brothers to come and change the nominations at the last minute. As they uphold justice and truth, they can't leave the real creators out. Alas, so it's not easy to do anything. At this time, the Wachowski brothers were grinning. China Yi didn't expect that we brothers have this trick. It's not ours, we don't care. This is our moral bottom line. As for Feiyang, facing the stunned, surprised, and suspicious eyes of everyone, he could only smile bitterly. Those who had been predicting that Feiyang would not win the award were also a little dumbfounded this time. How could it be so bad that one person was nominated twice and 5 candidates beat themselves? The winning rate has at least doubled. To be continued. Chapter 243. The first Chinese screenwriter. As time went by, the winner of the Oscar for Best Screenplay was about to be announced. Okay, now I'm going to announce the final winner. The words of the award presenter Angelina Jolie made everyone excited. Anne Hathaway, Jessica and others sitting next to Feiyang clapped their hands vigorously, especially Anne Hathaway, who stared at Angelina on the stage, watching her open the white envelope, and felt her heart beating faster and faster. Feiyang was so nervous that his breathing was a little rapid. He grabbed Anne's hand, not knowing whether he was comforting her or comforting himself. Well, the winner of this year's Oscar for Best Screenplays. Angelina glanced at the result in the letter, looked at the nearly 3,000 guests in the audience, and smiled. He is a great guy. What I like most about him is that he was able to set up a very good film company in just 3 years. He is not only the boss, but also the screenwriter and director. Another thing is that he loves and supports children. Protection work, has donated several times to welfare institutions and the World Children's Organization. Of course, the most important point is that this play he created revived the once declining Hollywood musicals. He gave musicals a new soul and a new sense of the times. In addition, in this play he created a new dance that everyone loves to see and hear. This dance is full of passion and dynamics, which makes those young people who are full of youth love it very much. Hearing this, everyone in the audience knew who it was and applauded loudly. Anne Hathaway secretly waved her fist, with a bright smile on her face, and her heart was full of joy. Yes, we won. She suddenly realized her current mentality, which had never happened before. She felt so happy for a person. Is this love and care? Looking at Yi Feiyang beside her, the whole person had been stunned. At this moment, Yi Feiyang stared blankly at the stage, listening to Angelina's speech. He wondered if he was dreaming, but the most unlikely thing happened. After 3 consecutive defeats, he actually won an amazing victory. Is this true? God, you are so kind to me. Angelina on the stage announced with a smile. Well, I don't need to say more. The winner of this year's Oscar for Best Screenplay is Yi Feiyang, How to Dance. As she spoke, the large screen behind her showed Yi Feiyang's photo and name. Oh my god. Compared with Hathaway's inner excitement, Jessica Alba, who was sitting on the other side of Yi Feiyang, jumped up from her seat in ecstasy and blurted out, Yi, you won the award. You got an Oscar. Got, Yi. Yi Feiyang couldn't sit still because of her big movement. He stood up in the extremely warm applause. Before he could stand firm, Jessica hugged and kissed him excitedly without hesitation. Crackling, the spotlights flashed. On the side, Hathaway looked pale, looking at Yi Feiyang and Jessica. Hugging and kissing were what she should do, but why did Jessica? For the first time, Hathaway had a deep hostility towards Jessica. Of course, Hathaway also blamed herself for being too reserved. If she took the initiative, how could Jessica have a chance? Exclamation mark. Boom. Boom. The Zulan theater was filled with warm applause. Almost everyone knew what was going on. That magical Chinese man actually won the Oscar for Best Screenplay with his own musical. Most of the audience felt that this award was well deserved. After all, Yi Feiyang's reputation as the first talent in Hollywood was there. Almost all of the scripts he wrote were hits, and the reputation was first class. Especially this dancing on the dance floor. It brought the connotation of the musical to the extreme. It can be said that he led a new trend of singing and dancing. Only a few people thought Yi Feiyang was too lucky, and they cried in their hearts. God, I really don't know what those Oscar judges are thinking. Do they want to use this to prove that they have no racial discrimination, or to prove their love for musicals? Or these old men are dreaming of winning the Nobel Peace Prize? Yes, if such an important award is given to a Chinese, it is estimated that the embarrassing situation between the United States and China due to political friction will be eased a lot. If these people are surprised by this result, then Stephen King is the most surprised. Yes, Stephen King feels his heart beating very hard at this moment. It's amazing. He never expected this result. It's incredible. Yi from China actually became the first Chinese to win an Oscar. At the same time, the Dream Pictures people sitting in front of the TV, Fatty Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill, Jack Black and others, all cheered. We won. We won. At the same time, in the Pearl of the East Hong Kong, all the Hong Kong people sitting next to the TV applauded, and some even burst into tears. Yes, we won. We are the first Chinese to win an Oscar. Yi Feiyang, well done. In an apartment in Hong Kong, Yi Feiyang's parents looked at the screen on TV in disbelief, watching Yi Feiyang walk up to the podium, receive the Oscar for Best Screenplay, and then hold it high. His father, am I dreaming? That's Sao Yang. Mom wiped her eyes vigorously. Yes, you read it right. It's Sao Yang. He won the Oscar. Ah, woo woo woo. Why are you crying? I am happy. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The phone rang. Dad gestured to Mom to wipe her tears and took the phone. The first thing the other party said was, see, your Yang won the Oscar. Then he kept congratulating, praising, and saying that you gave birth to a good son and brought honor to the Chinese people. Dad and Mom were very happy in their hearts, and they also had to express their gratitude very humbly. After a long greeting, they hung up the phone. But as soon as the phone was hung up, it rang again. relatives, friends, people I knew, and even some people I didn't know called to congratulate. For a while, the phone here seemed to have become a hotline, which made my parents' heads almost explode. In the end, they had to unplug the phone line to get some peace and quiet. Looking at her son's smiling face on TV, my mother stared at the TV screen and said, "Feiyang, in fact, I don't care whether you win the award or not, as long as you can come back safely." A tear fell and hit the back of the hand that was touching Feiyang's cheek. The camera then moved from Hong Kong to the Oscar awards ceremony, but it was said that in the applause, Feiyang, who received the Oscar trophy, held the trophy high and said excitedly to the microphone, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much." After thanking him, it was Feiyang's turn to give his acceptance speech. Everyone is looking forward to seeing what the first Chinese screenwriter in Oscar history will say. Everyone in the audience suddenly fell silent, including Tom Hanks and his family, Tom Cruise, Johnny Depp, Nicolas Cage, even Steven Spielberg, Stephen King, as well as Jack Black, Bill in front of the TV, and all the 800 million viewers around the world watching the live broadcast were all ready to listen to his speech. I never thought that I would be able to stand on the Oscar stage, receive Oscar recognition, and hold the Best Screenplay award. Feiyang, who never prepared to give a speech, came to the microphone, hesitated for a moment, and quickly organized what he wanted to say. "However, I have always thought that film is a popular art that is appreciated by both the elite and the masses. It should not be regional, regardless of language and skin color, regardless of subject matter and type, whether it is action, love, or science fiction and song and dance. As a popular art, it should be diverse, able to exist and circulate in every corner of the world, so that everyone can appreciate the charm of film." The guests and the audience listened quietly to Feiyang's rather provocative speech. Among them, those who thought Feiyang was asterisk now had to admit that if they were not people who loved movies, it would be impossible for them to say such words. The reason why I love movies so much and can write so many excellent scripts is not only because I'm a great dream maker who can bring you any story you can imagine, it is also because of my love for movies. Because in my opinion, every movie contains the story connotation, bravery, perseverance, love, passion, never give up. All of this is reflected in the movie. And these noble qualities are exactly what all of us lack and desire nowadays. Movies are not just entertainment, they are an art. Yes, it is an art that can penetrate the human soul. Every one of us filmmakers is a great sculptor, using our scripts, our acting skills, and our lenses to sculpt time, sculpt characters, sculpt the future. And in the past, I carved death and rebirth, carved darkness, carved light. Feiyang sighed softly, and his expression gradually became cheerful. Some people say that the reason why our dream pictures can develop so fast is because we are lucky enough and continue to shoot movies with good box office. In fact, this understanding is very wrong, because I know that there is no lifelong luck in this world. There is only your accurate goal, plus your unremitting efforts and struggles. Efforts and struggles create the future. The future has created our excellent filmmakers, and we filmmakers have created dreams that people hope for. So, for the future, for the dream, I hope that we can all work together and fight together. Long live the dream. Long live the movie. When it came to the last sentence, Feiyang shouted out suddenly, shocking the whole audience, and then there was thunderous applause. Everyone was moved by Feiyang's sincere speech. In Feiyang's words, they sensed the endless love for movies, which even impacted their minds. Movies are the art of creation, so they are all creating the world. Creating the world. This is an exciting point, and they can't control themselves and applaud violently. Feiyang's speech was more of a speech than a speech. As the fat man Gao Jiabao said, Feiyang's speech skills have reached perfection. Even in the US election politics, it is not a problem. And this speech not only moved the guests at the scene, but also moved the hundreds of millions of viewers who watched it through the TV broadcast. I have to say, your speech is really exciting, but we are all still very curious. How did you write so many excellent scripts? What is the trick? The host Steve Martin was unwilling to let Yi Feiyang, a very topical winner, go easily, and asked on behalf of everyone. Yes, dear Yi, what skills do you have? Tell us so that we can learn from you. A screenwriter joked. The entire Oscar scene seemed very lively. Yi Feiyang originally wanted to take the opportunity to step down after the climax of his speech. It has always been his principle of action to stop when he sees the good, but he didn't expect someone to ask this question. So he smiled and spoke to the microphone again. Skills? Of course I have. He said mysteriously, in my opinion, as a screenwriter, you have to constantly draw inspiration. But where does inspiration come from? You need to read a lot, go to the movies, watch movies, and pay attention to every detail in life. Details determine success or failure, and similarly, details also determine the accumulation of your inspiration. But then again, everyone draws inspiration in different ways and the degree of difficulty is also different. Just like the friend asked just now, why can I continue to write such good scripts? In a word, for me, inspiration can't be stopped. Haha. People laughed and felt that this Chinese Yi was very confident. Americans like those confident people, which seems to be related to their culture. Therefore, there is a saying that, if you want to make a girlfriend in the United States, confidence is the key. In addition, Yi Feiyang laughed again, many years ago. Oh no, to be precise, it should be 3 years ago, when I was still an unknown person. In order to make a living, I once showed 3 short stories I wrote to a great writer, hoping that he could give me some advice, and preferably buy them. As soon as Yi Feiyang said this, the face of Stephen King, the king of horror writer in the VIP seat, turned black. There was no doubt that the person this kid was talking about was him. Yi Feiyang glanced at Stephen King below, who pretended not to see, and turned his face away. But unfortunately, this great writer didn't think highly of me, saying that the things I wrote were basically garbage, but he was willing to buy them at a garbage price out of kindness. I rejected him at the time, not because I had a strong self-esteem, but because I knew that, if these 3 novels were adapted into movie scripts, they would be sold at a sky-high price. Now, these 3 novels are still in my hands. I wonder which friend here is interested in buying them. What? Selling your early works on the spot? Exclamation mark. Everyone was confused by Yi Feiyang's sudden move. However, there were some smart people at the scene. When they thought of Yi Feiyang's current status as the winner of the Oscar for Best Screenplay, he must be a gold medal screenwriter. The royalties for a gold medal screenwriter in Hollywood are worth at least millions of dollars. The most awesome one is as high as $4 million. I'll buy it. Suddenly a voice said loudly. Yi Feiyang looked and recognized it. It turned out to be his old friend, Guster, the boss of Lionsgate Films. Oh, this guy's really a good friend, so supportive. Yi Feiyang thought to himself. Guster was not as pure as he thought. He did this not because he was a good friend or a loyal person, but because he directly considered Yi Feiyang's current different times. Besides, everyone can see the scripts written by Yi Feiyang. Which one is not a super hit? With these precedents, the 3 novels he has on hand are definitely not bad. If you agree, dear Yi, I'm willing to pay $1 million to buy it. Guster said generously. Before Yi Feiyang could speak, someone suddenly said, I'm willing to pay $1.5 million. I'll pay $2.5 million. The entire Oscar scene suddenly turned into a script auction. And the bidders were all the bosses of the film companies. Nonsense. Since they can be bosses, they must be smart and of course understand the benefits. In fact, at this moment, the fat man Gao Jiabao, Rabbit Bill, Jack Black and others who were next to the TV were extremely anxious. They couldn't understand why Yi Feiyang didn't leave the script to his own company to shoot, but auctioned it on the spot. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Only Durs felt that Yi Feiyang must have his deep meaning in doing this. Oscar scene. Everyone was amused by the changes in front of them. Steve Martin, the host, regretted asking so many questions. He should have just let him finish his speech and leave. Now the entire Oscar has become a special auction for Yi from China. Seeing that the script adapted from the 3 novels has reached $2.5 million US, suddenly, someone else stood up and said, I'll pay $3 million. Wow. Everyone was shocked. It was not because the price offered by this person was very high, but because this person was none other than Raymond, the CEO of Paramount, one of the 7 major Hollywood film companies. Although the bidders before were all bosses of film companies, they were all bosses of small film companies. None of the real film giants stood up to join in the fun, but now, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. What is the strength of Paramount, and what kind of person is Raymond? But such a powerful film company and such a powerful person are actually interested in China Yi script. What does this show? It shows that Hollywood really recognizes Yi Feiyang. Yes, it is recognition. It doesn't mean that if you win the best screenwriter, you will really become a gold medal screenwriter, $1 million screenwriter. No. There is also a saying called price without market. It means that you are worth this price, but no one is willing to buy it. Then you are still a rookie and will never become a great god. But now, there is no need to worry about anything. Yi Feiyang has directly ascended to the altar among screenwriters. In the end, Yi Feiyang adapted his 3 early novels into scripts and sold them to Paramount at a friendly price of $3 million. The most unique farce in the history of Oscars ended. But the sequel of this farces, our great writer Stephen King, felt like he was slapped in the face. He offered $30,000, but it didn't sell. Now it sells for $3 million. Isn't this a slap in the face? Exclamation mark. Stephen King's face was very embarrassed. His wife grabbed his hand and asked him what was wrong. Stephen had to say, "Nothing, my stomach hurts." After the Best Screenwriter award was over, various awards with high weight and gold content were announced one after another. However, Yi Feiyang was not very enthusiastic about this. After all, these awards had nothing to do with him. But there was another thing that interested Yi Feiyang. That is, when the Best Supporting Actress award was presented, the winner Angelina Jolie came on stage to give a speech. Angelina has always been a famous red-lipped beauty in Hollywood, so much so that many men say that seeing Angelina's red lips makes them want to have sex with her. In this regard, Yi Feiyang does not think that men who have such thoughts are vulgar, but rather that Angelina's asterisk is invincible. Yes, especially when Angelina is dressed up on the award stage, she looks even more charming and charming. This time, like Yi Feiyang, she unexpectedly won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for the movie Girl, Interrupted. This made her very excited, so much so that, when she walked onto the podium, she covered her mouth with excitement and tears filled her eyes. If Yi Feiyang had not won the award, he probably would not have felt this way. Now that he holds the Oscar, he can fully understand Angelina's feelings at this time. Moreover, in his previous life, Angelina was Yi Feiyang's favorite actress. He liked the 2 dramas she starred in, Tomb Raider and Original Sin. Especially the movie Original Sin. From the promotional photos of the movie in the previous life, the naked and lingering scenes of Jolie and Banderas were very sensational and made people blush and heartbeat. In the movie, a passionate scene between the two in the bathtub was considered too bold and exposed by the senior executives of MGM, and they decided to cut it to avoid the movie being too sexy and failing the inspection of MPAA. Afterwards, Jolie expressed her dissatisfaction with MGM's publicity tricks. In fact, about 90% of the scenes in the movie were gentle shots, and MGM's move was misleading the audience. Regardless of whether these rumors in the previous life were true or false, in this time and space, the movie Original Sin was being filmed, and Angelina's winning of the Best Supporting Actress undoubtedly brought great benefits to the movie, at least saving a lot of advertising fees. To be honest, the plot of Original Sin starring Angelina and Banderas is not important. What is important is the passionate scene between Jolie and Banderas in the movie. This clip impressed Yi Feiyang deeply. When he watched the movie for the first time, he was so young and energetic that his penis was shamefully hard. Of course, if this kind of drama doesn't have any reaction, then this male audience member will probably have to go to the urology department. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. Famous in Hollywood. At this moment, Angelina Jolie stepped onto the award stage with tears of joy, holding the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. Thinking of the fact that she had just been the guest of honor for the Best Screenplay Award, and now she had also won the award, the excitement in her heart was self-evident. Angelina said to the microphone, "I actually won the award. Is this considered a kind of luck?" Everyone laughed softly, and she continued, "Okay, then thank God, thank girl, interrupted for bringing me luck, and thank the Oscar judges." Everyone laughed again, and heard Angelina say, "And the next people I want to thank are not a synonym for ruthlessness." Everyone applauded and laughed. "First of all, I would like to thank my fans, who are the synonym of sweetness. Thank you for your support. I would also like to thank my family, who are the synonym of greatness. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, you are always so good, I love you." Amid the applause, Angelina Biel spoke faster and said, "Thank you very much to my friends and colleagues. I won't mention them one by one. You are so lovely. I would especially like to thank my dear director. He provided a lot of inspiration and creativity for this script. His understanding of the role also influenced the script in turn. Of course, the most important thing is that he had a good vision and chose me to play the supporting actress. Yes, I did not let him down." Everyone laughed and applauded. The camera was also aimed at the director of Girl, Interrupted. He was laughing happily and clapping his hands non-stop. "I know this will definitely cause a scandal, so I'm clarifying now that there is no such thing. The last person I want to thank is someone who has been silently supporting me, my boyfriend Billy Bob. I don't think I need to say more. Baby, I love you." Angelina said this, and the cheers and applause in the hall boiled up again, and the spotlight was on her boyfriend Billy Bob. Billy Bob is almost years older than Angelina, and he is almost 50 years old this year, with grey hair. In comparison, Angelina Jolie is as mature and charming as a peach. Many Hollywood people are not optimistic about this old-young match, but Angelina still insists on marrying Bob. As it turned out, this unpopular marriage soon came to an end. Billy Bob, who was talented but rude, could not give Angelina the sweetness and romance she needed, especially in terms of sex life. It was said that Bob was not very helpful, which made Angelina very frustrated. She once complained to her bestie Catherine Zeta-Jones that Bob, was like an old excavator that only rumbled but was useless. In the future, after Angelina divorced Billy Bob, she did not fall in love again for several years, but the gossip about her never stopped, especially after she had a scandal with the handsome Brad Pitt, which shocked the entire entertainment industry. However, it turned out that Angelina's enchanting rose, the final true love, was really the handsome Brad Pitt. Of course, Brad Pitt would never have thought that the beautiful girl on the stage, who won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, would be his future wife, and Angelina would never have thought that when she made this speech, the person she should really thank would be someone else. "After thanking you, I want to say one more thing. This time I won the Best Supporting Actress, so I have to raise my goal a little bit. In the future, I will be proud of winning the Oscar for Best Actress. Okay, over. Thank you." Clap. The applause rang out. Feiyang admired Angelina Jolie on the stage. This girl was very personable and straightforward, unlike some Hollywood actresses who always hide and are very hypocritical. "If there is a chance in the future, I might as well work with her once," Feiyang said to himself. The award ceremony continued. Under the host Steve Martin, the evening party awarded one award after another, and applause, cheers and happy and excited thanks also rang continuously. The Best Supporting Actor went to Michael Caine in The CID House Rules. The Best Foreign Language Film went to the midnight film All About My Mother, and the Best Documentary went to One Day in September. It can be said that many of the more important and valuable awards have been decided. The evening party has now come to the final exciting stage, and one of the major awards, the Best Actress, is about to be presented. Amid the applause of more than 3,000 people, Roberto Benigni, in a handsome black suit, walked out from the side of the stage with an envelope containing the award results, smiling, and came to the microphone in the center of the stage, and the audience immediately fell silent. The evening party will last for 4 hours, and each award presenter will naturally say something. I'm very happy to be standing on this stage. Looking at the people in suits and even in gowns in front of him, Roberto smiled, glanced at those familiar faces, especially the candidates who were waiting to reveal the answers, and said, "But unfortunately, what I'm holding in my hand now is an envelope, not the golden man." Everyone smiled lightly, and Roberto shrugged and continued, "What's even more frustrating is that the person written in the envelope will never be me." The entire theater suddenly burst into laughter, and there was a burst of cheers. The best actress is always beautiful, smart, funny, kind, and cute. Roberto kept saying it, and the good words to describe the woman were said in an orderly manner. The guests and audience gradually applauded and laughed. She is graceful and generous, a great cook, a good daughter, a good girlfriend, a good wife, a good mother, a good grandmother, and a self-reliant woman. The laughter in the audience lasted for a long time before it gradually stopped. Roberto smiled and raised the envelope and asked everyone present in confusion, "Are we awarding the best actress or the best woman?" "I don't know, but I know that every nominated woman, the actresses who were not nominated, and all the women, as long as they have one of the above advantages, are the best actresses in their lives." The audience applauded loudly. Looking at the people applauding below, Roberto waited until the applause slowly died down before continuing. "Let's take a look at this year's list of nominees for Best Actress. Janet McTeer, Dandelion, Annette Bening, American Beauty, Julianne Moore, The End of Love, Meryl Streep, Heart Song." As he spoke, the big screen behind Roberto played the film clips of the nominees, and there was a burst of loud applause from the audience. Especially when Meryl Streep, the old woman who stood up, Feiyang, stood up. The applause was the loudest and warmest. However, Feiyang, who had already glimpsed the future, knew that this arrogant woman would return home with nothing. After reading the entire list of nominees, Roberto opened the envelope in his hand under the gaze of more than 3,500 people. The big screen was divided into 5 grids. Meryl Streep looked very serious and was obviously confident about winning the award. "The winner is..." Roberto took out the result in the envelope, took a look, smiled, and announced, "Hilary Swank, Boys Don't Cry." After that, he smiled and applauded for her happily, and at the same time, took the golden man from the staff's hands and came forward to hug Hilary, who was receiving the award. Hilary Swank hugged Roberto tightly with some excitement. Roberto congratulated her in her ear. "Congratulations, your performance is really great, and you deserve it." Swank choked with tears and laughed, "Thank you, thank you." After a while, she was able to stand steadily. Roberto handed the golden man to her, and then stood aside applauding, listening to her give her own acceptance speech. At the same time, Feiyang's eyes turned to Meryl, the old lady who lost the award. Although she was extremely sad, Meryl still had a smile on her face, which made Feiyang sigh secretly. What a great acting skill. She was obviously bleeding in her heart, but she could still laugh. Without 10 years of practice, she couldn't do it at all. However, seeing the other party's forced smile, Feiyang secretly exposed the fact that she stood him up. "Alas, who made me a real man? I have a broad mind." Someone shamelessly praised himself. After the best actress was awarded, it was the best actor. Sean Penn's Sweet and Lowly, Denzel Washington's The Hurricane, and Kevin Spacey's American Beauty became the strongest competitors, but the result remained unchanged. Feiyang's guess was correct. Kevin Spacey's American Beauty won the first place and sent this guy to the throne of the best actor. Feiyang had predicted the best actress and best actor in front of Spielberg and others, and the results were so accurate. So much so that Steven and others all stared with wide eyes, but they were not looking at the winners, but at the prediction master Feiyang. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise, astonishment, and astonishment. Some guys with bad intentions even thought, if China predicted not the best actor and best actress, but the lottery, then the new champion, oh no, the new best actor Kevin Spacey was standing on the stage with the little golden man, and was very proud, but suddenly found that in the row of audience seats, where the great director Spielberg was, everyone was not looking at him, but looking at Feiyang. Our best actor was angry at the time. "Damn, you guys are too disrespectful. What's so good about that kid? Why don't you look at me? I, the best actor, look at me, look at me."
The Oscars ceremony will soon be over, and the last two awards, Best Picture and Best Director, were won by the movie American Beauty. It can be said that this movie has become the biggest dark horse of this Oscar. But for some people, these are not important, because they have already got what they wanted. Therefore, after the Oscars, Feiyang almost smiled and accepted everyone's congratulations. Before, those who didn't have time to congratulate him came over specially. What made Feiyang especially happy was that the black movie star Will Smith, who had made friends before, came over and said, "I really hope to work with you in the next movie." What does this mean? Feiyang certainly understood. If the two of them had made friends before and promised some plans for cooperation, it was all superficial courtesy. Although Will Smith admired Feiyang very much, he didn't necessarily have to work with him on a movie. After all, his popularity was there. The failure of Wild 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 West did not mean that his popularity had fallen. But now it's different. Feiyang won the Oscar for Best Screenplay. No matter who can work with him, it is an honor and luck. Therefore, Will Smith took the initiative to come over and add such a sentence. Of course, Feiyang accepted the olive branch that Will threw out, but he was thinking, what kind of drama would the two of them work together on in the future? Just as Will Smith left, another person came over, and it was a woman that surprised Feiyang. This woman was none other than the old woman who Feiyang had invited to film The Devil Wears Prada before, but was stood up or directly rejected. Meryl. Meryl came to Feiyang and said nothing nonsense. The first sentence was, I thought about it carefully. If the script of your play is really great, maybe I will act in it. Such a sudden change made Feiyang a little stunned. Did I hear it right? You mean, you might take my play? Yes, that's right. Meryl showed a very charming smile, which made Feiyang think that she was still charming, even though she was middle-aged. Haha, thank you so much. I will have someone hand over the script to you. If it is really possible, I really hope to work with you. Feiyang stretched out his hand. Meryl, who was originally a very proud woman, stretched out her fingertips modestly. Feiyang shook it without hesitation. The next day, all major American media gave crazy comments on the Oscars last night. Of course, as the dark horse of the entire award ceremony, American Beauty, which originally had a poor box office, finally turned around and became the object of pursuit by many media. The American entertainment industry has never lacked flatterers. Their best skill is to change their attitude according to the situation. Therefore, a large number of cheers lifted this play to the horizon, passing by American satellites and reaching the Milky Way. But in comparison, Feiyang, as a Chinese, actually won the Oscar statuette. This unprecedented scene was also reported by many media. It is said that this time is the weirdest among all kinds of weird things. A Chinese who has only been in Hollywood for 3 years. A Chinese who opened a film company and was both the boss and the screenwriter and director, unexpectedly won the Oscar for Best Screenwriter. This undoubtedly gave his screenwriter life a golden bout, letting everyone know that Feiyang, is already a gold medal screenwriter and a millionaire screenwriter. The Hollywood Times in Los Angeles reported, the Oscars are amazing, and Chinese screenwriters won the crown. The Entertainment Weekly in New York reported, China's created another miracle and turned into a gold medal screenwriter. The Chicago Sun reported, it's the first time that a Chinese won an Oscar, and the miracle happened in Bermuda. In short, Feiyang's winning of the Oscar for Best Screenwriter has almost become the most well-known and valuable news in the entire entertainment industry. The major media in the United States, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and even the mainland have also published this news in different sections. In particular, the mainland reported Feiyang's winning of the Oscar on the news broadcast for the first time. You know, this is the first time that an entertainer has appeared on such a formal CCTV program. This is the first time that the eye contact is unprecedented. It can be seen how exciting it is for Chinese people all over the world that Feiyang won the Oscar. The entertainment reports made Feiyang, the person involved, restless. His parents in Hong Kong called and complained that relatives and friends kept coming to congratulate him, which made the old couple exhausted. They told Feiyang to go back to Hong Kong
when he was free, so that people would not say that he forgot his poor relatives when he became rich. Feiyang finally hung up the phone with his parents. Johnny Depp, Nicolas Cage, and Michael Jackson kept calling to congratulate him. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding. First they congratulated him, and then the second sentence was, "You must treat us. Feiyang is a hero after all. Since I won the award, I'm not short of money. Come on, let's have a party." So, there were parties, cocktail parties, and dinners with friends coming and going. For 3 whole days, Feiyang was very excited to accept the entertainment industry's extravagant celebration life, but soon, all this made him tired and helpless. If it were someone else, they would definitely be intoxicated with such a life of drinking, dancing and singing, but Feiyang is different. He was born with a miserable life. He felt itchy all over when he was not filming, especially when he woke up from a hangover and opened his eyes to look at the ceiling. He felt a very empty and lonely feeling. He suddenly wanted to pick up the microphone, stand in front of the monitor, and roar loudly to direct the staff and actors to make an exciting movie. It is difficult for other directors to find a good movie, and sometimes it can even be said that it is hard to find, but for Feiyang, as long as he wants to make it, there is no difficulty. It's too boring, too aggrieved. I've had enough. Waking up from a hangover again, Feiyang looked at himself in the mirror with dark eye bags and suddenly shouted, "I want to make a movie. I want to keep shooting. I want to make the best movie in the world. This is my dream, and I can't stop for a moment." Holding the wall, Feiyang stared carefully at his eyes that were almost emitting sparks. The unstoppable desire erupted like a volcano, so hot that he couldn't calm down. Feiyang made the call, and the first person he called was Meryl, the old woman. He asked her directly, "The salary is 5 million. Will you shoot the movie The Devil Wears Prada?" This sentence is like a male customer asking a female customer, $200. Will you do it? Feiyang's frankness shocked Meryl on the other end of the phone. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. It turned out to be Yi from China. He sent the script to her. She also read it and thought it was very good. She originally wanted to whet his appetite and let him wait for a few days, but she didn't expect this guy to so anxious. But 5 million is too little. A Hollywood actress of her level is worth 10 million, even if not 10 million. But Meryl is also a big shot. After so many years in Hollywood, she has been through wind and rain, like a white-haired witch. It can be said that her heart is as vicissitudes as her hair. Therefore, she can hear that Feiyang's tone is not negotiable. Of course, the most important thing is that after Meryl read the script of The Devil Wears Prada, she has deeply liked the role of Miranda in it. When an actor likes a role, it is like an addict likes drugs. There is no hope. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Meryl said to Feiyang on the other end of the phone, "Okay, dear Yi, 5 million, I'll take this play." Feiyang was very happy to hear this news. As long as the cast is settled, the filming of this film will start immediately. But before that, there is one thing he needs to deal with, that is, the premiere of Speedy Smale. Yes, it was this movie that touched Feiyang's heart. Animation has always been the weak point of Dream Pictures. In order to make the foundation of the company's development more solid, Feiyang joined hands with Paramount to create this blockbuster animation, which invested the most money, technology, and personnel. It took Feiyang a long year to make this animation, and now the results are finally out. After finishing the final editing himself, Feiyang went to meet Mr. Raymond, the president of Paramount, to discuss the premiere with him. "Hi, dear Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Raymond greeted him warmly as soon as he saw Feiyang. If the two people's acquaintance 2 years ago was purely accidental, then now, their friendship is very solid. Especially when Raymond met Feiyang. Feiyang had just established a film company and started everything from scratch. But now, Dream Pictures is growing stronger and stronger, and it has become a medium-sized film company with excellent production. Like Lionsgate, it has become one of the few mainstays in the Hollywood film industry. As for Feiyang himself, he transformed from a little-known director to a gold medal screenwriter and billionaire director. Raymond witnessed all of this and recognized the miracle created by Feiyang. "Coffee or tea?" Oh, by the way, you don't like coffee, right? Or tea? I just happen to have your Chinese longing here. Raymond asked the female secretary to make 2 cups of tea, then sat down and said to Yi Feiyang, I was going to look for you, but you happened to come over. Here are some promotional materials I made for Speedy Snail and the premiere plan. What do you think? As he spoke, Raymond handed the prepared materials to Yi Feiyang. Work comes first. Yi Feiyang is not hypocritical, and he took it and looked through it carefully. No one would have thought that, just by looking at it casually, he would cause an unprecedented publicity storm in the future. To be continued, chapter 245. Taking an unconventional path. Raymond handed the prepared film materials to Yi Feiyang. Work comes first. Yi Feiyang is not hypocritical, and he carefully reads through them after receiving them. The means of publicity are very simple. First, print a large number of posters and post them in subway stations, bus stations, department stores, and major cinemas to do carpet bombing publicity. Second, do behind the scenes publicity before the movie is being shown, so that the audience who enters the movie will know that this animation created by Dream and Paramount will be released soon. Third, advertise in newspapers, magazines and TV, and determine the premiere schedule. Fourth, make some exquisite animation and cartoon character accessories, and prepare them for free at the cinema ticket office. After reading these publicity plans, Yi Feiyang had to admire Paramount's generosity. As the boss, producer, and distributor of the movie, Yi Feiyang roughly calculated that the cost of such publicity would be at least $5 million. If it were in the past, with the foundation of Dream Pictures, such a huge publicity cost would not even dare to think about it. Now, of course, it doesn't matter. After revealing this plan, Yi Feiyang continued to look at the premiere plan. At this time, the female secretary had already brought tea. Seeing that Yi Feiyang was reading it carefully, the boss Raymond picked up the teacup and drank the tea by himself without disturbing him. The whole office seemed very quiet. After Yi Feiyang finished reading it, he suddenly put down the premiere plan and said to Raymond, I don't think this premiere plan is very good. Oh, is there any problem? Raymond couldn't help asking. Yi Feiyang explained, too luxurious. Haha, I thought it was something else. Alas, Yi, you know that May is a very tight schedule, especially on May 5th, Ridley Scott's new film Gladiator will be released. It is a super blockbuster starring Russell Crowe, a masterpiece with a chance to sweep the Oscars. Competing with such a film for the box office, Yi, our pressure is not small, so we must make a big move. Raymond thought about it and smiled. Yi Feiyang was well prepared. He knew what kind of opponents he would face during the release period, but he did not retreat. He just held his head high, as if he was waiting for the next gladiator to fight for the power of life and death in the arena. In the original Time and Space, the epic gladiator had a total investment of $100 million and had a world-class actor like Russell Crowe. It was invincible during its release period and earned $180 million in North America. In terms of audience popularity and media reviews, it was overwhelmingly applauded, and it was a great success in both word of mouth and box office, becoming a rare good film in film history. Not to mention, at the Oscars next year, Gladiator was like a fearless fighter charging forward with a bloody giant sword, winning 5 golden statues in one fell swoop, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Costume Design, Best Sound Effects, and Best Visual Effects, and becoming the biggest winner as expected. Once upon a time, Yi Feiyang often turned to Gladiator in the original Time and Space, and excitedly watched the grand scene of thousands of troops fighting with axes, machetes, and spears. The young hormones boiled and excited at the director's carefully prepared shots. But when time goes back, Yi Feiyang found that the movie he liked would have a life and death duel with the movie he shot at the box office. Can a group of seemingly weak snails defeat the sharp swords and shields in the hands of the gladiators? No one knows. However, Yi Feiyang is full of confidence in speedy snails. He just looks determined and faces the challenge. Defeat the gladiators, defeat Ridley Scott, defeat Spielberg, and even defeat James Cameron. Everyone, knock them all down. Even so, there is no need for us to waste money. We can completely take a different approach and win with wisdom. Yi Feiyang thought for a while and said, take an unconventional approach and win by wits. Oh, dear Yi, do you have any good ideas? Raymond didn't expect Yi Feiyang to say this suddenly and thought that he was a person who liked to tinker with miracles. Maybe he really had a good idea. Yi Feiyang smiled slightly. Instead of competing head-on with blockbusters like Gladiator to see whose premiere is more grand and luxurious, why don't we do something different and see whose premiere is more exciting and more topical? Oh god, dear Yi, don't keep me in suspense anymore. What good ideas do you have? Tell me, Raymond said impatiently. It's very simple. Let's change the premiere venue. It's not in the cinema, nor in the theater. Oh, where is it? In prison. Ah, what? Prison? Yi Feiyang's words were like thunderbolts, which shocked Raymond directly. Prison? Premiere? Are you kidding? There are several very famous prisons in the United States, but the most famous one is Fox River Prison in Chicago. This Victorian prison building was built in 1858 and designed by the architect William Boyington of Chicago Water Tower. However, what will make it more famous in the future is an American TV series, Prison Break. That's right, the prison in the play Prison Break is this prison, which holds nearly 3 million prisoners, and is known as the first most strict and mysterious prison in the history of the United States. As the warden of this prison, Mr. Fedro welcomed the most expensive guest today. This guest was personally introduced by the First Lady of the United States, Hillary Clinton, which made Fedro very excited. You know, the First Lady Hillary is a person who doesn't speak easily. Many people who want to flatter her have no chance, and those who want to take the initiative to show good will have no way. But I didn't expect that the First Lady would call me personally and ask me to entertain this guest who flew from Los Angeles. That's not all. In addition to the First Lady Hillary, the Mayor of Los Angeles, Whitman, who came all the way from far away, also called me. Although he didn't say anything, he just mentioned the name of the distinguished guest. The shrewd Fedro already understood the meaning. What is politics? Politics is a very profound subject, a profound art that combines guessing riddles, psychology, and economics. Fedro was very experienced in this area, so he immediately understood a lot of meaning from the words of the two big men. Fedro, who usually ignored everyone and was full of official airs, was so proactive for the first time in his life to treat a guest who came from afar, and this guest was a Chinese. On the landing pad, the helicopter was buzzing. When the helicopter landed on the landing pad of Fox River Prison, the warden Fedro smiled and came forward to greet him personally. Hi, Mr. Yi, my warden here, El Fedro. Fedro politely shook hands with the young Chinese man who got off the helicopter. Hello, I'm Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang was not used to riding this small helicopter. At this moment, his ears were still buzzing, like thunder. But there was no way, time was too tight. In order to find the prison where the premiere was held, Yi Feiyang had to take the Paramount helicopter to Chicago. Mr. Yi, it's too noisy here. Let's go in first, Fedro suggested. Yi Feiyang nodded, and then, under the leadership of the warden, he walked towards the strict Fox River Prison. In his previous life, Yi Feiyang was definitely a super fan of the movie Prison Break, so he was extremely curious about this filming location. He couldn't help but look left and right while walking, and seemed very careful. Seeing him like this, Warden Fedro took the initiative to act as a tour guide and began to introduce the history and environment of Fox River Prison to Yi Feiyang in detail. Warden Fedro's friendly attitude and his humble attitude as a tour guide surprised those who knew him, and they looked at the young Chinese in front of them with new eyes. In this way, under the introduction of such an excellent tour guide as Fedro, Yi Feiyang got a better understanding of this mysterious prison. So when he walked into the warden's office, Yi Feiyang stopped beating around the bush and directly expressed his thoughts. He said, "Hello, our company wants to hold a cartoon premiere here." "Ah, what did you say?" Warden Fedro, who had just patted his chest hair, oh no, chest and vowed that he could take care of everything, was stunned. He looked unbelievable and asked if he had heard it wrong. "I mean, our company plans to borrow your prison venue to hold a grand movie premiere. As for the audience, it's the prisoners imprisoned here." Yi Feiyang told Fedro his plan in detail. I know this proposal looks ridiculous, but I have definitely thought it through. On the one hand, the cartoon produced by our company has a very profound connotation. I think it can touch these prisoners deeply and let them realize the mistakes they have made so that they can reform themselves after being released from prison. Secondly, prisoners should also have the privilege of obtaining cultural entertainment. Unfortunately, they rarely have the opportunity to watch movies, especially new movies. This time, it can be regarded as satisfying their wishes, and your prison can also gain the reputation of humane management. Finally, and most importantly, we firmly adhere to all the systems formulated by the prison, and will not arbitrarily destroy the hard work of the warden for so many years. Therefore, please rest assured that we will do this premiere steadily, and will never cause you any trouble. Yi Feiyang's words made Fedro stunned. It was not because Yi Feiyang's proposal was really incredible, and he had not yet woken up from his surprise, but because Yi Feiyang's idea was too great. Yes, who can think of holding a movie premiere in prison? If it really succeeds, I will be the first person. Reputation? Of course there will be a reputation. Humanization, asterisk, kindness. I guess these words will be used on me at that time. But the risk is also very high. What if these bastards don't listen and cause a riot while watching a movie, or someone takes the opportunity to play jailbreak, or there is a trampling, a riot? I will be in trouble by then. Thinking about it, this is a big gamble. If it goes well, my reputation will soar, which will be of great benefit to my future. If it goes badly, I will be scolded by my superiors or even demoted. I'm going to take it. What should I do? The warden Fedro was in a dilemma. Yi Feiyang was a person who was best at reading people's expressions. Seeing his appearance, he smiled and said, "Of course, if the warden finds it difficult to choose, I won't force you, but there is only one chance, especially for your current position. If you want to go further, you must make a bold choice, right?" Words with strong incitement. However, this sentence also awakened the warden Fedro. Yes, this young man's backers are the First Lady of the United States and the Mayor of Los Angeles. If he seizes this opportunity, not only will he get such a good reputation, but he can also take the opportunity to get closer to these high-level people. Even if he fails, he will get connections, right? After weighing it in his mind, Fedro made a decision. Hey, man, you are right. This is a good suggestion. It is my greatest wish to let our prisoners enjoy the culture of freedom and breathe the air of freedom. It is also my greatest wish to guide them to be good and reform themselves. Dear Yi, you have helped me a lot, so let us work together to make Fox River Prison a new concept prison with human characteristics. As expected of a politician, he speaks with level. He does not say that he is seeking fame, but directly says that he is thinking about the prisoners. It is very touching to hear it. However, Yi Feiyang is very satisfied with the answer of Warden Fedro. At least, the premiere he planned has been half successful. To be continued, Chapter 246. Warring States Powerful Front. As May approaches, the weather in Los Angeles is getting hotter and hotter, but everyone has long ignored the weather changes because the upcoming summer vacation has not yet begun, and the super blockbusters of major film companies have already begun to be released. Among the many big dramas worth looking forward to, the most eye-catching is the costume blockbuster Gladiator produced by Universal Pictures and directed by the great director Ridley Scott. Director Ridley can be said to be a golden sign in the Hollywood director circle. His reputation is no less than that of the four famous directors such as Spielberg. He is best at science fiction films. He has directed Blade Runner and Alien, both of which have become classics in the history of Hollywood science fiction. Especially Blade Runner, which was invested by Hong Kong Run Shaw in 1982 and was completed. This film uses the detective film method of black films to explore a philosophical theme: the relationship between humans and replicants. Although it did not receive much attention at the time and the box office performance was mediocre, it was not until the early 1990s that this film was released in the home market and was recognized by the public as a monumental classic masterpiece in the history of science fiction films. The film received 2 Oscar nominations, and Ridley Scott became a great director of science fiction films. However, Ridley now seems to be tired of the wild imagination of science fiction films and began to like the grandeur of epic films, which led to the creation of this epoch-making epic film Gladiator. It is said that in order to shoot this film, director Ridley did his homework, looked through all the books on ancient Roman history in the library, and even went to Nanjing University to find a professional professor in this field to ask questions about the Colosseum. It can be said that this is an excellent director who is meticulous and strives for perfection. Now the film he shot will definitely become a masterpiece. Besides, Russell Crowe, who starred in this play, is not an ordinary person. He is a famous actor in Hollywood. He started acting at the age of 6 and tried to be the protagonist at the age of 18. Now he is 36 years old and has accumulated countless experiences. In order to film, he lost weight, exercised muscles, and practiced horse riding and archery. It can be said that Russell Crowe's participation makes this play very deep and thick. It is not just a simple costume drama. In the words of director Ridley to Russell Crowe, "We are making history, man." As a film company that produces and distributes the film, Universal also has high hopes for this play. Especially after watching the sample film of this play, the senior management directly knocked on the board and vigorously promoted it, striving for an Oscar. Facts have proved that Universal's decision is correct. After the promotion of Gladiator began, countless fans began to talk about this play, especially for the exciting war scenes and duel scenes in the trailer, which were highly praised. "Oh my god, this will be the most epic movie I have ever seen. Spartan gladiators, rise up." A film critic in Los Angeles, although the movie has not been released yet, the magnificent scenes and the majestic momentum have already killed those of us who like action scenes. We can firmly believe that this movie will definitely become the champion of this summer vacation. Yes, it will. A movie fan in New York, this is not just an action movie. Please watch the behind the scenes footage of this movie carefully. There are also court struggles and historical sedimentation. It can be said that any commercial element are included. Therefore, this movie will definitely be a hit. A team in Chicago. With this collective complaint, after watching the movie trailer, it can be said that this Gladiator has already made a name for itself before it was released, and it can be said that the aura of a blockbuster movie is fully revealed. Just when everyone was looking forward to it and applauding Gladiator, a news came that the animated film Speed Snail, co-produced by Dream Pictures and Paramount, was about to be released. But this is not the most explosive thing. After all, an animated film can never shake the leading position of Gladiator. But the next news is, this movie will premiere in Fox River Prison in Chicago. Boom. It's like the calm sea ignited hundreds of tons of explosives buried deep. The whole Hollywood, no, it should be the entire American film industry, was overturned by this heavy news. Huge waves. Since the advent of movies, there have been countless premieres, and countless premieres in various ways. But, who has ever seen a premiere in a prison? Don't you think it's unlucky? Don't you think it's perverted? But, Hollywood itself is a place that welcomes perverts. Especially those media. They threw the newly popular Gladiator aside and turned their heads to report on Speedy Snail. The prison premiere. The snail is crazy. You can't think of it, but the snail can do it. Dreamlike cooperation with Paramount, the prison premiere has successfully created momentum. For a time, the news of the announcement of Speedy Snail was overwhelming. So much so that the popularity of Snail was instantly hyped up to a boiling point, making many super blockbusters ashamed. Of course, some American media that boast of controversy and rationality have expressed very sharp opinions on the Chicago prison premiere. Hype. This is naked hype. What a bullshit prison premiere. Anyone with a little brain knows that this is a very low level and boring hype method. The purpose is to attract everyone's attention and let us pay attention to this damn cartoon. Dear friends, please wake up and don't be blinded by such despicable means anymore. It would have been fine if this comment had not been published. Once it was published, it was like throwing a red hot iron directly into the water. With a bang, thick white smoke came out. The hot steam was steaming. The water in Hollywood was boiling even more. While the outside world was talking about it, Dream Pictures and Paramount were preparing to move to Chicago to premiere Speedy Snail. Fortunately, this was an animated film, so there was no need to mobilize a large number of male and female stars in the film to pack and transport them to Chicago. All they needed to do was to bring the screening master tapes and some procedures and equipment required for the premiere. The preservation of the master tapes of premiered films has always been a top priority, especially in events that are not released simultaneously around the world. The audience who can see the master tapes are the luckiest first group of audiences. This time, the premiere of Speedy Snail was not an ordinary global synchronization, but a premiere 3 days earlier in Chicago prison, and 3 days later, the global audience could see this animated film. Why do this? Of course, this was still Yi Feiyang's idea. Yi Feiyang's meaning is very simple, that is, to let those media who denounce the company's prison premiere as hype see whether this is really a premiere. For a long time, the concept of a premiere is to be released first in one place, and then it can be seen in other places after a while, but with the changes of the times, the style of premieres has become more and more formalized, and many so-called premieres are basically released simultaneously, or 1 or 2 hours apart is also called a premiere. Yi Feiyang is retro, that is, to have a real premiere. However, compared with the simultaneous release, there are many bad situations such as the master tape disappearing, being stolen, and being destroyed in the premieres of Hollywood movies over the years. Once the master tape is lost, you can't make a copy. Without the copy, what can you release? Exclamation mark. Someone else said here, why do you have to use the master tape for the premiere? You can make some copies. In fact, this is the real point of the premiere. Using the original master tape for the premiere can not only let the audience see the original new film, but also ensure that everyone sees the first copy. This is like the high price of buying new literature in the Republic of China in the previous life. The highest requirement is one edition and one print. Of course, in order to ensure the smooth premiere and the safety of the master tape, Paramount not only purchased a huge amount of insurance, but also equipped Yi Feiyang with an escort bodyguard, a tall black man, with a physique like a bear and leopard, and a sharp eye like a falcon. It is said that he used to be from the CIA. The black bodyguard's name is Kane. He now works in Paramount's security department as a security supervisor. In the words of Paramount Raymond, the boss, this is a capable guy, agile and sharp-minded, and most importantly, trustworthy. In this way, on April 30th, Yi Feiyang took Fatty Jack, bodyguard Kane, and the prepared master tape and premiere equipment, and flew to Chicago by helicopter. The animation Speedy Snail will be premiered at Fox River Prison on May 2nd. A dangerous situation occurred during the flight. The plane encountered strong air currents, so it was bumpy in the air. Yi Feiyang, who always considered himself a hero and fearless, was actually scared, especially because he felt that flying in the sky on such an iron lump was too dangerous. At that moment, he thought of his parents who were far away in Hong Kong, as well as Anne Hathaway, Jessica and others. Yi Feiyang had read a book that said that the people think of in times of crisis are generally the ones they like or love. His parents and Anne were fine, but as for Jessica, Yi Feiyang really didn't know why he suddenly thought of her. It seemed that he and she were not on the same page. This little girl was too scheming, and not the type he liked. But why? Why did he think of her in times of crisis? Yi Feiyang was puzzled. After the plane passed through the strong air current, it gradually stabilized. Looking at the black man Kane, whose expression remained unchanged, Yi Feiyang was ashamed. This is a real man. If I have to praise Kane in one sentence, it would be that he remained calm, even when the mountains collapsed. Looking at the fat man Jack, Yi Feiyang felt a little less ashamed. This guy was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. So, people still have to be compared with each other, otherwise you will be depressed in front of a strong man. To be continued, chapter 247. Videotape stolen. When Yi Feiyang and his team arrived at Fox River Prison in Chicago, the omnipresent media reporters arrived before them. Of course, these media reporters were not here to go to jail, but to interview the play. Specifically, they were attracted by Yi Feiyang's prison premiere. It was the first time for these reporters to interview such a premiere. In the past, they were either in a big theater or a big movie theater, or at least in an open-air square. It was not like now. Facing such a huge and tightly guarded prison, they were a little uncomfortable, especially when they saw the prison guards with guns and nuclear bombs. The timid female reporters were so scared that they trembled all over, but there was no way. For their jobs and their futures, they could only bite their scalps and drill in. But then again, most American journalists are still very stupid and bold, especially those who are eager to become famous, who are even more daring. You can easily see a reporter being swept away by a storm while reporting on a tornado, or a reporter doing a live broadcast in Afghanistan amidst the hail of bullets. These are all a kind of spirit and a totem of American journalists, that is, to report with their lives, no matter how dangerous the environment is. After entering the prison, these reporters quickly found the first target they needed to interview, that is, the warden Mr. Fedro. At this moment, if you are not familiar with this place, you would never have thought that this heavily guarded, airtight prison would be so lively. Warden Fedro was seen answering reporters' questions with a smile under the flashing spotlight. Reporter: Mr. Fedro, is there any specific meaning behind holding this movie premiere in prison? Of course there is a meaning, Fedro said in a compassionate tone. In the eyes of outsiders, prison is a cruel place, a fortress for holding prisoners. In fact, this impression is very bad. Some people demonize prisons excessively, especially our Fox River prison, which is rumored to be so cold-blooded and inhumane, as if the prisoners imprisoned here have a narrow escape from death, or live in darkness for the rest of their lives. Wrong. This is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. Our Fox River prison has always been adhering to the principle of careful education and humane management, to persuade these prisoners to reform and become new people. But these unfounded rumors have misled our dear citizens and made them full of terror and misunderstanding of our prison. Now is the time to change this misconception. We have joined forces with Dream Pictures and Paramount Pictures to select this inspirational cartoon and premiere it in Fox River Prison. We want to use practical actions to arouse the citizens' new understanding of this prison and awaken the truth, goodness, and beauty in the hearts of the prisoners here. God said that there has never been a distinction between good and bad people in this world. It is only because of the environment that some people have gone astray. I believe this sentence, and I firmly believe that, as long as you can try to change, there will be hope, and it will be better tomorrow. Well, that's all I want to say. Warden Fedro's words won applause from the media. Coincidentally, Feiyang and his team arrived at this time, and the media reporters who were interviewing Fedro all gathered around Feiyang and his team. Hi, dear Yi, can you say a few words? Just a few words, anything is fine. Director Yi, this is the first play that premiered after you won the Best Screenwriter award. What do you think? Yi, do you have confidence that this animated film can defeat the popular Gladiator? Those reporters surrounded Feiyang and talked a lot, trying to pry a few words out of his mouth. Seeing the media's enthusiasm, Feiyang stood under the spotlight with a smile and said, "First of all, I'm very grateful to everyone for coming to support us. After all, this is a prison, not the Oscar red carpet. I'm very happy that everyone does not think it is unlucky here. Secondly, the cartoon I shot, Speedy Snail, has only one theme, that is, everyone has a tomorrow. No matter how weak you are, no matter how many failures you have, no matter how inconspicuous you are, and no one accepts you, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can have your dream. In other words, no dream is too big, and no dreamer is too small." Finally, this play will premiere at Fox River Prison tonight. At that time, I hope everyone can help with some publicity, which can also be regarded as radiating positive energy, helping everyone, and inspiring fighting spirit. Let us work together. As for people asking me whether this movie can beat Universal's epic blockbuster Gladiator, I want to say that there is no comparison between the two movies. If I really want to compare, I just want to say that Gladiator is a very good blockbuster. If I have the opportunity, I will go back to watch it. I also hope that the director and leading actors of that movie can pay attention to my upcoming animation. Okay, thank you all. Feiyang bowed to express his gratitude. It can be said that Feiyang's words are flawless and neither humble nor arrogant. The reporters were obviously not satisfied with Feiyang's answer. Some of them chased after him, hoping to get some more explosive news. But Fatty Jack and bodyguard Kane stopped them. Okay, we still have to prepare for the premiere. Please cooperate. If you really have any questions, please ask after the premiere. Thank you. But there were too many reporters. Fatty Jack and Kane couldn't stop them at all. There was a large group of people chasing after them, shouting, "Yee, please stay and say a few more words. Yee, we have more questions to ask." When the warden Fedro saw this situation, he immediately arranged for someone to protect Yi Feiyang, so that he had the opportunity to walk into the prison. In the office of Fox River Prison. "How is the arrangement, Mr. Fedro?" Yi Feiyang asked the warden with a smile. "Hi, dear Yi. According to your request, I have mobilized the people here to vacate the entire square, and 3 huge screens have been set up. Well, how should I put it? You can see the premiere movie very clearly in 3 directions of the square. Haha, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fedro. I really don't know what I would do without your help. You are too polite, Yi. This is what I should do. Then what about security? I don't want to cause chaos here because of a premiere. Don't worry about this. I have already arranged it. All guards will stop taking a break from this moment, and riot police will be on standby 24 hours a day. Tear gas and gas bombs are also prepared in sufficient quantities. Most importantly, I have strengthened the guarding of various positions in the prison. Not to mention the prisoners, even a fly can't fly out. Oh, God, listening to you say that, I even suspect that I will soon become a prisoner who can't fly out. Yi Feiyang joked. At the same time, the movie promotion in Fox River Prison also started. In the cell, the noise was deafening. All kinds of prisoners were imprisoned in the cells. Black, white, fat, thin, fierce looking, gloomy. It can be said that you can see all kinds of prisoners here. Damn, have you heard that we can watch a movie tonight? What tricks are these bastards playing again? What, bastards? They actually let us watch cartoons? We want to watch a bastard movie. We want to masturbate. Do you want to take the opportunity to riot? Riot, bastards. I heard that the guys outside with guns and nuclear bombs are waiting for us to riot. Oh, I love movies. I haven't watched them for a long time. God, this damn prison finally has some people. I hope nothing happens tonight. I will be out of prison in a month. Yi Feiyang was really tired. From 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he directed everyone in the prison square to start the layout. After working for more than 3 hours, the entire venue was almost set up. Yi Feiyang was exhausted. Even after eating porridge and practicing kung fu, he was still a little out of breath. Looking at the watch, there was still an hour before the premiere. If time allowed, he could take a shower before then. He was sweating and sticky and uncomfortable. So Yi Feiyang told the people around him a few words and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw Fatty Jack running over with sweat all over his head. He said, "Oh my god, something happened. Something big happened. You look anxious. What happened?" Yi Feiyang asked him. "Our movie master tape was stolen." Ah. Yi Feiyang opened his mouth wide. When preparing for this premiere, Yi Feiyang imagined many emergencies, such as sound failure, screen falling, and prisoner riots, but he never thought that the master tape would be stolen. What happened? This is what happened. The fat man explained the whole story in detail. It turned out that according to the procedure, the fat man had to check the master tape. When he opened the safe, he found that the master tape inside had disappeared. The master tape was placed in Fedro's office, which was well guarded. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter and steal it. Besides, it would be a big joke to tell others about the theft in the prison. "Where is Kane?" Yi Feiyang asked. "I didn't see him. I suspected." The fat man hesitated. "After the master tape was stolen, I called him directly, but he turned off his phone and couldn't find him. No, he was sent by Paramount. He couldn't do such a thing." Yi Feiyang shook his head. "We have to trust our friends. Boss, now is not the time to talk about trust. I think he is the most suspicious." "You think? We didn't know him before, and the only person who could open the safe was me." "Of course, there was also the warden. There was no one else. Who else could it be if not him?" The fat man's words made sense, which made Yi Feiyang hesitate. Could it be that Cain really stole the master tape? To be continued, chapter 248. How to hold the stage. Although Feiyang was a little hesitant, he still said, "It's okay for you to suspect Cain of stealing the master tape, but you need evidence to say this." Evidence? Before I came here, I called someone at Paramount and confirmed one thing. The fat man seemed very mysterious. What is it? That Cain owed a lot of debts. To be precise, his mother was in the hospital and he had no money to pay for the medical expenses. He asked the bank for a loan, but the bank refused to lend him money, so he had to borrow from his friends. The fat man's meaning was very clear. He suspected that Cain stole the master tape because of the money. You are still suspicious. Don't suspect anyone without solid evidence, especially since he came with us. Feiyang interrupted the fat man's guess. The most urgent thing is to find Cain and ask him clearly, and second, find ways to find the master tape as soon as possible. After Feiyang finished speaking, he and the fat man split up and acted into groups. Soon, Feiyang found Cain. Cain looked very flustered when they met, and Feiyang was a little suspicious. You know, when the plane encountered strong turbulence, Cain's expression did not change at all. But now, Cain, you know, our movie master tape was lost, Feiyang said bluntly. However, he was still very careful about the wording, using lost instead of stolen, and his expression seemed very calm, but in fact he was very anxious. You know, there was only 1 hour before the premiere. Cain's expression changed, and he said, "Oh God, this is the worst news I have ever heard." Yes, the worst. Finally, he added, "How could this happen?" Feiyang observed Cain's expression, and did not seem to be fake. "Maybe," Feiyang said tentatively, "maybe you can help find it back. You know, we don't have time. The premiere is about to start. Did you hear that? The prisoners in the prison are calling out anxiously, as if they want to watch a movie. Of course, this is my duty. I will definitely find the master tape back. Dude, it's better if you can hurry up. Of course, I will not be stingy with the money I should pay. You should understand what I mean." Feiyang looked at Cain with a playful look. Cain was not a fool. He immediately understood what was going on. "Boss, are you doubting?" "Damn it, I can swear to God that I have never done such a thing." "Absolutely." He looked very angry at Feiyang's suspicion. "Although I don't want to say this, you are the only one who can open the safe, except Jack and Mr. Warden. Also, where did you go just now? Why can't we find you?" Feiyang said directly. Cain's face changed, and he seemed very hesitant to speak. Seeing him like this, Feiyang knew that something must be wrong. "Tell me, man. Actually, I have always trusted you from the beginning to now." "Yes, absolutely trusted you, but you have to give me a reasonable explanation, right?" Cain gritted his teeth. "Okay, I will explain it to you, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me. I just went to visit my brother, specifically, my brother David, who is in prison here." "Your brother, he is here, in prison?" Feiyang was surprised. Cain looked very sad. "Yes, 8 years ago I was a captain in the CIA. David was taking care of our mother in his hometown in Kansas, and by chance he came to Chicago, but because of making bad friends, he embarked on a criminal path, and was imprisoned here. After I retired from the army, I haven't seen him for more than 3 years. This time I took the opportunity to see him again when I came here. You know, our mother is in the hospital. She misses David very much and asked me to bring him a few words." "Yes, that's it. This is my secret." Looking at the black man in front of him saying such words in a sad tone, Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. Every family has its own problems. "Okay, Cain, I'm sorry. I take back what I said just now. Yes, and I apologize to you." Feiyang patted Cain on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, boss. It's my fault. I didn't report it to you before." The originally cold man showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "But now, who stole the master tape?" Feiyang was distressed. Cain also knew that, if there was no master tape, the movie could not be shown, and the premiere would be messed up, and those media who loved gossip the most would be like flies to criticize, and the consequences would be serious and unimaginable. "Don't worry, boss, I will get the master tape back no matter what." Kane said with gritted teeth. I hope we still have time. Yi Feiyang looked at his watch worriedly. There were only 45 minutes left before the premiere. Just as Yi Feiyang was waiting anxiously, Fatty Jack suddenly ran over panting, followed by Warden Fedro. Boss, there's news. Hurry up and tell me. Before the fat man could speak, Fedro beside him hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. It's like this, dear Yi. It turned out that the fat man Jack found the Warden Fedro and told him about the theft of the master tape. Fedro immediately called up the surveillance video in the office, and then everything became clear. It turned out that the safe contained surveillance tapes of various areas of the entire prison. Every 3 months, these tapes would be transported to the Chicago police headquarters. After selection, those that were useless would be destroyed together, and those with important information would be saved. This time, the executive in charge of recovering these tapes came to the prison, but he didn't see the Warden Fedro. He just left a message and took the tapes in the safe and left. Who knew that the master tape of Speedy Snail was also mixed in? Yi Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he actually made such a big mistake, but the current situation is, that person has already driven away. How to get the tape back? Jack, how much time do we have? Half an hour. Mr. Fedro, can you call the executive and ask him to send the master tape back? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. You know, they have to deliver the tape to the headquarters on time. They can't be delayed halfway, let alone turn the car around and come back. What should we do? We don't have much time. Yi Feiyang was really in unprecedented distress. Boss, let me try. Kane suddenly said. You? Yes, I can catch up on a motorcycle. Don't worry, I will definitely come back on time. Kane's eyes were firm. Well, this is the only way now. Kane, be careful. Yi Feiyang made a decision. There were still 30 minutes before the premiere. The headlights in the prison square were all lit up, bright as day. The guards standing on the high wall were talking in groups, 1 or 2, holding their guns, and most of the content they talked about was about the movie that was about to premiere. Have you heard, man? This cartoon was made with a huge investment of tens of millions. Isn't that exaggerated? How can Dream Pictures have so much money? You don't know this, right? Dream Pictures is very powerful nowadays. It can make hundreds of millions from a movie, not to mention making cartoons. It's possible to make Titanic. Hey, did you know that the director of this movie, Zhang Guoyi, is a Chinese Oscar-winning screenwriter? I knew it a long time ago. He's a genius. He can write and direct all the time. I heard that he's the boss of a film company. How can this young man be so talented? Comparing yourself to others makes you depressed. People like us will probably have to stay in prison for the rest of our lives. There are still 20 minutes before the premiere of the movie. Warden Fedro began to call on each detachment to release the more obedient prisoners from the prison one after another, similar to the previous release. As for those who are extremely vicious or have committed heinous crimes, they still stay in their cells obediently. However, for them, although they can't watch this rare movie, they can hear the sound of the movie. The prisoners who came out of the cells one after another were talking. Damn it, I can finally get out at night to get some fresh air. The most fortunate thing is that there are movies. Yeah, I'm going crazy being locked up in there. I thought I'd never be able to watch a movie again in my life, but I didn't expect. Why don't you play some music? Many movie theaters play that before the movie starts. Damn, you thought you were really in a movie theater. Wake up, man, this is a prison. The other two, I don't know if this damn cartoon is good or not. The cartoon woman's last name is asterisk asterisk. If I'm asterisk asterisk, I can masturbate secretly. You can masturbate to cartoons, to asterisk asterisk. What about you? Don't you asterisk asterisk? I saw the toilet paper you hid in your pocket. Ahem, that's what I used to wipe my nose when I caught a cold recently. F asterisk asterisk K. Do I need so much to wipe my nose? And it's scented. There are still 10 minutes before the movie premiere. The whole prison square is bustling. No, to be more precise, it's noisy. Those prisoners were not good kids, nor were they ordinary audiences. Those who could enter Fox River Prison were definitely heavyweight prisoners. They knew everything. They whistled and made trouble. Some even stood up and shouted, "Damn it, why hasn't it started yet? We want to watch a movie. Show the movie. Asshole, why hasn't the movie been shown yet?" It can be said that the whole square was in a commotion, so that the prison guards had to hold electric buttons to serve those troublemakers at any time. Seeing that the premiere ceremony became more and more noisy and chaotic, Feiyang, the person involved, was about to explode. Especially since time was tight and the premiere was imminent, but the master tape had not been recovered yet. What should I do? Exclamation mark. Damn it, if a girl showed up and danced a striptease at this time, I guess these guys would calm down. Fatty Jack shook his head. Feiyang was speechless. How to save the situation? Is it all over? Exclamation mark. Fatty, go up and say a few words first. It would be best if you can delay the time. Feiyang gave the order. Let me go. The fat man pointed at his nose bitterly. Under the coercion of Feiyang, the tyrant boss, Fatty Jack reluctantly moved his body and walked onto the stage of the square and began to host the premiere. Of course, the main purpose was to delay time. To be continued. Chapter 24-29. Premiere begins. Fatty Jack felt very miserable. Looking at the prisoners crowded in the square, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The boss pushed him out to delay time, which was like throwing meat buns at a dog. Ladies and gentlemen, as a Hollywood director, I have participated in many movie premieres, but today, I have never participated in a premiere like this. I was surprised to come to this prison, because I have only encountered situations like today, when I had nightmares, but today, this is clearly a beautiful dream, so I was surprised. The fat man racked his brains to speak, trying not to annoy these guys, and still delay time beautifully. Those prisoners didn't expect that they yelled for a long time, but the movie didn't start, but a fat man was yelled out. Who is this guy? What nonsense is he talking about? He looks like a director. Damn, so much nonsense. But, your butt is pretty. Fatty Jack doesn't even know that he is sadly being targeted by someone for his perky butt. After 3 years in prison, a sub's a beauty. What's more, these guys in Fox River prison have been in prison for at least 10 years. The fat man continued to rack his brains and said, I wonder if the audience here feel the same as I do. Of course, there is one thing I want to make clear. I'm a person who upholds equality and has never looked down on anyone, including everyone here. Because in my opinion, it is not difficult for a person to do bad things, but it is difficult to start a new life, because this requires the greatest courage and perseverance. If this is a prison, it is better to say that this is a mountain you have to climb over. After climbing over it, you will see not only light, but also the future and hope. F****. What are you talking about? Get down quickly. We want to watch a movie. Get out of here. What nonsense. Get out. The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing that these prisoners would suddenly throw darts and stab him to death on the stage. So he stopped fooling around and hurriedly ended. Finally, on behalf of Dream Pictures, I would like to welcome everyone attending the premiere today and all the media reporters who have taken the trouble to come. Thank you for your support for Dream Pictures and Hollywood. Thank you everyone. After the fat man finished speaking, he fled from the stage as if fleeing. Crackling, all kinds of shoes flew onto the stage, but no one was it. No, boss, I can't hold on any longer. I can only do this much. The fat man said to Feiyang with sweat all over his forehead. Feiyang had a headache, and then he looked at the warden Fedro who was rubbing his hands anxiously. Fedro, no way, do you want me to? Damn it. Then, amid the noise of the prisoners, Fedro, the warden of Fox River Prison, walked onto the stage majestically. As the head of this prison, Fedro still had a strong aura, or in other words, his authority was still there. Therefore, when those very impolite prisoners saw him on stage, they more or less shut up, so as not to be bullied by this narrow-minded guy in the future. Hello, friends, especially those of my journalist friends. Perhaps before this, many people's understanding of prisons was merely that they were surrounded by high walls and strict security. Today, with the media's publicity on prisons and prison reform, more people have realized that prison is a school that cleanses sins, reforms criminals, and leads them to a new life. In such a school, those who have harmed society in various ways have not been abandoned, and those who care for, help, and save them are not only prison guards, but also people from all walks of life and their relatives. These people have a common goal: to get criminals out of prison earlier and to reduce crime. It has to be said that Fedro is a very good political eloquence, and he can speak on these great principles without any stuttering. Speaking of this, I think everyone knows that our Fox River prison in Chicago has always adhered to the attitude of reforming and saving people, and it is never too late, and we try our best to save every friend who has fallen. Maybe you feel that there is a lack of warmth inside such high walls, then you are wrong, because in our prison, the word warmth is hidden in our hearts. We cannot be warm to the villains, we can only be strict. For those who repent and reform, we have always been very warm and supportive. So, we are all like actors, with many sides and our own roles. The reason why I stood up and said this today is very simple. That is, I want to eliminate everyone's fear of prison and the way they turn pale when they mention prison. In fact, although we are cool, we are also gentle. Okay, I've said so much. I just hope that everyone can have a better impression of our Fox River prison in Chicago. In addition, I want to tell everyone that this cartoon is very good looking, and I hope everyone will fall in love with it. If this premiere is a success, I promise that everyone here will have the opportunity to see the new movie in the future. Yes, that's it. Okay, let's applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The warden clapped his hands first. The prisoners clapped reluctantly. Fedro walked off the stage with great momentum. On the surface, he seemed very calm and composed, but in fact, he was extremely anxious at the moment. If the movie premiere failed, it was conceivable that as the initiator of this event, he would be in big trouble. Don't forget that there were some media reporters waiting nearby. These people were all invited by Fedro himself, meaning to bear witness to this historic moment and promote himself. Before, Fedro thought that he had not invited enough reporters, but now, he regretted inviting too many. What a pitfall. Political games are not fun. Time passed second by second. Feiyang's nerves were getting more and more tense. The entire premiere venue was in chaos. Those prisoners who were originally undisciplined began to make a fuss, resist, and confront the warning. The situation was becoming almost out of control. Seeing that the whole situation was becoming out of control, Feiyang was more nervous than ever before. He clenched his fists, and, if possible, he would rather end this farce by running naked. We want to see a movie. Stupid. Liar. You are all liars. Let us out. We want to leave this damn prison. As time went by, the prisoners' emotions became more and more intense, and gradually tended to get out of control, especially these guys who had been imprisoned for a long time. It was a rare opportunity to watch a movie, but they found out that they were cheated. Until now, they haven't even seen the crappy movie scenes. You can imagine how they feel. These are guys who have committed crimes and caused trouble. They have explosive personalities and few of them are good people. If they are really provoked to be violent, the scene will be in chaos. It seemed that they really couldn't hold on any longer. The premiere time was up. Feiyang sighed and called to Fatty Jack, "Go and tell Warden Fedro to cancel the premiere. It's best to control the emotions of these people and let them go back to their cells." Jack made a bitter face. "Boss, do you think this is possible? Look at these bastards. They look hysterical. I'm afraid that, as soon as we announce the cancellation of the premiere, they will riot immediately. What a mistake. What a mistake. I didn't expect this to be the outcome." Feiyang felt sad about his plan. He originally thought that he was omnipotent, able to predict the future and plan everything. Now he realized that he was still insignificant in the end and would become at a loss in the face of unexpected events. Alas, Feiyang, let's see if you will still be arrogant in the future. Just when Feiyang was discouraged, suddenly, Fatty Jack opened his mouth excitedly. "Boss, look, look, look." Feiyang turned his head and saw the black man Kane running towards him. "Kane, it's K. That's right, it's him." Feiyang was like seeing a savior, overjoyed. No one expected that Kane would come back at this critical moment and recover the master tape that was almost lost. "Thank you, Kane. You helped me a lot," Feiyang said to him gratefully. Kane wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was already sweating profusely and tried to squeeze out a smile. Boss, this is what I should do. Okay, stop talking so much, fatty. Hurry up and play the movie. Feiyang gave an order and everyone immediately got busy. Pa pa pa. The lights around the square dimmed and the prisoners who were originally noisy and warning suddenly became quiet because everyone knew that this was a sign that the movie would start. Damn, is it going to start? No way. Can we watch the movie? The 3 super large screens hanging above the square began to light up. Those prisoners who were originally violent also began to quiet down. They had been in prison for so long and had never watched a movie. They missed those happy days and the good times in the cinema. They thought they would never see it here again, but now, their dreams are coming true. The film started. First, the title was shown, which was jointly produced by Dream Pictures and Paramount, and then the subtitles. Especially when the director Feiyang was shown, the well-informed prisoners began to whisper, "You know, this is a big Hollywood director. Horror movies and musicals are top-notch. I wonder how this animation is made. I really hope that the one playing now is the early Saving Rachel by Yi from China. You wish. Showing porn in prison. Do you think this is an underground cinema? Well, I'm just thinking casually." After the opening subtitles of the movie, the story officially began. The entire prison square was completely quiet, only a few stubborn prisoners were still muttering, but with so many people, they could ignore them. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming movie. At the same time, Feiyang, Fatty Jack and others also began to get nervous. Whether they could succeed in one fell swoop depended on the next screening effect. To be continued, Chapter 230. Next Despicable Me. The premiere of Speedy Snail finally started under the expectation of the prisoners. Story: T-Bow is a very ordinary snail, with ordinary species, ordinary appearance, and even ordinary personality. However, he has an extraordinary dream. He hopes that he can be a speedy snail and drive on the road like those super sports cars. However, it is a bit difficult for snails, which are slow-moving animals, to realize this dream. When the movie came to this point, those who were more emotional or had similar experiences had a feeling that they were not like this little snail before, thinking that ordinary life was not their life, and wanted to pursue thrills and excitement, and pursue their own glory and wealth. But in the end, they took marijuana, had promiscuous sex, raced, got into trouble, and finally went to jail, making a mess of their lives. Who doesn't have a dream? Who wants to be an ordinary person? But the price paid in the end is too high. With feelings, these prisoners began to immerse themselves in this cartoon, and were gradually attracted by the story. Feiyang was relieved to see the prisoners calm down. Fatty Jack brought a can of beer, and handed it to Feiyang. Feiyang opened it, and took a big sip. It was cold and refreshing. Looking at the reporters who were invited to be observers, they were worried that the prisoners would cause trouble. Now they were relieved to see them watching the movie so quietly. The movie continued to play. Story: in order to make himself faster, T-Bow practiced track and field, and running every day, but it has been ineffective. One day, T-Bow came to the highway, and was fascinated by the vehicles coming and going. Suddenly, an accident happened. The wind brought by a truck blew him onto the hood of the racing car, experiencing the asterisk of high speed. At this time, the accident happened again. T-Bow was sucked into the intake blower of the supercharged engine, and was immersed in liquid nitrous oxide. This liquid caused him to mutate, and from then on, he gained magical abilities, incredible speed, domineering lights, and cool sound. It can be said that the plot of this story is very suitable for Americans to watch, especially the handling of the special abilities of the snail Turbo is very good, giving people room for your imagination. Let me ask, as an ordinary person, who doesn't want to have wonderful things happen to him? Unfortunately, we can only fantasize in our boring lives, fantasizing that one day we will become Superman, Spider-Man, and a bullish guy like the little snail Turbo. Humans are a very wonderful animal, especially for ordinary people. We have no money, no house, no car, and no woman. All we use is daydreaming. No one can deprive us of the power to do this kind of daydreaming. In a dream, we can transform ourselves into superheroes, save the world, maintain world peace, and then save the beauty, and the beauty will throw herself into our arms. A good movie story must satisfy the audience's inner potential desires. To put it bluntly, what is a movie? It's a daydream. In this dream, you can become the protagonist and do things that you can't do or dare to do normally. Why do so many people like to watch horror movies? Because we are born timid, and watching horror movies can satisfy our desire to explore horror. Why do so many people like to watch comedies? Because our lives are too hard and too bad, and we can only laugh through comedies. Why do so many people like to watch romance movies? Because there is very little true love in real life. Who is not a turtle looking at a mung bean? If they see each other, they just make do with each other. The so-called marriage with first love, the probability of that is harder than winning the lottery. Why do so many people like to watch cartoons? Because although we have grown up, we actually still maintain our innocence. We will always be the children in our parents' minds. Feiyang has set the audience group for this play, since he made the cartoon Speedy Snail, that is, all those who love to dream. Compared to ordinary people, the prisoners in Fox River Prison are more dreamy. Just ask, these prisoners who have nothing to do, except masturbation have the only fun of dreaming in their minds. Dreaming that they can escape from this damn prison. Dreaming that God will give them a beautiful girl. Dreaming that they can masturbate to Madonna's MV. Dreaming. In short, they want to dream several times more than ordinary people, because they have no asterisk. Now, Feiyang's cartoon has given them the wings of dreaming, making them become the snail Turbo in the play, chasing their dreams of speeding. Oh my god, this snail is going to show its power. Yes, isn't it awesome to have such a special ability? Finally, it's time to get to the exciting part. This snail is going to change its fate. The prisoners who were originally sitting quietly watching the movie couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. At this time, Feiyang left the square where the movie was playing. He walked to a quiet place and called Raymond, the CEO of Paramount, to tell him about the situation. In fact, Feiyang knew that, even if he didn't make this call, Raymond would probably have known all the news from Kane. Feiyang still told Raymond what happened in detail out of courtesy. Raymond fully expressed surprise, astonishment, exclamation, and finally a sigh of relief on the phone. You did a great job. Yes, great. I feel relieved to have you take care of me over there. Finally, Raymond expressed full trust in Feiyang as a partner. Feiyang certainly understood the meaning of it, so he made a few more polite remarks on the phone, and then mentioned the release in 3 days. If the premiere is good this time, I will immediately start arranging the theaters. If you do well this time, you and my company will make achievements in the animation field. You should understand what this means. Let's celebrate with champagne at that time. Feiyang agreed with a smile. Paramount has always been under pressure from Disney's animations. This time, Feiyang contributed the script and Paramount contributed the technology. The combination of the two powers will definitely produce a masterpiece. And, you must act immediately. Raymond suddenly said on the other end of the phone. What? Feiyang was confused. Haha, I have a hunch that this bottle of champagne has been opened. The question is, what animation should we shoot next? God, please forgive me for asking you so hastily, but you are a gold medal screenwriter who has even won an Oscar. I'm absolutely looking forward to you. Raymond was full of praise on the phone. Feiyang smiled. No wonder so many people want to win an Oscar. It turns out that this Oscar is not only a trophy, but also a professional title, just like the special grade of a chef or the special grade of a welder. Dear Raymond, are you thinking too much? After all, we have just started. As for the next cartoon, Feiyang pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I have thought of a name, but the script still needs to be slowly crafted. Haha, I know it. Come on, man, what is the name? Raymond seemed very excited. Feiyang smiled slightly and said to the phone, the next cartoon is called Despicable Me. What? Despicable Me? Ha, dear Yi. This name is very gimmicky. It will definitely be great. Ha, don't expect too much from me. Wait until I write the script and you read it before you say anything. Of course, but, dear Yi, I believe you. Your work will definitely be great. Brother, you have already said several great things. Haha, if you praise me again, I will be flattered. Yi Feiyang joked. That's right, man. I like you to call me old man. Don't call me Mr. or Mr. anymore. It's too formal. Yi, wish us good luck. Yi Feiyang talked to Raymond for a few more words before hanging up the phone. At this moment, Yi Feiyang's mind was filled with the excellent animated film Despicable Me in his previous life. Steel-boned, sharp eyes and ears, agile, invincible, delicate mind. What kind of characteristics are needed to be a 24-year-old dad of the Y generation? There are many Hollywood movies about dads, but no dad is more attractive than this one. The male protagonist has neither heroic temperament nor good intentions. He is neither full of love nor leads by example. He is always thinking about committing a shocking crime or solving problems with violence. It is just such an unrestrained alternative dad who has become a blockbuster drama in the field of universal animation in his previous life. The film, which was originally planned to be released on Father's Day, finally gave up the occasion and turned to the hot summer season to decide the winner. With the very cool publicity, the box office was unstoppable, occupying the first place in the North American box office, sweeping the global summer vacation season, and finally breaking 760 million worldwide. The second part even broke 950 million at the box office. This is a godlike movie. As an animation, it can actually ignite such a huge energy around the world and sweep such a huge box office. In the words of someone in the previous life, this movie is a cheat. Thinking of this, Yi Feiyang was full of energy, especially the shocking box office made his blood boil. Yi Feiyang sometimes despised his greedy character. As long as he talked about money, he couldn't help but get excited. However, the reason why he suddenly remembered this super great cartoon was because the previous movie master tape was stolen and brought Yi Feiyang inspiration. Thieves are not every year, but today he encountered it. Although it was a misunderstanding, it pointed out the way for Yi Feiyang. This is the movie, Yi Feiyang said in his heart. As for whether to cooperate with Paramount in this movie, Yi Feiyang meant that of course he couldn't eat alone. Sharing the benefits together is a win-win situation. Moreover, through this cooperation with Paramount, Yi Feiyang also knows the importance of alliance and ally. In addition to sharing benefits, they can also share risks. Of course, the most important point is that Paramount has a mature market, mature publicity, and mature animation technology. Under the current circumstances, Yi Feiyang believes that cooperation with Paramount is the best choice. However, partnership is partnership, and there is one thing Yi Feiyang still has to do. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.